What's the purpose of life? What is happiness? that requires a whole semester to talk about at UPC. If the purpose of life is just to, all right, you're a kid now and you don't know what you do. You just go for primary school, into high school, and then you afterwards you have been forced by your parents to get a good education, and somehow you graduate, and then you say, okay, you go in university, and then later you get to know your partner, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, and then you get married. And once you get married, you got to have kids, and once you have kids, then you have to go through the whole process of life. That's what we call samsara. Is that really the purpose of life? The purpose of life is just to wait for death to come out? What's the purpose of life? Well, some people say, I don't know what's the purpose of life. That leaves that to philosophers and psychologists. Why do we have to worry about the purpose of life? Just eat, drink, play, be merry, and just be happy. By the way, you don't even know, or we don't even know, or we're not clear on what is quote-unquote happiness. To most people, they don't even know what happiness is all about. Some people don't even get into that. They just live the life that everybody, satisfaction of senses. What is happiness? As long as my eyes like to see things, my eyes want to see, my ears like to listen to things, my ears like to listen to, my tongue tastes food that I like, my smell fragrance that I like, that's happiness. Then when you come to think of that definition of happiness, does it mean that happiness is just a satisfaction of your senses? Of your eyes, your ears, your nose, your tongue, your body? Or is happiness just a stimulation of the hormones when you have this relationship between a man and a woman? Is that what happiness is all about? When you start to find out meaning of happiness, meaning of life, you're already at a higher level than other people who don't even know about it. They're just in search of material, in search of wealth, reputation, relationship, marriages, all that. Because you are in the process of seeking the purpose of life. Why did we come here? The purpose of existence. How do I come about to be a person? Why do I have to go through what I have to go through? Why is everybody different? Have you ever thought of that kind of a metaphysical question? Physical is whatever is physical, it's whatever you enjoy. But the physical is something beyond the average intelligence. When you trigger that thought, that kind of a thought, you are on your way to be wiser than a lot of people who only absorb in daily pleasures. There are people who are like that. If you go to a liquor store, you have people standing right at the liquor store begging for $5 to have a drink. In their mind, what is the purpose of life? They don't even think about the purpose of life. They just want to satisfy their senses by having that bottle of whiskey. When you ask these questions, I'm glad. Because you're on your way to be wiser. Because you are on your way to understand the meaning of life. If you're in search of the meaning of life, you already have elevated yourself to a higher level. Because in the process of seeking the meaning, you already learn how to what? How to manage suffering. Do you have sufferings? Do you have sufferings? If anybody say, I don't have any suffering, raise your hands. Do you have any, we don't see sufferings, do you have any mental affliction? You know what mental afflictions are? Sometimes you're jealous, sometimes you're greedy, sometimes you are ignorant, sometimes you are arrogant, sometimes you are depressed, sometimes you have fear, sometimes you have anxiety. What are those? Apart from actual physical sufferings, we also have many mental disorder, mental afflictions. Do you realize that? If you don't realize that, raise your hands. Everybody realize that. You realize that. How come you don't do anything about it? How come you don't explore more into it to find out the meaning of life? If every day you're eating the same breakfast, every day you're eating the same lunch, it does not matter what kind of lunch. You go to a good restaurant, have a good lunch. Go to a McDonald's, you have a McDonald's lunch. But if life is just going through the free meals and having fun, and then you died, what's the meaning of life, really? Have you ever pondered about it? If you started to ponder about it, you are going on this higher level. The Buddha started to ponder about it at very early age. When the Buddha, he was a prince, Siddhartha Gautama, he enjoyed all the luxuries of life in the palace. Think about you are always in pursuit of luxuries of life. You always want a Shaughnessy house. You always want to drive a Mercedes-Benz, a Rolls-Royce. You always want the best of everything. So what? When you get a Rolls-Royce, you have a higher desires. When you get a Shaughnessy house, you have a higher desires. When you have $10 million, you want 20. When you only have $5 in your bank account, oh, and if I have 5,000, that would be better. When you have 5,000, you want, if I have 50,000, if I have 5 million. Unending, insatiable desire that will not satisfy your desires. So is human just, are we just in pursuit of physical pleasure satisfaction, or in pursuit of a stimulation of our hormones? Yeah. You know what I mean by stimulation of hormones? Our hormones have always been stimulated by external stimuli. You don't know about that. You said, sir, what's the ferry time for Victoria? You're already there because you started to inquire about it. You want to go to Victoria. You start to inquire about the time, the schedules, where it is, the location and all that, and why do you want to go there? But some people, they don't even have the wisdom to think about it. They just submerge themselves in samsara, life and death. And then they died. But in the process of waiting for death, there are lots of sufferings that you have to go through. What are these sufferings? Aging, sickness, and what else? Departure from beloved ones, living with hated ones, always to have these desires that you cannot fulfill. You want good health, you have a lot of money, you want good health, but your health fails you. You have health, but you don't have money. There's always something that you want and you don't have. You have all the money in the world, you may not be happy. Look at those reports from the mass media, from Google or whatever, and ask questions of rich people on earth. Are they happy? You're always looking for money, right? They have lots of money, but you ask them, are they happy? When the wise people look at them, they enjoy luxuries only, but they are not happy. They could say, yes, happiness is just in the satisfaction of senses. If happiness is just in the satisfaction of senses, then that means all these rich people who can get luxuries, they're happy. But they actually, how happy are they? I can go on this kind of questions. I don't know where to end. But then, What is the purpose of life? If the purpose of life, it's very difficult to give a straightforward answer. If I say purpose of life is look for the meaning of life. The meaning, what's the meaning of life? In the process of looking for meaning, you have a lot of elevations in life. You learn how to endure sufferings. You know how to help others to endure sufferings. You would learn how to tackle and manage your own mental afflictions. If you're a young person, there's still a lot you have to confront about. It's time to wake up. It's time to think about life. You have enjoyed a lot already. It's time to think about spiritually what life is all about. And maybe let me introduce you to a very thin book that is not even religious. It's called Man in Search of Meaning. Men in Search of Meaning, the meaning of life. Who wrote that book? A survivor of a concentration camp in Nazi Germany. He survived thousands of his comrades. He was able to survive after the war, and he came up with some very valuable experiences that he depends on to endure life, to go through the hardship, a hardship that nobody else can endure. That's a very good book. Only about 50 pages. It's just about $10. You can get it from... Where can you get that book now? I forgot. Where can you get that book?
Yeah, on Amazon.
Amazon, yeah. Anybody who has read that book, raise your hand. What do you think? Is it a good book? Very good book, right? It's simple to read. It's translated from German. And it triggers some thought in your mind. Men in Search of Meaning. Everybody is writing his own script in life. What kind of script? You know, a movie needs a script, right? Every script is different. How do you write your own script? A script of marry, play, eat, satisfaction of pleasures, and that's it? I don't want to see that kind of movies. It's boring. Do you like to see the kind of movies that's nothing but enjoyment and luxuries? Everybody is responsible for writing a good life script. You are the director. You are the script writer. You are the actor. Do a good job about life. It's not simple. Appreciate what you've got and write out this good script. You still have a lot of time ahead of you. Write a good script for you. And that's about what I can answer in this question. There's so much to talk about. So read that book first. Man in Search of Meaning by Frankl, F-R-A-N-K-L. All right, so that's the first one. Second question, is Nirvana heaven? Nirvana is not heaven. Heaven is just a higher level than us. We are in the 6 paths of reincarnations. We still have to go through the reincarnations. In our samsara, in our ocean of life and death, there are 6 kinds of sentient beings living in our world. The animal realm, animals. The ghost realm, the Asuras realm, the heavens realm, and the humans realm. And of course the hell of victims. Victims of hell. And we are just in the middle as humans. The fact that you are now human is because you have done quite a bit of causes, germinate a lot of causes that makes you to become a human. Otherwise you have been it could have been in an animal realm or ghost realm. And there are 3 planes of existence, we talk about that, 3 realms of existence of this sentient being universal cosmos. There's 3 realms of existence. We are in Kama Dhatu. A higher level is Rupa Dhatu, and higher levels arupa dhatu. We just mentioned that when back at meditation. What is kama dhatu? The world with desire and materiality, with desires for sex, for reputation, for food, for eating, for enjoyment, for stimulation of the senses. We have all kinds of desires that drive us to do what we're doing now, karmically and material as kama dhatu. At a higher world, it's rupa dhatu, is they don't have all this desire anymore, but they still have material, they still have a body. At the upper, very high level, the third level, no more body left. Our body is a burden, you know. Our body, as we always use the analogy, is an apartment. This apartment is on a lease. It's a net lease. After 100 years, you got to leave this apartment. Somebody leave in 5 years when they're a baby, or 10 years, and some people leave at 25, 26, 30, 60. They all have different periods of lease. It's non-renewable. You can't say, I want to renew the lease, I want to live in my body for another 20 years, 30 years. No. When your lease is due, you got to leave this body. And we are calling it that lease. You still have to upkeep it. And by the time the lease is due, you got to die. So this body is temporary. So, Buddhism is so wide that when you keep on talking and talking, you're being led away. I don't know where. What's my question? Which realm is nirvana, heaven? And in the kama dhatu, there are 6 heavens, 6 levels of heavens, but you are still in samsara. You are just at a higher level than humans. You live maybe for thousands of years. You have a longevity of thousands of years, and we have a longevity of at the most 100. They have thousands of years of longevity. They are sentient beings in heaven. But it's not nirvana. Nirvana is the place that is above all this life and death. No more life and death for nirvana. Nirvana is no more life and death. No more sufferings. When you are in heaven, you still have suffering. What kind of suffering? When your karmic energy qualify you to be in heaven is due, you got to come down to reincarnation again. Animals ram, humans rams, and all these different rams again. You're always in samsara. But the nirvana is already out from all this life and death. No more life and death is nirvana. Let's put it very simply. No more life and death. No more mental afflictions. No more sufferings. People like to use the word eternity. Okay, eternity, if you like to use that word. But that word is not, it has a connotation that's not exactly pure. Because eternity means forever. Nothing is forever in this world, but that's just borrow a word from them. So which realm is pure land in the 3 planes of existence? The pure land, Amitabha's land, is out from the 3 realms of existence. It's out already. So when you died, if you can go to that realm, 极乐世界, if you can go to 极乐世界, that means you are out from life and death. To be in that intermediate country where it was created by Amitabha, Amitabha. He created a heaven for all those who departed from this world to be in there, free from suffering. But you're not the Buddha as yet in there. You still have to go there and learn. It's just like a university. You have to go to that university and start to learn to become the Buddha. So that is a realm that is outside the 3 planes of existence, which is just a temporary world for your immigration. And when you are in that land, Amitabha is the professor and Guan Yin Pusa Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, you will gradually get into enlightenment and become the Buddha. Alright, so simply this is to answer the simple questions. Venerable, can you please give us the peacock mantra again? Yeah, the peacock mantra is very simple. Well, we can chant it. Maybe we'll chant it You follow after me, and then we chant it together. So you put your gesticulation like that. With this is the head of the peacock, this is the tail of the peacock, and then we start to chant. Because you wanted the peacock mantra. Om Mayura Karante Swaha. 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 So that's the mantra. That's the mantra. You can practice at home. You can even get that from YouTube. There's such a mantra in there. Why do you have to chant the mantra? You can get a lot of information from YouTube or from Google. And make sure that you join us when we set up the mandala practice for the peacock mantra again. Then you join in our ceremony, saying prayers for prevention of earthquakes in Vancouver. Vancouver is subject to is an earthquake zone, and this mantra is very effective in preventing earthquake and natural disasters. It's particularly effective in dissolving poison. So why do we get sick? Because we have poison. We have germs and bacteria inside our body. That's poison. So if you want to get rid of poison, that is a very effective mantra. Poison avoiding and prevention mantra. Mayura Karante Swaha. So if you want to be healthy and you want to get away from being poisoned in your food, then this is a very effective mantra that you chant every day. Why do we have to chant mantra? Why does mantra become effective? Why is a sound that effective? You have to learn about it. Don't be superstitious. Oh, just chanting the mantra, the sound will do. No, why? Always ask why in Buddhist teaching. Don't just accept it. What is chanting? Tell me what is chanting in the modern language. What is chanting? What is chanting? What is chanting? What is chanting? Chanting is chanting meditation, right? Om Mayura Karante Swaha. Om Mayura Karante Swaha. Chanting in the modern language is what? A sound therapy. You know what sound therapy is? With ultrasound, right? Sound, when the frequency of sound is all magnified, it becomes extremely powerful. Many years ago, we don't have ultrasound operation. Now, you don't need to cut the body. They just use ultrasound to break the gallbladder stone. The sound itself, when it conjures in a very high density, can pierce through the hardest object. That's called ultrasound. Sound therapy is a therapy that comes back to help the producer of the sound. The most effective sound is not from machine. The most effective sound is what? From where? From the mind. It is from your own mind. That's the most, if not from a machine. Of course, right now, what is ultrasound? Ultrasound is sound produced by machine. They gather the frequency together to produce a very strong strength that can break through the very hard objects. But a sound chanting from your consciousness, from your mind, if it gets repeated habitually and all the time, it's extremely powerful. It's inconceivable. You can't even imagine how powerful it is. That's what we call sound therapy. Do you believe in sound therapy? Do you believe in ultrasound? If you believe in ultrasound, it should be logically led to the idea that consciousness sound is extremely effective. That's why we are chanting with sutras. That's why we are chanting a mantra. That's why we're chanting Namo Amitofo, Namo Amitofo. You are what? Producing a sound therapy. There's a sound, a chanting meditation, a sound meditation. What is a silent meditation? There's a consciousness meditation. I have two questions in here. First question. We saw from the temple's website that there will be a ceremony held tomorrow, King Peacock chanting ceremony. Would you be kind to explain more to me about this ceremony? If we don't know Chinese, can we join? Yeah, tomorrow we have a special ceremony, the King Peacock ceremony. There was a sutra in Chinese. It's called the King Peacock Sutra, which describes that Sakyamuni, the Buddha, our historical Buddha, Gautama, Siddhartha Gautama, who became the Buddha, was many eons of lives ago. He was a peacock. He was the king peacock, and as a king peacock, he was taught by his predecessors how to chant the King Peacock mantra, and it's written in the mantra that he got into difficulties and suffering, and he could always get out by chanting the King Peacock mantra. To keep the story short, this King Peacock ceremony contains about 37 mantras in it, and it is supposed to be a chanting ceremony that would link your mind with all these other sentient beings we cannot see, joined together to geographically protect the area and avoiding catastrophes like earthquake, forest fire, epidemic disease on a macro scale. And then on a micro scale individually, it would improve health, to live longer, to have longevity. Every year, we would like to perform a ceremony to get blessings like that from the merits accrued by chanting to avoid earthquake in Vancouver. Because Vancouver is exposed to long time already to an earthquake, you know. That's what geologists told us in Vancouver, because we are along the earthquake area. And San Francisco had a big one many years ago, in which bridge broke, a lot of casualties. And we're long due for an earthquake. And what can we do about it? I always think this is geographical catastrophe which may happen because of the universal changes in weather, something that we cannot control. But I always think of this is uncontrollable because we can't control the weather, can we? So is there any way that we can accrue blessings to avoid an earthquake long before it happened, or try to postpone it? And I found this King Peacock mantra. Aside from avoiding earthquake, it also has a lot of power in avoiding forest fire, avoiding any kind of catastrophes, natural catastrophes, and also good for the individual to be healthy, to be cured from a sickness, and to live happily. In the ancient times, the Japanese, the king of Japan, knew that Japan was subject to earthquake and other tsunamis and etc. catastrophes, and the king was worrying. The king loved his subjects, loved his citizens, and he was worrying that catastrophes would come to the country. So he sent a monk overseas to China. How many years ago? Many years ago. More than 1,000 years ago, maybe 900 years ago. That was that happened 900 years ago. The king of Japan sent Kong Hai, a bhikshu, a monk by the name Kong Hai, to China to learn esoteric Buddhism as to how to avoid catastrophes, because they were afraid that earthquake would come to Japan, because he knew that Japan was subject to that, was exposed to natural, which we know, yes, the geographical, the geological substance of Japan was exposed to that. They recently had a big tsunami, and they have earthquakes all the time. So he sent a monk to China to learn, and that's what that monk learned. The King Peacock mantra, King Peacock ceremony, and he brought this back to Japan. And within 3 years, under his supervisions and by order of the king, he built 88 temples along the shoreline of Japan. I visited 44 many years ago, and most of them were in the ancient times specializing in chanting the mantra, King Peacock mantra. 44 temples, 88 temples in 3 years. So this is a very effective chanting. So if you you can join, and it is written in Chinese. There's no other English translations. This is something that we should do. Maybe we translate it into English, but then we Romanize every word. So you can actually read from the alphabets, how to chant. But they chant it quite fast, yeah?
I believe it is in Pinyin already. There are books available now here in Pinyin.
In Pinyin, oh.
You can read it.
Yeah, Pinyin already.
Yeah, it's already, you can come and you can participate. I've done it before.
Yeah. How do you find it? Do you find that you can more or less follow?
Well, yes, you're just reading English alphabet letters.
Yeah, alphabets.
And you're just reading
Pinyin, you already have the Pinyin, the alphabets. There's English alphabets just on the bottom line of every line of Chinese characters. So you can actually follow. And even in Chinese, those words are quite difficult to understand. That's the reason why even Chinese monks, not most of the Chinese monks, they don't know how to chant that, because these words are so difficult to understand that if you try to learn it, if you don't know the English alphabets, you can't. You will spend years, consulting dictionaries to find a meaning and pinyin of those words. It's a sutra of longevity and good health too, individually. And there are 38 mantras in there, and these mantras are mantras that you gather all the sentient beings together, sentient beings that we cannot see. For example, the gods of the river, the gods of the forest, the gods of land, all kinds of gods and guardian angels. I've never found a sutra that has so many sutras for calling a convention. But usually we just chant a mantra, and that mantra is from Bodhisattva, from Buddha. But this is, a sutra that contains all the mantras invoking all the gods, all the guardian angels to come together to have a convention. And in this convention, there are even bad guardian angels and good guardian angels, reminding them that they should be protecting the area, protecting the citizens and the individuals. So you can also come and join us tomorrow. You may be able to follow it. It's not easy because you have to be familiar with it to really follow it fast. But there's always a first time. You'll come and join and try to learn it. Tomorrow it's Sunday. So is Sunday tomorrow? So if you have nowhere else to go, come here. Better than staying at home. For the sake of avoiding an earthquake. Who knows? It could well avoid an earthquake, or you yourself would be able to avoid some catastrophes that you may be confronting. All right, you can come and join us. Okay? Yeah, this is the first part of the question. Second part of the questions, our action came from our thoughts, mind, we understand karma will be created no matter it is wholesome or unwholesome. But it is not easy to understand how neutral still create karma. Would you elaborate more? We said that from the moral perspective of each consciousness, there are three characteristics, the moral characteristics on every thought, every volitional action, speech performed by a consciousness is either wholesome, which is good, right? Unwholesome, bad, and neutral. Neutral is, it could be good, it could be bad. Neutral is not in the good area, not in the bad area. So if it is wholesome, it would create wholesome karma. If it is unwholesome, it would create unwholesome karma. The question is, how about neutral? Neutral will not create any karma, right? So how can neutral, if it is neutral, how can it create karma? I think I can give you an analogy to understand it. So if I'm watching a television right now, or if I'm on a computer right now, on YouTube, whatever, if I'm seeing something that invoke my emotions badly, that invoke my, for example, greediness, my emotions of violence, my emotions of relationships, for example, if what I'm looking at, I'm viewing, invoke something bad in me, then that's creating bad karma, because you are invoking, sensations and emotions that is unwholesome, greediness, hatred, the sexual desire, and all that, and violence, and all that. That seeing, that consciousness of seeing and listening and the thinking consciousness will be unwholesome karma, right? So that's unwholesome, right? If I'm seeing something wholesome, something in there that is meaningful, compassionate, telling me to be compassionate and teaching me a lesson in something that's good, that would create wholesome karma, because I would be doing some wholesome action. But what happens if it's neither one? It's not doing anything, but I'm still seeing it, right? For example, I'm not looking at television, I'm just sitting there, I'm not seeing wholesome and unwholesome, I'm just sitting there doing nothing. Would it create karma? Yes, it is. The karma of being lazy. You're just sitting there doing nothing. The karma of being idle. The karma, the time that you should be spending to be compassionate, the time that you've been spending to be meditating, the time that you should be spending to help people, you don't do that. You're just being idle, you don't care, you feel indeterminate, and you're not active. Not being active in doing good karma itself is creating bad karma. You're doing nothing, you're lazy. That's a lazy karma. It covers your purity. So they still create karma. But that kind of karma is not strong. It is not so bad, it is not so good, that it would not create that resultant energy to get you to good or bad effects. So you're still creating karma of neutrality, because you're being lazy, you're being inactive, you don't care. That's still obscuring your true nature. But there are neutrality that is caring. You're sitting in here, you're not seeing anything, but in your mind that you are actually meditating, so you're creating the karmic energy. You seem to be neutral, but actually that neutrality, you're not contemplating on bad things, not good things, but you have that awareness, simply awareness. That awareness is creating what? The karma awareness. It seems to be on the surface, it's not creating karma, but that karma is a karma of awareness, a karma of leading you to enlightenment. So neutrality still needs to karma. It depends on where and how effective that karma is. Next, thank you for the wonderful lectures. We're happy to see you back. Can you briefly tell us about your lecture in Hong Kong, if you have time? I went to a hall in a certain area in which there's 700 people, and it's all packed with people. And I was talking about, because recently in Hong Kong, there were some, what should I say, monks who are not monks, who are impersonating to be monks, and they were backing in the street, they were holding bowls and backing in the streets. And it happened also in some part of America, in Honolulu, where they send, fake monks. It becomes an organization where they train fake monks to come out to beg for money, or to sell rosary beads. If you see some monks in the streets, and exactly look like us, then they're selling you beads, rosary beads, and they're telling you, I have supernatural power. I can read your palm lines. I can read your face and know your fortune. Don't believe in that. They're fake monks. And after they finish, they dress layman's clothes and they go to restaurants to eat their pork chop and steak and lobsters and all that. They're meat eaters. They're not true monks. So don't be cheated by these fake monks. Recently in Hong Kong, there were a lot of fake monks. And that leads to some people who are nosy to investigate into some temples, some real Buddhist temples, and they found some monks who are not really following the precepts, and they exposed their misdemeanor about their behavior, and that really upset the Buddhist community in Hong Kong. So I was told that maybe I should give a lectures on the importance of observation of precepts, of behavior and all that. So I've been giving lectures about the 5 precepts, about the Vinaya of the Buddhist faith. And in Chinese, of course, that receives a lot of popularity because they like to listen to lectures giving out precepts, the importance of precepts and why we should observe our behavior. And next year I have been invited by Singapore to give 4 days of lectures from an organization in Singapore, and giving lectures on why the arousal of emotional reactions and how to overcome emotions and that kind of thing. So I will be going. There are more requests for going out to lectures, and on YouTube, there's more and more people clicking into our lectures in here. So we're getting more people listening to our talks, and it's good. It's good. So if you have not visited our website, it's worthwhile looking at it. We have totally revamped it. We have totally changed the format, and you can actually contribute. Is a website that we can actually contribute our efforts to, right? What can we do about?
Volunteer, or you can make donations for other charity projects that we
Yeah,
have.
you can become volunteers. You can help in. If you are an IT person, that would be even better, because we need some IT people to be volunteers. Yeah. Okay. And any more questions? I have not been talking in English for a month, so I got tongue-tied. You should realize that my brain is not really, my translation in my brain is not working properly, because all of a sudden I have to change the language to another language. I've been talking Chinese all the time, so if I stay for too long in Hong Kong, probably I can't even talk in English. So you really have to train your tongue all the time to be familiar with a certain language. And amazingly, there's a huge the population for expats, people speaking in English, is getting more and more in Hong Kong. Many of these people were Canadians, Americans, they went to do business in China, and they become interpreters and translators. So yeah.
The lecture in Singapore is in Chinese or English?
2 days in English. The Singaporeans are talented in languages. They speak a few languages. They speak Putonghua, Cantonese, Hakkanese, lots of them, dialects, and English too. Singapore has been a British colony for a long time, before its independence. So they speak good English, and they speak Cantonese, they speak Putonghua, and Fujianhua. Lots. They're very talented. So they wanted me to speak in 2 days of English, 1 Cantonese and 1 Mandarin. So that's the planning. And also I'll be going to Thailand to continue saving buffaloes. We already have raised 69 old buffaloes in a community for retired buffaloes. We set up a community for retired old buffaloes in Bangkok. Right now we have saved 69 buffaloes who were about to be slaughtered after giving 13, 14 years of service of giving milk. You know, the owner, usually for milking, for cows, milking cows, after 14 years they don't have any milk anymore. They send them to slaughterhouses to be slaughtered. So we want to save these buffaloes. So we convinced the owner to sell to us these buffaloes at a lower price, and we set up a community pasture for these old buffaloes, and we got 69 of them, retiring buffaloes on a pasture. And next year we're going to have about 15 old buffaloes. So every year we went there and check out the old ones. We audit on the old ones to see that they're still there. And every buffalo has a name to it. And we took pictures, make sure that they treated them well. And we set up, that's the only milking farm, milk farm that's not killing its own buffaloes. So that's what we're going. You can join us. And we have a couple who supported all the accommodation and lodging and food. They pay, you just pay for your own airfare. And we used to say, if you want to come, you pay for your own airfare, but the hotel will be taken care, the food will be taken care for 7 days, but you may have to donate a buffalo, which is about 1,000. How much is a buffalo? Is it what, $1,000? 1,000 Canadian. So we donate money to save these buffaloes. We should be doing the same thing in Canada. All these cows, dairy farm cows, once they exhaust the milk, they send them to slaughterhouses to be slaughtered. You know how they were slaughtered? These cows would go into an avenues where they walk to the very end, and at the very end they have a barrel, and underneath the barrel there are 4 openings. They walk into that alley, and the barrel on both sides will close up to them. All the legs will be sticking out from those holes, and the body get trapped in a barrel like this, with the legs in here. And then they send them out, turn it around, and there will be a blade going into the barrel to cut the belly, right inside, to cut the belly. And after they cut the belly, open up, and then they flip it back, open it, and all the inside of the bowels will come out, and then the buffaloes will walk a few steps and die in agony. That's how they kill buffaloes. So don't eat any steak. They were brutally slaughtered. Many of these animals, if you visit slaughterhouses and chicken farms and all that, you may not like to eat meat anymore. They were tortured, and we've seen movies about how animals before they were slaughtered were tortured by workers working in a slaughterhouses. They subject them to violence, and we can only do a little bit of it. We can't save all the buffaloes. but we are. This is only what we can do. I mean, we want to do as much as we can. And every year, I've been doing that for 20 years. I went to China, to Hong Kong to release fish, turtles, shrimps, crabs. I have released hundreds of tons over the 20 years. And we went out to the sea and released a lot of this fish back to the ocean. Big turtles they caught in Southeast Asia. And we bought this sea animals and bring them back to the sea to be released. So don't eat any fish. Don't eat any turtle soup. They were brutally slaughtered. And don't wear any fur because the mink will brutally slaughter and smoke. The first question is, thank you for today's Dharma talk. It is very enlightening. Namaste. That's good. So if you find the talk enlightening, that's good. Better than sleeping. But it's enlightening. What's the symbolism of the different color groups? It's just appearance. Don't judge anything by appearance. Don't have views on different colors. I hate this color. I like this color. That's view, egoistic self views. In some countries they like red. In some countries they like violet. In some countries they like white. So it's just the cultural colors that people like, and respect all these other likings of other cultural colors. So if you want to find what exactly is the meaning of certain colors, yes, there are certain meanings attached to certain colors which humans interpret. For example, we interpret the red color as something lively, as something warm, because red is very similar to some bright lights, so it's a warm, lightening, or certain cases maybe, exquisite. But then white is good too. White gives you the feeling of purity, simplicity, and then violet is absolutely good. Violets give the feeling of convalescence, the feeling of comfort, the feeling of sainthood. So violet, purple is a very good color. Some green is good too. We go green. You go green because we want to be natural. Green gives a good color. So color itself is just a cultural liking, a cultural thing. And we respect every cultural differences. In some country, they only use white when they're in a funeral. They don't use red in the funeral. And if they're in a banquet of marriage, they don't use white, they use red. But in some country, white is the color for wedding. So they are different. They are different. Yeah. Venerable, can you explain how paticca samuppada is related to eight consciousness? Particularly how self, ego, manas, fits into the 12 types of paticca samuppada. Paticca samuppada is the 12 links of dependent originations, from ignorance, and then volitional action, then consciousness, then the six senses. It gives the cycle of how an embryonic sentient being in a mom's body comes out and then goes through all this teenager, baby, childhood, adulthood, and then go slowly into aging and death. So there's a life cycle of every one of us. There's paticca samuppada. It's a very important concept. It's a concept that was much realized by the Pratyeka Buddha. Pratyeka Buddha is someone who lived at a time when there was no Buddhism, when Buddha was not living, and they just obtain the enlightenment by observation of nature. Sometimes they observed, a practitioner of meditating, and he observed spring, summer, autumn, winter. They observe this changeability, the changeability of nature. When he observed the changeability of nature, then he suddenly realized there is no real nature. There's no reality in nature. Nothing stays all the same permanently. Everything is impermanent because it changes. But we, sentient beings, attach our egoistic feeling, our longing for permanence, into things that are impermanent. We always want to maintain our status, our wealth, our happiness. We always want to keep it that way. If somebody take it away from us, then we get angry. You always want, you may not realize it, you're always looking for permanence. You think that nothing changed. That's one reason why you want to keep your fixed assets in one place. If anybody steal away anything, you would be so grief-stricken that you want to kill. You want to do anything just to protect yourself. So we have all that egoistic feelings. So all this paticca samuppada is 12 links of dependent origination. You can get that explanation from Google. Actually, it was composed into a very good Gregorian music. So people who are very interested in old music, listen to the chanting of paticca samuppada. It's one of the most beautiful ancient lyrics and chanting of the Pali canon. You can listen to it. It's a very beautiful melody. And how is it related to A consciousness? Every section of it relates with A consciousness. Every section of it is related to consciousness. You are conscious of living. You're conscious of ignorance. But that consciousness is tainted. You're conscious of all these things. But that is polluted consciousness that you're conscious of. You're not purifying your consciousness. You're involved in that cocoon of polluted consciousness, which you recognize that as your ego, as your storage consciousness. So if we go about relating the A consciousness to paticca samuppada, it requires one course of paticca samuppada. And then you can fit all this A consciousness into paticca samuppada. Anybody who does not know what paticca samuppada is? So everybody knows, or you know. It's 12 links of dependent. It's good to, it's, so only one raised your hand. That means all the others fully know about some paticca samuppada. You're very honest. Some people don't want to confess that they don't know. You know what is knowing? Knowing is to confess on things you don't know. That's knowing. All right, so that's paticca samuppada. How can I improve or develop self-compassion within myself? That's a good question too. Other than all these good questions, how can I improve or develop self-compassion within myself? Now, what happens to an enlightened person after death? To improve on self-compassion within yourself, the most important is that key word, forgiveness. You know why you're not compassionate? Because you can stand other people interacting on you that make you unhappy. You always think about your own happiness first. Why do you say something that intrudes in my mental complex? So always forgive. If someone is saying something that is not good to you, you say, thank you very much because you give me a chance to raise my tolerance level, to increase my forgiveness. It's difficult to forgive. If I was abused by my dad in my childhood, I hated my dad. You know, how come they did these things to me? But firstly, it does not matter how you hate your dad. You cannot rerun the same tape again. That abusive childhood was long gone because you have an ignorant dad who abused you. And don't bring that ignorance and that kind of deeds onto the present table and then ponder on it. It doesn't help, does it? Thinking about bad experiences in the past does not help you to be better. It just increases your depression. Whatever has gone, just let it go. It shouldn't bother you. Firstly, you don't want that to happen again. It would not happen again because you know that it's not right. So you don't let that happen to you again. So why do you want to re-happen that now and bring it back into your mentality? Bring it back into a video camera and then shoot it on the wall again and look at it. That tape should be long forgotten, long forgiven. So forgiveness has absolutely strength and power in it. Always forgive. And if you forgive, then the compassion comes. Because you start to forgive every wrongs that have been done to you. But mind you, forgiveness does not mean that you become more foolish than before. I accept anything that's bad to me. No. You become more clever. So forgiveness have heightened up your intelligence level. You know that it's wrong. You just forgive. You will not impose the same thing on another person. If you have been violently treated and you forgive it, you know that's not right, you will not violently treat other people unless you don't have forgiveness. Usually why kids become so violent? Because in the family members use violence against them and they hated it. And they want to repeat the same acts to other people to get a revenge, to get an expression out of it. They thought that violence can solve problems because usually I was given the thinking that violence can resolve matters, problems. Now you have more tolerance level that increase your compassion. So self-compassion comes from forgiveness. Increase your tolerance level. Once you raise your forgiveness level, your tolerance level, then compassion begins to work in you. Because you forgive all these wrong deeds that people have done on you. You increase your compassionate power. And then you start to be more compassionate. People usually who are volunteering to go to missions to help our people, they like to extend the compassion to the needness, to those who have been violently treated. That increase the compassion. So I would say, don't make it too complicated. Try to forgive. And then in the process of forgiving, then you'll build up your power. Increase your tolerance level. Always think that whoever is doing something wrong to you is because of difference in personalities. And this is the chance that you should be thankful for those who have been mistreating you, because they give you a chance that you're not going to do the same thing to other people too. So in other words, whatever is conflicting things coming to you, you absorb it and don't bounce it back. So if someone is using his dominating ego on you, and you are using a protective ego to counter, two egos counter against each other, clashes, both will get hurt. So if one clashes in you, you know what you do? You don't get into the clash. You avoid it. If a car is shooting, coming at you, bouncing at you, you think you can bounce at him at the same time? You just divert your car in another direction, absorbed it. You always keep a lower profile, like the water. In the ancient days, Lao Tzu, one of the greatest philosophers in China, is saying that we should behave like a water. Water is always flowing down with humility, always taking a very low pride, always going down, very humble, very polite. Water is going down all the time. Always try to, you think that water is weak, right? Because it's always going down and down and down. But water is extremely powerful, you know. The strongest dam can be destroyed by water. Water is as tender as a mom and as strong as the father. And water, when the wind blows the water, the sea of water, all these waves come out. When you're being affected by emotions, affected by externalities, by the wind, by the storm, by other people yelling and calling at you, then all of a sudden all these waves come up. And then you become the wave. You resist, you fight, you get violence. And then the saintly person would say, no, I'm not the wave. I'm the water. I'm receding back to the water. So actually the wave is water. And the water is wave. But it can be very strong. It can be very harmonious with nature. What happens to enlightened persons after death? An extremely ultimately enlightened person after death will not get into reincarnation again. A person like Buddha, for example, Buddha became Buddhahood, he will not roll into a samsara again. He will not get into another form, animal ram, ghost rams, you name them. He's in nirvana, out of life and death. You and me, we are always reincarnating in life and death. You are Jeanette in this life, in the next life, according to what you have done now and your previous karma. You roll into the next. You could be John. You could be, I don't know. Depends on what your karma were before. We, with our karmic energy, has been changing form. Different waves, higher waves, lower waves. But you are the water. You always have that water nature in you. That water, you are water. Don't recognize your own wave. Every wave is an individual. The water is returning back to unity. So after an enlightened person after death, don't roll into sufferings again. We are in sufferings. There was someone who found a way to get away from life and death, to get away from sufferings. And he got enlightened. That's Sakyamuni Buddha 2,600 years ago. And after enlightenment, actually he wanted to go into the nirvana after discarding the body of life and death. But then on the request of billions of guardian angels and all these, he said, the guardian angels stay behind and teach us how to get out from samsara. So he stayed for another 49 years. That's Buddhism. He stayed longer enough to give you the map. He already found the map to be out of prison, the prison of life and death. He found the map and he followed the route through and he got out from the forest of life and death. He has that map. He wants to show us that map. That's Buddhism. If you follow that map, you can go out. But how many people would follow that map? People would just follow the map of what? Seeking for more reputation, materiality, fame, sex, enjoyment, sensory pleasures. They only want those maps. They want the map to be a billionaire. They want a map to be, I don't know, materialistic pursuit. That's the maps most people want to get. Not the maps for getting out of samsara and suffering. That's the karmic energy that pulled us down. Okay, so that's a lecture that I gave last year at the University of Hong Kong. I give a lecture on how to overcome emotional challenges, because the suicidal rate in Hong Kong among the students has increased. The parents or even the school board may not notice it. Many students, primary school, secondary school, universities, many of them suffer from at least minor depression. Some people suggest that I give a talk on how to overcome these emotional challenges with a view to, with the intention of reducing, some of the mistaken beliefs of some people who are with depression. So this is the lecture that I gave last year. And that's the first one I gave at the University of Hong Kong in English too, because I usually give, when I'm in Hong Kong, I usually gave Cantonese lectures, and not even Putonghua, not even Mandarin, because Hong Kong is basically a Cantonese speaking community, not even Mandarin. Mandarin is the official Putonghua. So that's my first attempt, and of course I have friends going over there to listen, and I have some monks in here going back to listen, and I always get different comments from them, because I like to get comments on how to improve. And because earlier than this lecture, about 3-4 days ago, I gave a Cantonese lecture on the same topic in a major school, in a large school with many students. So I gave the same content in 2 languages, and I like to know which one is better. So I asked questions, and after the English Dharma talk at University of Hong Kong, a monk who listened to my lectures at the hall back there gave me a comment, and he said, "You're not performing that well today." Well, I said, "Wow," I scratched my head. "You're not performing that well. I expect you to be better, because when I was back there, in Canada, in Vancouver, you gave better talk than this. You're too nervous." Did I look nervous there? No, I really inside I looked nervous. I was quite nervous because that's the first time. That is the first university in Hong Kong, and among all this audience, there are professors in there, professors from other universities, from educational universities, from polytechnical universities, and wow, I was trembling inside. So you may not realize it, when I gave the talk for the first 5 minutes, I was tongue-tied. I didn't know what to do. And then one monk said, from here, said, "You're not performing to the expectation. I can only give you a 7. Not even an 8. Well, he's an idealist. He's a perfectionist. So, but then later I received some comments from audience who went to 2 lectures, the Cantonese lectures and the English lectures, and a few ladies came up later, gave the comment that you were better in the English talk than the Cantonese. I didn't know why. He said you were more organized in the English talk. Well, I scratched my head. I said, yes, it could happen that way, because when I'm using my own mother language, I tend to roam about in every direction. I talk about the sun and the moon and the star, and give, I gave a lot of extra curriculum, talk. So I roam out of the topic. But when I was giving an English talk, I get so scared and nervous that I have to stay on track. And that's the reason why it looks more organized. So different people have different comments. And this year I'm going to give another lecture after that lecture there were 2 parties who liked the lectures and who came from Singapore, and he invited me to Singapore to give a talk this year. 4 lectures about more or less the same topic. So I'll be going to Singapore sometime in June or in May. So just to give you some extra information, that's what we have been doing. for those who just listen for half an hour, what do you think? Do you think it is, well, I don't know. To some people, it may not be interesting at all. It's more or less philosophical and academic in the first 1 hour. And in the next hour, it will be more practical. It's a practice with theory. So any comments on what I talk about just now? Yes? How did they respond to my talk? Yeah. Well, I have a Q&A time in there. And as far as my glance when I was talking all over, I didn't find too many students. Most of them were professors and, administrators, some lawyers and all that. And I have an audience of about 300 people. And maybe I should have extended to the campus, because I didn't do too much promotion. So basically it's the professors in academic circles and some, surprisingly, I saw some senior management from stock exchange. So I don't know how the students respond, but then last year I went over to the education university, and a few professors there had a meeting with me, and he suggested I would give a lecture to some PhD students in education, because this will be students who went out to be teachers, talking about how to apply the Buddhist psychology to solve emotional problems. And I haven't done that. I haven't got time to do that. Maybe I should give lectures on that. Other than the Singapore, I'll be going to Polytechnic University in March, and another 科大叫做咩啊？英文科大記唔記得叫做咩啊？ I don't know. Another universities where I will be giving 2 lectures as a visiting lecturer about Buddhist psychology. So all these would be quite, to me, it would be, I talk about emotional challenges. I'm talking about my own challenges. I like to give our lectures to see how people respond. And I like to give more Cantonese ones because suicidal rate among students has increased because of depression. Kids suffer from this depression, which is quite obvious because in Hong Kong, the gap between the rich and poor is getting wider and wider. There are people with money and there are people who are poor. There are people who live in mansions, in mid-levels in the hills. And there are also people, family, who struggle into a small apartment of 200 square feet. I like to give out more lectures in Cantonese. And I think that would be beneficial to people who like to listen. And I still have to hold myself out as someone who like to give more information. And I think that the Buddhist teaching can help a lot because it is about how people think and how people interact and respond to externalities, and how actually you can use meditation or chanting. Meditation is consciousness therapy, a therapy that heals the consciousness, and chanting is about a therapy of chanting that heals your problems. A sound therapy. We all know that sound becomes a therapy like ultrasound. So we have to, there's a lot that we can do to give back what we have learned. And plus, recently in Hong Kong, there have been rumors about fictitious monks who who are not, who always like to hang out with profit motives and making more money. And I should let them know that not all monks are like that. Some monks really want to practice Buddhist meditation and really want to promote it to benefit a lot of other people. Not all monks are fake monks and monks who hold them out as on a profit motive to sell the services of chanting and ceremonies. So I forgot your question. What did you say about students? I didn't interact with students. Maybe I should.
Whether they really understand something.
I think if I speak in my own mother language, I can make them understand. I have the confidence that I make them understand. But I haven't really started. I haven't really started to hold myself out as someone who can talk about this kind of topic to help out the primary school students and the secondary school students. And maybe this is something, this is a mission that I should do. To go to different schools to talk about, because in my mind, there are families, like not well-to-do families, then they have a few kids, and the mom and dad went out to work to make money, and they didn't have enough time for their own children, and you know, compared to rich families, you know, they have mentors, English mentors and French mentors. They have a lot of lessons to people to guide them. But there are these not well-to-do students who may not even have enough space at home to work with their homework. You know, those are the kind of students that we should help. So actually, if we want to do something, there's a lot that we can do. It depends on how much time we have and how strong our intention is. So it's meaningful. It's challenging. We haven't really started. We should do some more about it. All right? So, any more questions? Think about if you have any questions. Let me answer these written questions. I like to share my experience. When I was a student a long time ago, the professor in psychology said to the student that when the babies were born, they were pure, no personality. Now I know about consciousness, so the professor is wrong. I think the professor is not right. I don't know if it's wrong or not, because there were two sayings in ancient Chinese philosophers. Mencius, Mengzi, and Sunzi. There were three very famous Zi. Zi means the philosophers. Laozi, it's the specialized in the book of changes, how world changes, flexibility. It's become a very world famous book, the book of changes by Laozi, the professor Laozi. And there's another Mengzi, very famous philosopher, and he said everybody was born with kindness. A baby was born with kindness. And there's another Sunzi who's just the opposite. He said when they were born, they didn't have kindness. They already have a personality fixed in them. And then the Buddhist teaching does not agree with both, but it's more onto the side of when you were born with what? With the previous tainted karmic seeds in the life consciousness, you brought that to this life. That's the reason why when you were born, you already have an innate personality. Of course, there is another after-birth personality which you added up to. In other words, the seeds are already there, but based on what you experience later in life, you could have a mentor that is good, a family that is good who can educate you, or you may have an irresponsible father who ignores you. So that's accountable for what you suffer, the building up of another kind of personality. But you were born with karma. That's the reason why there were some kids who were born, and for example, a 3-year-old, 7-year-old, 6-year-old, they already were talented in some ways. I remember I watched on TV or on YouTube that there was a little girl who was at the age of 6 was able to sing like a professional singer, and there was a girl at the age of 6 or 7 she could sing jazz, And they were a boy who could play the piano of Mozart piano. What did they do? Did they learn? No. They played it from memory, from their own karma, which is hidden in them. They just played it from memory. They have never learned it before. So they brought this kind of talent with them to this life. So if they can bring talent to this life with that kind of talent, they could also have brought their previous personality with them. That's the reason why some babies cry more than others. There were babies who were more temperamental than others. There were babies who always smile at birth. They never cry at night. And there were babies who cry all the time at night. So they're all different. When you were born, you're all different. You brought your karma with you. So you were not born with complete, like a piece of white paper with no stains on it. You were born with a personality already. So you have to either improve it or some more blemishes will be added on to it. Bad things will be added on to it. So I don't think your professor is right in saying that you have no personality and you were pure. No. You came to this life with your debt, D-E-B-T, with your energy. All right. So I don't know. I'm going to expound more on the alaya consciousness. The next session I will be talking about bija, which is the karmic seeds, and you will know how this was brought about into this life. All right. So I more or less answer these questions, and the Buddhist faith is not just about a religious belief. It's the building up of intelligence. It's building up of understanding. It's the building up of prajna. Prajna. Prajna, P-R-A-J-N-A. Prajna is a Sanskrit word. Pra means beyond, very high level, extreme top. Na, that means understanding. Prajna means a complete understanding of the highest intelligence level. And if you study the Buddhist philosophy, you will achieve that. You will get to be more insightful in what you're doing. You would get an improvement in your present life because you can see things with insight. You're not the waves anymore. You're the waves that see through that you have to water. You're the waves that know that all these winds are blowing at you to make you a wave is something that you should avoid. You won't be affected by the wind of greediness. You won't be affected by the wind of jealousy, hatred, arrogance, depression. Which kind of life you want? A life that you understand yourself more, or a life that you just attach to all externalities with your emotions? That's the greatness of the Buddhist teaching, to help you how to think, not to help you how to worship. It's not idolizing, it's understanding. Okay, let's answer this question. Walking meditation, where is my focus? The breath, feet, or the body? Walking meditation, what the name implies, your walking movement. You concentrate on your walking movement, on your feet. Your right foot went forward, the heel touching the floor, and then the sole, and then the toes. And so you're actually feeling the walking movement. In other words, all your concentration, your focus is mindfully on the walking movement, which means that you want your mind to concentrate in where you want it to concentrate. In other words, when you're walking, you don't think about yesterday's meal and tomorrow's banquet or yesterday's agony, tomorrow's worry. No. People are like that. When they're walking, they don't know they're walking. It's a spontaneous, action. They don't know what, they just walk, but without knowing that they should be mindful on what they're doing. When they're walking, they could be thinking about drinking, partying, making money, problems, sufferings, but not on the walking. You know why? Because your mind is not under your control. It wanders all over the place. You cannot control them. Now you say, I don't want this monkey mind to wander all over the place. I don't want the monkeys to cling from one branch of greediness to another branch of jealousy, to another branch of depression, another branch of fear, another branch of, whatever emotions. You want your monkey under control, and we said, learn it, monkey. Just stay still. Just watch your walking movement. When you're doing the silent sitting meditation, you are watching your mind when you are still, when you're sitting still, when your body is not in motion. What about when your body is in motion? You can't always be not in motion. You can't always sitting there for millions of years. You have to move your body around. When you move your body around, your monkeying mind is go all over the place again. But now you train your monkey and say, even if I'm walking, my mind is still under my control. I know I'm aware of my thought. Every thought I'm aware. I'm aware that I have thought of depression coming up. I say, no, this depression thought is not me. It's just a feeling in my mind. Why do I have to identify myself with this agonizing depression? Why do I have to relate my depression, my feeling, me, to this just a thought? The thought is not me. But I want to identify my thought as me. That's why I'm suffering. I'm selfless in this agonizing feeling. Don't link your emotion of the left hemisphere of your brain to the spiritual side, the tranquility side, the peaceful side of the right hemisphere of the brain. Don't link it up that way. Synchronize it. Get a balance of it. We got plugged up with the two hemispheres. We always use our brain on the left side, which is what? Your learning, your existent abilities, all your behavior, you're on the left side. And we don't use too much of the right side of the brain, which is spiritual. If you talk to a neuroscientist, I talk to a few of them, they always tell me that neuroscience only have explored about 10% of the brain. There's a lot of mystical, unresolved issues that we neuroscientists have to find out more. Hopefully they'll find more and more about it. If they can find more and more about it, maybe we can solve some human problems. Why are some people anxious? Why some people have phobia? All that. But in order to probe into that, I think it's more adventurous to probe into the Buddhist teaching of previous life and future life rather than just concentrating on the present life. Because the present is only a one-dimension time. You need many dimensions when you look at it. So, walking meditation, you focus, you're mindful on your movement so that your monkey only concentrate on the movement, it is under your control. But I can see that some people, when they're walking, not doing that. They could be chatting to each other. They're walking shoulder by shoulder, whispering. So what are you doing? Where are you going tomorrow? Are you going to that temple tomorrow? Another temple? Oh yeah. They're talking. They're not mindful of the walking movement. No. Next question. Venerable, we know that is a 3 refuge and a 5 ceremony tomorrow. What is the meaning of refuge? I trust what the Buddha taught, but I do not refuge. Can I claim myself as Buddhist? Besides, what is the difference between Buddhas and Bodhisattvas? Thank you. These are good questions, similar with other questions. What is the meaning of refuge? Refuge is to seeking protection, seeking understanding, because you don't know what kind of protection you have until you understand what kind of protection. So seeking understanding, seeking protection. And the 5 precept ceremony is a step forward. Other than seeking protections and seeking understanding, I am observing the Buddha's basic morality standard 5 items. Abstain from killing, abstain from lying, abstain from stealing, abstain from intoxication, and abstain from drinking. Why do I have to observe these five precepts? Because I want to learn how to put my monkeys under control. The only way that I can put my monkeys under control is to tell the monkey not to climb that branch of killing. In other words, we don't kill animals for food. Of course, you won't. Basically, people here, they don't kill humans unless you're a professional killer. I mean, you won't kill humans, but you're still killing animals for food. You still have that killing instinct. You're eating pork, you're eating chicken, you're eating pig, you're eating ducks. You are indirectly killing animals for food. It is not merciful, compassionate to kill other existence just to satisfy your taste buds. You know what you are doing actually? A weak meat eater? You are just trying to satisfy your taste buds because you don't need to kill animals for food. And say if I'm eating cucumbers and vegetables and all that and doing mixtures, you may think that my vegetarian food is not as delicious as your steak, your sirloin steak. But how do you cook your sirloin steak? You put in a lot of ingredients, vinegar, sugar, you name them. You're putting a lot of vinegars into the meat. If you don't put these ingredients into the meat, it just tastes tasteless. But you're putting a lot of flavors into the meat. And that flavor only satisfies your taste buds that you feel is delicious. But once it passes the threshold of the taste buds, gets into the throat, it is food. It becomes feces when it gets through all the intestines. On the other hand, if a vegetarian is eating, similarly, he also can satisfy his taste buds, but he won't attach to killing animals. Once the food passes through the throat, it's not the deliciousness that concerns anymore. It becomes feces that you have to excrete out from your body. So why do you have to involve with killing them for food? It's unreasonable. It's something that we should think about. You can keep warm with many ways. Why do you have to kill the minks for their fur? Why do you have to kill the seal for their skin? You know how people in the Arctic Ocean, how they kill the seals? They just kill them alive, just skin them alive. Why do they have to do that? It's not necessary. Don't you think it's necessary? There's a lot of ways the humans can keep warmth in the body, not just with a fur coat. You know how many minks actually smoked to death to get to a fur coat? And how much a fur coat is selling for? Think about all these things. We have been created a lot of karma that pull us down. So, what is the meaning of taking refuge? Just getting back to the right track. You're seeking protection, you're seeking understanding. Now, you start your first step in trying to understand about life based on the Buddhist teaching. You put your first step of understanding out. You have a second strive, first strive. In order to arrive at 1,000 miles of destination, you have to take that first step. That first step determines your destination. It's very important to take that first step. Have you taken that first step? Or you're hesitant? I don't want to take that first step. Do I have to be a believer of it? Do I have to take refuge? Well, am I being brainwashed? Am I being brainwashed? Why do I have to take that first step? Let me tell you, that first step is not a brainwashing. It's just you vow in your belief that you want to seek understanding of the truth. You want to be more intelligent. You want to listen to someone who is extremely intelligent and have wise and wisdom. You want to enroll as a student of that teacher. You're taking refuge. You want to enroll. It's just like going to university. There are two kinds of students. One kind of student is students who register to go into classes. Another kind of student is they don't register. They just sneak in. They are not registered students. They just sneak in and just listen. It's just like they sometimes come to the temple. I don't necessarily take refuge. I don't necessarily to term myself as a Buddhist. I just sneak in. It's just like a student who sneak in university classes and listen to the professor. Whereas this is a genuine registered student. What's the difference between a registered student and an auditor who just want to come in and go? What's the difference? I can tell you the difference. Number one, you don't have to take the examination. You are not bound by the examination. Some people I want to learn, but I wouldn't want to take the examinations. They never can afford the feeling of failure. So they don't have to take the examination. They don't have to buy the textbooks. They don't have to do the homework. There's a lot of don't. You think they will be a good student? The professor said, okay, turn to pages 21 to 35, read the pages at home, and do an essay on it. The registered students have to do it, right? But the auditor, he doesn't have to do it. He going to McDonald's. He going to party. And then tomorrow is the lecture day, 9 o'clock in the auditorium. The professor is going to give lectures. And this auditor student who's not registered and say, oh, I slept in. Now it's 10 o'clock, it's too late. So he never attend classes. He's not serious with his learning. So you're taking refuges, you become very serious in it. You want to take that first step out. You want to walk and walk and walk until you walk the board. You walk the board, you just don't talk about the board. Boardwalk. I like that word, boardwalk. Everywhere I go in cities in some countries, they always have that boardwalk along some, seashores. There's no point in talking about walking on the seashore. You just walk it. Enjoy the breeze. Enjoy the seagulls flying everywhere. The freedom of it. Not just talking about it. So, take the refuge. That means you become a very serious person trying to seek understanding. You want to go into that, what I always call it, a spiritual odyssey. You want to take that odyssey, not a Honda odyssey, a spiritual odyssey. Going to venture it. You'll find more and more and more in there. Okay, next. I trust what the Buddha taught, but I do not refuge. Can I claim myself as Buddhist? You can do what you like. Who cares? Why don't you call yourself special Buddhist? You can call whatever you want. Who's going to restrict you from calling yourself a Buddhist? You can say, I am Catholic-Buddhist-Hindu- you name them. This is me. Whatever you want to call yourself. Besides, what is the difference between Buddha and Bodhisattvas? Bodhisattvas have different levels. Bodhisattva is the person who wants to walk that board. He has taken some steps. If you have taken the first step, you're a beginning Bodhisattva. You have taken that first step. If you have taken already 2 miles, you still have another 10 miles to do, then you are a higher level Bodhisattva. Bodhisattvas have different levels. But you, if you have taken that refuge and taken that vow, you are a beginning Bodhisattva. Someone who wants to seek that understanding, and after he sought that understanding and completely understands it, he spreads the gospel around to help others. not just helping himself. He wanted not just about himself. He wanted to know the truth and then tell all the others the truth. In other words, he wanted to walk from the forest of suffering. He wanted to walk out. And once he walk out, he knows how to walk out. He goes back to the forest to tell all his folks, to draw the map to walk out, not just about himself. He's trying to save his folks too. A bodhisattva not only save himself, the purpose of saving himself sometimes is mixed with saving all his folks, how to walk out from the forest of suffering. That's a bodhisattva, not concerning himself. We call that compassion. Compassion is unconditional giving. Okay, I have a few questions in here too. Well, the first question, with age, does our capacity for love also increase alongside our capacity for suffering? If so, do we then use our consciousness to expand our wisdom from both equally, or should we meditate more on love and positive thoughts? The reason I think why you bring up this question is when I was back there in the hall, I said, as you're aging, as you're getting older, you may involve with more suffering, usually. But then what you're saying is, there's another grain of truth in what you're saying is, does our capacity for love also increase alongside with our age? Let's analyze it a bit. Given the limited time that we have, say if we can analyze it to some understanding. The reason why I'm saying is, as you're aging, as you're getting older, you are more sensitive to sufferings. If you are only 12 years old, 11 years old, if you're a teenager, your life is more or less more simple because you have the schooling to do. Probably your mom and dad look after you. You have a house. You have all this food and shelter care for. Then your job is just to be a good student, or be a good son, or be a good brother or sisters. Of course, a teenager has a teenager's psyche. The teenager may feel lack of confidence. The teenager may feel that dad and mom is favoring brother and sisters, not himself, and all this is internally. That not only happened as a teenager, but also happened when you're aging. So what I'm saying, your life tends to be simple, more simple than when you're getting old. And let's get an analogy. If you grow from a teenager into, say, you're 21, 20 years old, then you have to get into university. And when you get into university, then you are thinking of striking up some acquaintances with boys and girls, with a relationship. You're looking for a girlfriend, you're looking for a boyfriend. Life all of a sudden becomes more complicated because you're involved with getting interaction with another opposite sex, opposite gender. And then at the same time you have to do your schoolwork. And then imagine that if you luckily find a one that is suitable for you, then you get married. And when you get married, life becomes a little bit more complicated because you develop from a one self-centered teenager caring about yourself into what? Into another opposite member of the family, your wife or your husband. Not only that, you're also involved with in-laws now. Your mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers and all that. And your interaction circle become larger and larger because of more interaction among yourself. more than just you, between husband and wife. Then you have other families to care about. And then after 1 or 2 years, your first child comes out. And then you have to care about a baby. And then luckily the baby is healthy. And if the baby is unhealthy, then you run into the problem. Your baby is allergic. Your baby is ADHD. Your baby is not normal. Wow. Are these things affecting you? When you're a teenager, you didn't have that problems to solve. Now you have to care about your baby, your wife, and maybe somehow your in-laws, your father-in-laws, your mother-in-laws, and also with your own mom and dad now. Because what? Your mom and dad are getting old. All of a sudden, your dad got laid off, and your dad didn't have that much deposit, in the bank account. Then he said, "Son, I don't have too much money. I only have a pension. Can you subsidize me $300 per month?" All of a sudden, your parents get old. And then you have to care about your parents, care about your in-laws, your wife, and then your baby. Hopefully your baby is healthy. And then all of a sudden you found that your wife's personality is in conflict with yours. Because when you first were dating with your wife, you didn't realize that she has all these defects in her life. She habitually, she thinks things in such a way that it's opposite to you. And then you're fighting with your wife now. And you're looking for a divorce to get rid of your wife. And then you can't because the baby is growing up. Now the baby is 5 years old. And you don't want your baby to be motherless. So the baby binds the two parties together, even though the two parties are not happy. And then the baby grow up to be 18, and then you say, okay, now my baby is 18, then I can get a divorce. And then your daughter said, no, mom, no, dad, I don't want to leave mom. I want you guys to stay together. And they're crying and all that. Isn't it enough for you? What happened when you were very young? You're only 12, you're only 13. You only care about your schoolwork. Now you care about for more members of the family. You care more about others now. You have more responsibilities now. That's what I mean. You have more sufferings now. You have more problems to resolve now. And then you tell me that with age, you increase your love. Yes, with age, you're aging more, you find that sometimes you are contemplating to yourself, I didn't know that my mom and dad loved me that much until I became a parent myself. I usually to rebuke my dad. I'm very rebellious. Everything they said, I won't listen to them. I'm a rebel, and I always wanted. Now I became a parent of my own children. I know that actually my dad loved me, so my dad for my love has increased. But then your dad is already in a nursing home. It's too late. You can't show your love to your dad. You can only visit him or her. And then all of a sudden your mom died because of a sickness. Don't you have you ever listened to these things before? That's what I mean. With aging, you probably will have more understanding of love, which you were so naive when you were a teenager. Now you realize more. You realize that you're a negligent in returning love to your mom and dad. And you realize that in your first wife, actually she was working out fine. Now you have a second wife, and the second wife is even worse. And your love for your first wife has increased. Oh, Judy was so good. How come I abandoned Judy? And now Jeanette, I can't work with Jeanette. Isn't that enough for you? And then you want to have a third try. Don't laugh. Some people have 4, 5 times. And some people say, I want to give up. I just want a relationship. I don't want to talk about marriage. So you keep on having relationship. Until after, finally, you know what? He wanted to have one person. And then finally they wind up in the nursing home. And then he had dementia. He didn't know what he was looking. He was just sitting in there, waiting for the Christmas choir to sing to sing Christmas songs in the nursing home, looking at the fireplace. He didn't know what he was watching. There was this logs burning and all this guy singing Christmas. And the guy was singing Christmas that the old man must be happy. But the old man didn't know a thing about Christmas. Not to say watching a fireplace. Do we have that kind of experiences? Not yet, I guess, right? Life is suffering. If you don't think life is suffering, you haven't really lived your life. We try to avoid suffering. If you're compassionate, you try to avoid suffering and advise other people to avoid suffering too. How come we're getting more complicated in life? What brings all this thing to us? Plus, your baby who was suffering from ADHD now couldn't get a job and had to depend on you. And I have a friend who studied with me at university, and he was looking after his 39-year-old daughter who had only had an IQ of 12. And he still have to look after his daughter. His daughter is now 39 and he's 56, 57. Life is a suffering, isn't it? And what do we do if life is a suffering? The Buddha said, the reason why I want to come to this world as a Buddha and get enlightened is, I want you to know what I know. I know that I have to get out from this. I know I have to get out from this prison. I want you to know you have to get out from the prison. Who would be listening? This morning I heard a sermon from another monk, and he said, we have a Chinese saying, 千窩萬窩不及自己的狗窩. Did you hear about this? 千窩萬窩不及自己的狗窩. Why? I don't want to get out from my comfort zone. I'm in this suffering that I have familiarized with it or not familiarized it. I've been in this prison. And you told me there is another land that is only happiness and no suffering. I'm comfort in my comfort zone. I didn't know there was a pure land. There was a paradise in there. I didn't know about it. I didn't want to get out. The Buddha said, get out from there. Get out from prison. That's not the place for you. But you don't listen. You just continue to go on your way. Greediness, jealousy, looking for fame, reputation. You still want to cut your pork chop, your sirloin steak, your lobsters. You still want to wear your mink coat. You still want to make for money. You still want to get into relationships. All what you're doing is adding poison to your karma. And you didn't even know about it. You're so comfortable in your comfort zone. That's the reason why when I advise people, especially young people, go into the monkhood, get away from this life, and become specializing in the enlightenment of getting away from prison. That's the life of a practitioner of the Buddhist teaching, because the rest is meaningless. But nobody believes it. They keep on going breakfast, lunch, dinner, working, going to work, getting home, going on the holidays, getting a relationship, and then I don't know what they're doing. They're not thinking about getting out from the prison, from this world of suffering. They're not talking about telling others to get away from the world of suffering. What are monks and nuns doing in addition to enlightening themselves? They have to give themselves out to tell people, folks, this is what we should do. You are loving your own prison too much. Get out from your comfort zone. Go into something that's enlightened. I've got a map from Buddha to get out from this prison. Don't you want to take a look at it? No, I don't want to look at this map. I'm comfortable in here. They say that the prison guard beat you up every now and then, and you don't have good food, you don't have fresh air. Don't you know that you have a whole nature to roam about, and not just living in the quarters that's so confined in the prison? You're so comfortable in there. And this is only my first question. I've already spent 20 minutes on it. So should I continue or just get into another question? No response? So you think that with you may not agree that you think with age, capacity for love increase. You know what? Capacity for love and suffering, they're proportional. The more love you attach to, the more is your suffering. It's not adversely proportional. You think, I want to love, I want to give love. Depends on what kind of love. Unconditional love is compassion. If you're aging and you're getting more affairs of love, it's not, you will have a miserable life. We have people, people out in that small little shrine in there on the second floor, and sometimes they have a whole bamboo stick of oracles where people, sometimes just for people who are older generation who want to shake some oracle out, and they say, this is what the Buddha advised me. Sometimes for the convenience of these people, we provide them with oracle shaking. So they pick up an oracle and they shake. There's no man of 75 or 76 who was shaking. And then an oracle, a bamboo stick comes out, and we call it an oracle. You know what an oracle is? An oracle, and that oracle relates to a ticket. And on the ticket it says, this is what you should do. This is a solution for you. That kind of thing. And then this old man shake. Oh, it comes out, and an oracle comes out, and they give it to the person responsible, give him the ticket, and they give him the ticket. I said, I don't understand Chinese. Can you explain it to me? And then the staff there said, okay, what are you requesting? What is it that you want to know from the Bodhisattva? You know what he said? I'm 76 now, and I don't know if I should marry my girlfriend. And do you have a wife? Oh, I already divorced last year. I want a new relationship. Should I continue this relationship, or should I not continue this relationship? But mind you, he's already 76. He's still looking for a relationship. So people don't even know what they're having. What they want is instant love, instant feeling of happiness, instant feeling of pleasure, especially younger people. What do they want? They want satisfaction of their senses. As long as the eyes love what they see, the ears love to listen what they want to listen, want to taste the flesh and blood of animals, of meat that they want, relationship that they want. That's it. They just want temporary satisfaction of their sensuous organs. That's all. And then they find it's empty after they have done it, or it's nothing. But then they intoxicate their desire so much that it's like an intoxication. You want to get more and more and more. It's just like money. You think people with $2 billion, they will stop acquiring money? The more money they have, the more money they want to acquire. Sometimes some people told me, I always wanted to be a millionaire. But once they become a millionaire, they want to be a billionaire. Because then they said, well, everybody walking in the street is now a millionaire. I want to be a billionaire. And then when they become a billionaire, they say, I still want more because my friend, Mr. Cheng, he got a private jet. I didn't have one. And I feel uncomfortable because he used to be not as good as me before, and he got a jet plane, a private jet plane. I want to work, I want to get a jet plane myself. So you always have insatiable desires that you want to satisfy, unending. All right, this question is done. Next question. Venerable, I don't know about Pure Land. How should we get to the Pure Land? Please elaborate. The Pure Land Why is there Pure Land? And let me just summarize it very briefly. It takes at least one semester to give you information on the Pure Land, but let me just summarize it for you. When can you become a Buddha? Only when all your karma is purified. In other words, in your field of karma, unlimited field of karma, nothing is bad anymore. Everything is pure, not tainted. And for the complete purification of the karma, it takes eons of life. We call it kalpas of life. One life after another and one life after another. The Buddha, in his last life, he was born in this world and became the Buddha. That is a last life. And we call that ekajati bodhisattva in the Chinese language. Yi sheng bu chu pusa. Ekajati bodhisattva. That means one more life, he became a Buddha. He's been practicing for millions of lives to purify his karma. Sakyamuni Buddha, the historical Buddha. And then it took him one last life to purify all his karma and became getting into nirvana. 2,600 years ago, there was a Siddhartha Gautama. He went through kalpas and billion years of practices and purification, and finally, he's waiting for his last life to get purification. And it happened that he was born in India. He became a prince of India, Siddhartha Gautama, and then he became an ascetic, and he became enlightened after so many years of practice, and then became the Buddha. That is his last life. Does that mean that he became a Buddha only in this life, accumulated all the energy in this life? No. He's been accumulating for many, many lifetimes. He's gone through many reincarnations, like you and me. He's gone through so many samsara until he become the last. Ekajati. One more lifetime to pick up Bodhisattva. Yi sheng bu chu pusa. Okay. Now, he's gone through so many lives, and you think you and me in this lifetime, just by coming to a Richmond temple on Saturday morning, and you become a Buddha in this life? So I'm so conscientious. I went every morning to the Buddhist temple and meditate for half an hour, and then hopefully in this lifetime I will become a Buddha. You think you can be a Buddha after that? You didn't even concentrate when you're meditating. Somebody was leaning in this way. You know what they usually do? Somebody was doing this. When they're meditating, they're like this. They're sleeping. And usually it's an ugly scene. I've seen ugly scenes like that. You know what? Some people like that, and saliva coming out from here. Flowing in here. You know why did they fall? Two ways they fall. One way is this way. The other way is this way. Seldom this way. Because your gravity tends to go towards that way. I did the same thing. I think in the year 2017, I fell 2 times. They know if I fell. The one time I fell is because I overworked myself in opening up some trails for morning walk in Bowen Island. I overworked myself. I was so tired that I actually bumped my head on the floor. The second time was when there was problem with the construction. Then I bumped at the back, so back and forth. It's normal. So don't feel bad about it. I had it 2 times more than you. Like 2017, I had 2 hits, hitting the records. So yours, hopefully you only have this one time in 2018. No more. Would you think you can get enlightened by coming every Saturday morning onto a temple? You get enlightened. Extremely difficult. The Sakyamuni Buddha already knew that at the Dharma ending age, all sentient beings who are practicing the Buddha's nirvana way, usually they're not successful. Because the Buddha, why did he became a monk? You are not even a monk. The Buddha practiced 24 hours per day. And how many hours you practice? Maybe in minutes, 15 minutes per day. So it's very difficult to be a Buddha at this lifetime. So the Buddha, at one occasion, in Jetavana Grove, 2,600 years ago, at one occasion, suddenly, he said something that nobody understand at first. He said, to the west of this world, there was a pure land that you should go to. Nobody could initiate a question because they didn't know that there was a pure land to the west of this world. He said, to the west of this world, there was a Buddha now lecturing in there. And that's called a pure land. All those who died in here, if they have all the conditions ripen and mature, then they will go to that land after they die, and they become a student into that land and learn to become the Buddha. Difference is they won't retrogress back into reincarnation again. In other words, they go to that university where there's no more life and death, no more dying, until they become a Buddha. Because the Buddha will be teaching them, not me. You're waiting for me to teach you to become a Buddha? I'm not even a Buddha myself. I'm only showing a little bit of the map. I don't even have a full picture of the map. I can only tell you approximately what I know. By listening to me, I don't think you can become a Buddha. I can't even become a Buddha myself right now because I'm not up to that enlightenment stage yet. In other words, I have the map, but I'm still grouping my way to go out with you. Maybe I know a little bit more than you. And then the Buddha said, that's the land there that you can go to. And when can you go? When you leave this world. You have nothing to lose because you don't have a choice whether you want to leave this world or want to stay behind. You have a choice not to die. If you think that you have a choice not to die, raise your hand. I don't have to die. Raise your hand. You have to die anyway. So why would you go after you die? Some people say, when I die, I don't really care. I don't even know. We all know. You roll into the next life of reincarnation. Would it be a better life than this? Usually worse off than this. You think you suffer enough? Could be in your next you suffer more. Usually the case. So the Buddha said there's a pure land that you should go to. You got to go there. Don't roll into the next life of reincarnation again, doing the same suffering. But going to that life, to that pure land, there are certain conditions because everything works on causality. There must be some admission requirements, right? You want to go to Latin, you want to go to UBC, you think you can just get into UBC, I want to register as a student. Do you think they will accept you? Are you qualified for it? You can build up your own qualifications, build up your own admissions requirements. And there are certain sutras spoken by the Buddha that these are the requirements for you to go to the Pure Land. Follow this and you'll get to the requirements to there. Have you studied that sutra? Or do you really care? I'll be after this consciousness, which I will finish in 5 or at the most 5 or 6 sessions. I will get into the Pure Land approach of Buddhism. Then you will know more about how to get to the Pure Land. I hope the person who is asking these questions, when I'm talking on introducing the Pure Land approach, you come and listen. Not just asking questions. Next, what is the Pure Land approach? I just explained it. What are the ways to get us out of samsara? Pure Land approach. Then you ask the question, then why do I have to learn meditation? Meditation will help you resolve problems of this life that you will be encountering. For example, if you are overcome by greediness, hatred, anger, jealousy, you can't even control yourself. Learning consciousness is to really alleviate your sufferings. In other words, studying consciousness and following methods of alleviating your tainted consciousness makes you happier. Get away some of the dust and dirt from your mirror. And then, with that as a basic, you then learn the requirements, admission requirements of the Pure Land. It works hand to hand. You can easily go there. In other words, in order to qualify for UPC, let's take an analogy, they have certain requirements. But you got to study from grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4. You can't just, at the age of 21, that you started to have grade 1, right? So you got to prepare yourself at the preliminary stage. This is what will prepare you. Studying your own mind, how to purify your own actions, how to learn how you think so that you can think clearly and think with no tainting of unwholesome deeds and ideas. So it works all hand in hand. And somebody asks, usually in the Chinese way, they ask, what you guys practice in this temple? We have how many? 16 words. We have 16 words to cover what the kind of approach that we have in here. And these 16 words, I have to say, my translation box told me that I have to translate it first. Observing Vinaya is the most important. That means maintain your morality. If you don't even have morality, you can't even go to the Pure Land. You kill, you steal, you have sexual misconduct, you drink, you're doing all kinds of misdeeds. You can't go there because you're not pure yet. You're not pure. 持戒為主，念佛為宗. The Pure Land is the center of the study. 觀心為要. You still have to study meditation. 經教為依. You have to depend on the Buddhist teaching. Maybe I will get a better translation in English later. These 16 words summarizes what we're doing. All right, first question. You said get out of prison. My question is, what is there outside of this prison? If you haven't been outside, you don't know what outside is like. So if you are a frog inside a well, and you always think that the sky is always like a circle, the frog said, that's the sky. And the frog wouldn't know that there's unlimited space outside the opening of the well. He can only listen to whoever is up there telling him what happened, right? Because he hasn't experienced yet. You got to have true experience to know what happened outside. You need somebody to tell you what is outside. That person should be standing on top of the well, looking down and say, here, there's no boundaries in here. You can jump freely. You can breathe fresh air. You don't have to breathe the air in the well. And watch out, sometimes you've got poison if the well water is not that good. So the frog can only visualize what other people told him. But apart from that, let's talk about not just of the prison outside. How about the prison inside? Don't you have to know the inside first? Because if the inside is so comfortable, you won't think of getting out. Because you're living in a comfort zone, how can you get out? So living in the inside, though, if there's an analogy, say we've been living in this world. Say if we're a frog inside this world. What this world is all about? This world is a world where you live up to 100 years and then you died. This is a world when you were born in here, you're born with a karmic energy, and then you go through all this, we call 12 dependent origination. You go through, you become a baby, and then you become a teenager, an adult, and you go through all these stages of development. Then during the stages of development, you suffer. You suffer from sickness, and some people suffer from a broken home. Some people suffer from being abused. Some people know they're born in a good family, and the parents love them. But then all of a sudden, after 12 years or 10 years, the parents all of a sudden got a divorce, and you didn't know where to go. You follow your mom, and your mom get married to another guy, and that guy doesn't treat you well, and then you have a different plight of life. So everything is changing in this world. But we know that we are going through what? We're going through sickness, aging, departure from beloved ones, living with hated ones. And we are living in a world with a lot of other people with other personalities. They may be biased, they may be cruel, they may be, I don't know, so many things happen in this world. And sometimes you may encounter happiness, but many, many times there were sufferings. And then finally, you have to die. It takes more than just average intelligence to figure out why, all these whys and hows and where of life. So in this little well that the frog is in, he's living in prison. He's not free. He has emotions and he has emotions, he has greediness, hatred, jealousy, revenge. All these things happen. And his behavior and what he's going to experience is highly dependent on how other people experience, on how other people behave too. Especially if you're in a war, especially in natural disasters, you go through all this suffering. So you have to know what this prison is all about. Are you satisfied with this life? Some people will say, yes, I'm satisfied. Why is he satisfied? Because at the age of 18 only, everything he's gone through a rosy garden of a luxury family. His parents were rich, sent him to a good university, give him all the mentors that he wants. He hadn't got any sickness before. The most serious sickness is having a flu, where he was in the hospital, and his parents came to visit him in the hospital, and he was so pleased with parents coming home. So he's gone through a rosy garden of age 18. He didn't feel any suffering at all. So he thought that the world has no suffering. Until maybe finally when he got married, he was married to an alcoholic. And the alcoholic sometimes, out of uncontrolled temper, beat her up all the time, and they got a divorce. And then unfortunately there was also a son, a baby. So he had to look after the baby. And then the baby all of a sudden had OCD or whatever, all kinds of psychological, oh my goodness, when you think of this, you think of, oh, how come life is like that? And of course there are people who encounter good chances in life, good opportunities in life, but it does not matter what chances you have. Whether you were born in a golden key family, whether a rich family, you're born in a millionaire family, you were born in a very poor family, you still have to go through basic sufferings, aging, sickness, departure from beloved ones, departure from living with hated ones, insatiable desires, arrogance, natural disasters, all these will come up to you. So this prison is not good for you, it's not permanent. How can you be happy in where you are if you know that you have to die? One day you have to die. You become sick. You get aging. Everything is not perfection. So this is a prison, right? If you say, this is not a prison, I'm happy with dying, then okay, then you go through another round of reincarnation. In this round of reincarnation, you may be more fortunate because you were born in a good family, you have good education, and because you were born in a good family, a very rich millionaire, multimillionaire family, you were spoiled. Because you were spoiled, you commit a lot of non-meritorious deeds, like relationships, like many hobbies and liking that people who got spoiled, they were in that kind of life, luxury life, and life that's not in line with morality. So you've gone through all that. How can this world be a world of heaven? Even heaven is not the final place to go, because heaven is not out from samsara yet. It's better than this world. So you said, get out of prison. My question is, what is there outside of the prison? You can only listen to who is already outside. And the Buddha said, I already got out. You don't even know if the Buddha is telling you the truth, but he told you. Outside is all free, fresh air, everything. There's nothing like that. There's nothing like what you experience in there. Get out from there. You may not believe him, right? But then you say, what should I believe in? What leads me to believe in something? I don't have to get out from the well to believe that there is a freedom outside of well. I have to depend on my... If I have the necessary education that I have to believe in my analysis, in my watchful impressions of things in life. Then I can come up with something that I should believe in. Everyone is believing things like that. So that's what the Buddha said. That's what the saints said. Get out from it. And because you have no other choice. If you still live in prison, there's no other choice. But you want to get out, even though you don't actually know. But being told that the freedom is there, you still want to try, right? Say, if you haven't been to Canada, for example, you were living in an underdeveloped, non-democratic dictatorship country where you suffer. Some people say, okay, you go to that place called Canada, and you have democracy in there. Everybody has a vote. You can choose your own leader, and you can do this, you can do that, you can do that. You're already suffering. Why don't you try out something new? There's a place where freedom is. You haven't been there, but you can try it out. That's the only thing I can tell you, because you haven't been a Buddha yet. I haven't been a Buddha yet, but I can only listen to what the saint told me. And based on my analysis, I think I should try it out. That place, I should try it out to get out from there. I know I'm suffering now. If there's a place that would free me of all these miseries, I would like to try to go there to see what happened. Because I still have a choice to come back if I want, right? You won't. If you are in a full democratic society, would you go back to a society where there's no freedom? You won't go back. If you're living in a society that is free from pollutants, are you going to go back to a society that is all polluted? You won't. Because you tasted freedom. You don't know freedom before, now you tasted it, you know it. Okay? So, that's my partial answer to this question. Unless you have anything you argue that you don't agree. Raise your hands. Challenged it. Do you agree? Or you still want to live in this prison? Because you're not sure whether getting out of prison is good enough for you. What is the recommended amount of time to meditate per day? I meditate 30 minutes in the morning and 30 minutes in the evening, and practice loving kindness before bed. Is this a good amount to practice? Do you have any suggestion for a first-time retreat? I have registered for a 10-day Vipassana in Merritt, BC. We have a lot of meditation practices, 7 days. We have a lot of retreats. We even have a retreat on Bowen Island. We always have retreats. It's just that if you come for the first time, you don't know we have a retreat. Maybe you should get onto our website where we tell you what kind of activities we have. We have a 7-day activities. We have an activities where you will be tonsured as a monk or a nun for 7 days and live in the temple for 7 days. For those who come here regularly, not for people that we don't know. For people we know, then they can always come to, even living in here, to practice meditation. So, how many minutes we should do every morning and every evening? There's no standard to it. Some people do it for 30 minutes. Some people do it for 3 hours. But what is the good amount to practice? There's no fixed amount. The more, the better. But then, it's not just about the time. It's about the value of it, the magnitude of it. If you spend 6 hours in meditation where you don't practice, where actually your mind is wandering all over the place, or actually you are sleeping, it's the quality and not the quantity of time. And assuming that you put in the right quality and the quantity, then there's still a lot of hurdles that you have to go through. Meditation is not like I put in meditation, I become happier and happier, and I have less and less problems. No. Meditation is about assuming all of us have a sickness. I'm not thinking of physical, I'm not talking about physical sickness, a sickness of reincarnation. Assuming reincarnation and rolling in samsara of life and death is a sickness. You got to take medicine, right? And these meditation is like a medicine. You try this medicine, it may not work. You try this way, it may not work. Even if you tried it, it may give you an effect that is detrimental on some part of the body and not on the other part of the body. As you get deeper and deeper in your meditation, you have to go through a lot of hurdles. The Buddha has gone through a lot of hurdles in his meditation. Meditation is not about sailing a boat in the ocean and everything will be not stormy. Everything will be so smooth that you sail yourself to nirvana. Not like that. It's like you are in a ship. You are in the ocean. Sometimes it's wavy, thunderstorm, thundering. And sometimes, adverse weathers that may sink your ship. So you have to go through a lot of storms to get to the destination. And there are, of course, saints who have gone through those storms and who told you that, look, your meditation is not just peaceful. It's not just rosy garden in every sitting. It's not just summer and winter and spring in all your meditation. Sometimes you could go through, like what we have today, a snowstorm. Then you may slip, you may fall, you may stumble, but then you have to get up again. Experience all the sufferings and difficulties and then get up again. Put on your knapsack on your back and walk. It's a thorny road. Going to the sainthood to get to nirvana, Buddhahood, is a road with thorns and blockages and hurdles. You have to go through it. It's like accomplishing any great feat of mankind. You have to go through a lot of hurdles. But you never give up. You stumble, you fall. Your mentor, your teacher said, get up again. Repair everything. Heal it. And then you get up in the knapsack and you walk again. The Buddha has gone through thousands of years of hurdles and difficulties and suffering to be in what he is today in the Buddhahood. He's not sailing a boat in a quiet, peaceful ocean where there's no waves. But you never give up. In one life, you will stumble and fall. You get into the next life, you do it again. Life after life, you do it again. Because you already have that energy in your alaya consciousness that you store. Everything you do, every session of meditation, every chanting, every prayer has already been key in your keyboard, which has gone through in your memory, in your disk drive. It will never disappear. So every good deed that you have done, you think everyone is going to forget about you when you die? Every good deed is registered as a karmic seed. In the Sanskrit language, it's called bija. Every action, every thought is a bija that is registered in your memory. It will never go away. So all these good deeds, all the meditation you have practiced, and this moment when you're listening to a monk talking about nirvana, talking about how to practice, is already registered in your life consciousness. So it's very important that everybody must talk in a meritorious way, meaningful way, and not to waste time, and not to lead you in the wrong direction. Because you already have, if you agree with it, if you don't reject it, it's already been registered in your memory. And this memory, even if in this life that you don't practice anymore, and tomorrow you're not in this world anymore, that seed is already in your, as a bija, in your alaya vijnana, which will go on to the next life. To become stronger in your next life as a meditator. And then you died again. And then if you practice well, you become stronger and stronger. And after many, many cycles of life, it finally ripened, that mature, that like what the Buddha has 2,600 years ago, has achieved nirvana. You accumulate it in your energy. So make sure that every thought, every sitting of meditation, every deed that you have done contribute towards your sainthood, towards your nirvanic state of mind, towards Buddhahood, towards Tathagata, towards suchness. There's a lot of term for it, towards Buddhahood. So how many minutes? We don't know. The more, the often, the better. Actually, the computer can explain your whole life. It has a memory, it has an operation, it has a program in it. How do you want to do your computer? Have you been accumulating a lot of bugs in it? You need to purify it, otherwise you get into trouble. So what computer you have, and what files you put in your computer? Greediness, hatred, jealousy, harmfulness, depression, phobia, anxiety, killing, lying. I don't know. Many of these files. But you're also free to build in good files. Files of compassion, kindness, responsibility, intelligence, diligence. Why don't we all start to shuffle our files, and why don't you all look at the file cabinet, pull it out, and reshuffle it and prioritize it, and clean up the old stuff.
Will you kindly translate in English whenever you talk in Chinese?
Can I translate in English when I talk in Chinese? Oh yes, I can, but maybe I have to ask my translator in here. Yes, can you do that? Yes, yeah, I can translate it. I've been talking about sound. A question is asked about sound. How can we chant? Sound itself has energy. Sound is a manifestation of energy. Not only sound, not only is sound an energy, even the thought is an energy. A sound is already a manifested energy. Given that, we understand that, how do we fit into our daily world? Oh yeah, scientifically sound is an energy. But how do we fit into our daily world? How do we learn from it? What kind of lesson we learn? What does it imply? The more intelligent guy would go one step forward to say, this is what is given. I want to know, how do I learn from this given fact? And let's fit into what we're doing today. Let's fit into chanting, right? Let's fit into what we're doing today. Chanting itself, chanting a mantra, for example, Om Mani Padme Hum Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Chanting itself conveys energy. Why does sound and energy? Let's talk about sound. A sound is an energy of frequency. It has low frequency, medium frequency, high frequency. The very high frequency, even the human ears cannot comprehend. So our frequency of sound, our sound receptibility is limited. We're not even better than a dog's ears. A dog can listen frequency 5 miles away. The siren goes, the ambulance sirens go. The dog already bark and hear. But our human ears, we don't know. Until the ambulance vehicle is coming by, then we can actually hear the siren of the vehicle. So our ears is very limited in our ability to comprehend. So that also teaches us that whatever we don't listen to, we don't have any reception of it, it does not mean that that doesn't exist. And it's been proven that chanting gave out a lot of frequencies. Your tongue gave out the frequencies. And somehow the arrangement of the mantra words put together is like what, it's not a magic, what do you call that? What do you call that? Would you remember magic spell? Yeah, something like that. It gives out a certain frequency that would affects the inner feeling of your mind. It gives you a lot of reflection on your mind. Just like when you use machine to focus your sound, it becomes an ultrasound. An ultrasound nowadays is used in medicine to break bladder stones. They don't even need to operate on you. They just use a focus of sound frequency to break into your body without breaking your skin to break that bladder stone. Sometimes they use sound to heal, to cure, and they call it, I think they call it vibrational medicine. It's a field that is developed so fast, so famous, so attracting a lot of other individuals to come to research in it. It's called vibrational medicine, and that's actually sound therapy. So when you are chanting, it's giving yourself a lot of remedial actions in soothing whatever pain that you have in your subconsciousness. So sound, so when you are chanting, when you're saying prayers, and every sound has threefold moral nature in it. It's either good, if we can summarize it, good, bad, or neutral. If you're always saying the good thing, if every speech you say, if every speech is compassionate, is considerate, is polite, is true, you're giving out good energy. If every speech is flattery, cursing, yelling, double-tonguing, tattletale, oh, you name it, they're going to be immoral, and they give out immoral effects. So which one do you prefer? You want to give out good frequency or bad frequencies? So that's what I've been talking about. Chanting, and good sound. Say, sometimes people say, I want to give. You don't have to give money. Your charitable attitude is not just expressed in terms of money, monetary terms. You can express your charity in terms of what? A good word of praise, a good word of praise, a good word of consolation, a good word of consideration, even a thank you, a good morning, care, a word of carefulness, a word of respect that gives out good energy. Or even action, a smile. You convey a good smile. So I always like people who always want to have a smiling face in front of people. Some people are so confused that they always look very stern. They don't care to give out any good smile. And some people, they always give a good smile. It's giving. A good smile is just not smiling on yourself. It's a good giving, a good smile in the morning, a good morning, a word of praise. All that counts. Every thought is energy. So what's your thought?
So if you're in a situation that is abusive or
Yeah.
toxic,
Yeah.
but you still want to just use the
Compassion.
good files,
Yeah.
how does someone work with
Yeah, I'd like you to pull out another file from your archive. There's the file of forgiveness. File of forgiveness is a very powerful file. You can forgive all this abusive behavior that people have been imposed on you. You forgive. Because what happened, applied to you, the abusive action has been done already. You won't allow it to be done again. And the person who did that abusive attitude is probably ignorant at that time, given certain situations. If he was in a situation where he had no education, nobody told him that, doing that kind of thing is bad, or he's intoxicated, or he himself is all confused. He probably did that because he's in confusion, in intoxication. He himself is terrible, miserable. Now, what happened at that time that been abusive to you, for example, will not come back again. I'm not going to get that historic abusive behavior, put it on my present table and think about it and ponder on it and agonize on it. I'm only stupid if I do that. I'm stupid if I bring our bad file experiences and put it in there and refer back to it and get crying, revenge and all that. Will it help? It won't help because that's been done already. It's not going to be repeated. So what you do is don't pull out the file of hatred. Pull out the file of forgiveness and say, I'm going to put it here. I'm going to forgive Mr. A who did this. And I wish him the best. Not just forgive him, I wish him the best because during that situation, he probably was all confused himself. And because of this confusion, he did that. But I'm going to forgive it. So you register in your file and put it back there. And then you pull out your file of compassion. I'm going to be compassionate to him even. Pull out the file of forgiveness, and it will work. Yeah. All right? Yes?
If that abusive person is, something like enjoying this action,
is he still doing the same thing on you? If he's repeating to the same thing on you, you should be more intelligent to get away from it, right? You don't let him to do that abusive behavior on you. You try to avoid it. All right? That's one thing. That's one thing. Another is, why he has been abusive to you repeatedly. There must be a reason, right? Let me explain it to you first, okay? And maybe you did the same thing to him in your previous life, even more serious. You beat him up all the time. You try to help him. You try to help him out, and also there's so many probabilities. One of the probabilities is you've been that bad to him, and he's coming to get even with you, and because you treat him poorly in your previous life, and there was one case where it's written in history that in ancient China, 200-300 years ago, even earlier, they could any leader of a family, the head of the family, can sell their children and even sometimes their wives. And if the life is miserable for them, because they not just one kid, they may have 5 or 6 kids, and they may just sell off one kid, right? So there was a case that man sell off his kid, because it didn't work out. He was rich before, and then became poor, and he sold off his last kid, and then his kid was sold to a place where it was miserable. That kid was mistreated, and in the process of being mistreated, he hated his father. When he was sold, he was 6-7 years old. He still remembered his father. Why did he sell me and not my brother? Why was he unfair to me? I hated him. I hated him. I hated him. So next life, he turned into a woman, became his wife. And his wife really mistreated him, agonized him, because he sold him off in his previous life. So we don't know about previous life experiences. All that worked out because of reason. There's no such thing as no reason for it. If I were you, I would not be clever if I stayed and let him beat me up. Would you let him beat you up? Unless you have to depend on him financially. If I leave, probably I would be sleeping on the street. And for the sake of having something to eat, a house to live, then I would just tolerate for the time being. But I must have that frame of mind that maybe I have done the same thing to him before, and he has just come back to get even with me. Yeah. So intricate. Causes and effect are so intricate, so subtle, so like a what? I always compared it to a kaleidoscope. Is it a kaleidoscope? You know, it's always what do you call? Kaleidoscope. You know, when you shake it, it changes. Shake it, it changes. It becomes so confusing that you don't even know where to start. The causality. Kaleidoscope. So I always have difficulty in pronouncing that. Yeah, because it's all changing. Have you seen that before? It shakes, it changes, shakes, it changes. You cannot identify which it's the first one. The first question, welcome back, Venerable. Could you share with us your experiences in your recent travels? Do you have any suggestion for those going abroad to practice the way while in transit? Thank you. Well, it's a good question. I've been away for 3 weeks now, and then the reason why I have been away is I visited a few places. I was invited by some organizers in Polytechnical University in Hong Kong for 3 days, and also I was invited by University of Technology and Science for 2 days. In Poly University, I gave a lecture to approximately about 800 to 1,000 people. The topic of my lecture was the 8 consciousnesses. How does our consciousness work? When we interact with externalities, how do we perceive things? And this is very academic. They seem to explore more into the consciousness level of the religion. They don't just get absorbed in superstition of requesting from the Buddha for longevity, for riches, for money, for fame, for reputations. They more, right now, they seem to gear towards understanding of it rather than acquisition, what they can acquire from the religion. I gave a 3 days lectures, but giving a 3 days lectures in the 8 consciousnesses is a tough job. I told my group of people, about 800 to 1,000 people, I said, lecturing on consciousness, you need 1 semester, two lectures per week, 24 lectures. So you need, at least 1 semester to go through it. But if I have to do it in 3 days, it will be extremely difficult. I have to streamline a lot. I try to summarize it as much as possible. And they all seem to like it, and that is in the Poly University. And then my next trip was in University of Technology and Science, and surprisingly, I have not been to that university at all. That was my first time, my first visit, and I was amazed. Probably of all the universities I've been to, this is the most beautiful campus of all the universities I've been to. It was right, fronting on the shoreline. They have a panoramic view of Aberdeen, of the harbor, the Hong Kong harbor, and they actually, it's the best view. And also, even the dormitories of the students were sitting right beside, on the seaside, all luxuries. And I was told that is still one of the 10 top universities in Asia, University of Science and Technology, and I also met a lot of American professors over there, and they all like the place. It's so that day was so sunny. I gave lectures for 2 days, and they have a good dining room in there, and it was panoramic view, and the students there were quite active. They are so sunny in their smiles, and of course, if you're given a campus like that, compared to some campuses in other universities, that's one of the best campuses I've ever met. I've never been to. So I gave lectures on the same topic on Vijnapti Matrata, which is mere consciousness. Vijnapti Matrata, mere consciousness, talking about consciousness on the 22nd and the 27th. And on the 22nd, I gave an introduction, and I gave out my books also. I recently published a book written in Chinese, 120 Chinese characters, a book like that thick, and I was able to distribute the books out. I gave lectures to about 95 students, second-year university students, and that course was elective for them, a Buddhist course, and they all liked it. And they asked very good questions. You know, they are very conscientious in asking questions too. So that's University of Science and Technology. The content of it, I've talked about it in here too. And more I find out that people are interested in understanding the religion rather than just believing in the religion. They try to seek understanding of it. They want to get wisdom out of it, not just blindly believing in it, by asking more questions, by actually practicing it. I said they were very interested. There were a lot of business students because it was famous for commerce at the University of Technology and Science. And they wanted to ask questions about how to apply Buddhism to management. I said the theme of my lecture is not on management, it's on consciousness. However, I would be pleased if I would have a chance to give a lecture on how to apply Buddhism to management. And I mentioned that we have in Buddhism we have the 6 paramitas. The 6 paramitas, you know, paramitas. Paramitas is to achieve something from a lower level to a higher level. You know, to get to the shore of understanding. Paramitas to get to the shore of understanding. And the 6 paramitas says that if we have the 6 courses that if we pass into 6 courses and really get good marks in it, it's just as if we have learned how to apply Buddhism to management. So it has been very good experiences, and I will be going to Singapore too. Surprisingly, I have a lot of lectures on YouTube, and people in Singapore and Malaysia, they all like my YouTube lectures in English, and they particularly liked Chinese monks who could speak English over there, because Singaporeans and Malaysians, they all speak English, and they speak English, they speak Cantonese, they speak Putonghua. They're quite talented in languages, and they like a monk who could be good at conversing in those 3 languages. So I was asked to go to give lectures in the coming June for 4 days, 2 days in English, 1 day in Cantonese, and 1 day in Putonghua. So there will be some people in Hong Kong who will be accompanying me to go over there too. So if you're interested, you can always join us to going to Singapore. And before going to Singapore, from the 19th to the 25th, we'll be going to Thailand too. And every year we go to Thailand because we set up a farm in Thailand, and we call it Community for Retired Old Buffaloes. We already have saved 69 buffaloes. It started about 5 years ago when we visited Thailand, and in Thailand they have buffalo farms, and they like milk from buffaloes. So they're milking their buffaloes. They gave milk for 13, 14 years, these buffaloes, huge, buffaloes. And after 13 or 14 years, they don't produce any more milk. And the owner of the farm would send them to slaughterhouses to be slaughtered for the meat, for people's food. And I talked to the owner many years, 5 years ago, I said, it would be not merciful and not compassionate if your employees were working for you, this is actually giving you milk, and then when they get too old, you kill them for money. So I said, why don't we buy those buffaloes from you? Don't send them to slaughterhouses, and set up a farm for retirement, old retired buffaloes, and raise them until their natural death. And the owner finally conceded to my suggestion, agreed with my suggestion, and they actually set up a retired community next to it, about 5 acres. So over the 5 years, we already have 69 buffaloes. And in the coming June, we will have another at least 10 buffaloes. So every year we'll be going over there to audit on the old buffaloes and to spray holy water on the new old buffaloes. And there are about 40 people who would go with me to Hong Kong to perform the 3 refuges ceremony. And there are people, there's a couple in there who would support all the accommodation and all the food. In other words, people who like to go, just pay for your traveling expenses, your air ticket, and then you enjoy a 4-star hotel with free food and accommodation. But only for those we know. We don't open these vacancies for strangers. Only those we know for quite a while. Meditators who have been here for a while. We don't just accept any strangers because we don't know them. Because the couples would like to know that we're familiar with people who go over there. So if you're interested in Thailand, you can always join us. We have about at least 10 buffaloes to join the team of the retired old buffaloes. And then immediately after that event, I'll be traveling from Thailand to Singapore to give the 4 days talk. Recently, I've been giving quite a few lectures at university level, because I used to be giving those giving lectures, Buddhist lectures in temples, where many people join, and 50% of the people are senior people, and 50% are other age groups. But I will be concentrating more at the university level, so that the truth of the Buddhist teaching would be conveyed to younger people, so that they would again, make it effective for them, and that's my intention. Next question: do you have any suggestion for those going abroad to practice the way while in transit? For example, chanting would be the way to go. Chanting would create a lot of energy. Meditation will create a lot of energy. But if you are in transit, when you are traveling, you will meet a lot of people. When you don't meet a lot of people, then maybe your target should be geared towards compassion, giving out to people, trying to absorb new knowledge when you are abroad, instead of building up your own boundary of views, and this is how you look at people. Some people will go to a country and say, oh, this is not what we want, this is not right, that is not right. Open your mind to say, this is a different culture, and in this culture this is what they're doing, and what can we learn from this culture? And then when you come into difficulties, of course you recede to meditation in the hotel and doing your chanting. And by the way, when you are in transit, there are certain things that you always have to watch out. For example, cautious steps taken when you are going into a hotel. We always say, when you are choosing a hotel, always choose, when you're giving a room, don't take a room at the end of the lobby. You know what I mean? So if the long lobby, a long corridor, and there are 1 or 2 rooms right at the very end of it, and it's so quiet. There will be a lot of other friends in there waiting for you for chit-chat. You know what I mean? Yeah. So whenever you get into a hotel, you always bang on the door, and then you're whispering, "Oh, my friends, my dear friends, I'm only stay for 1 or 2 days. I won't give you any disturbance, and let us just cooperate." Because in empty rooms like that, there are other beings occupying the place. I heard a lot of stories about rooms that haven't been taken for 1 or 2 weeks, and all of a sudden a stranger go in, they would react in a different way. So always lock at the door and say you're here, and thank you for sharing it and all that. Otherwise you'll meet situations that not pleasant for you. At the end of the lobby, or you can feel it sometimes. So if you are chanting, that would also give you some protection too once you get into rooms like that. And I heard a lot of stories about getting into rooms that is quote unquote haunted. Then you'll meet problems. But try to avoid that while in transit. And chanting, you get protection for chanting. All right. Be extremely cautious when you are abroad. Are you planning to travel abroad? Yeah. So Mani Padme Hum. Yeah, that's a good mantra. That's easy to learn. Doesn't performing good actions, that's the next question. Doesn't performing good actions as an example lead to karma and reincarnation again? What did the first Buddha think of chanting? Well, the reason why we are practicing the Buddhist teaching is to get away from reincarnation. When you're in reincarnation, you're always in a cycle of life and death. You don't want to be in life and death again. 2,600 years ago, there was a saint who practiced a certain way, and he found a way to be liberated from life and death. He did not have to go through life and death anymore after that life, particular life. But he still have to shed that clothes, to shed that body off before they go to Nirvana. By the way, today is the Nirvana day of Sakyamuni Buddha. So in other words, you died out this one lifetime and you don't continue into the next lifetime again. Because if you're always in reincarnations, you can't get away from life and death. The reason for practicing the Buddhist teaching is to get away from life and death, not to roll into karmic energy and reincarnation again. So I don't understand why it doesn't performing good action as an example lead to karma. Performing good actions would take you out of the trouble of suffering from bad effects. So if you're always killing, lying, sexual misconduct, intoxication, then because of these causes that you have cultivated, all these bad karma and bad effects will act on you. How can you practice? You're too busy facing all the difficulties you have this lifetime. So the first thing to do is to stay away from doing bad deeds. That's the number one. Why? Because then if you do bad deeds, you will suffer a lot from all these bad deeds. So if you do good deeds, that would give you good effects. But still, that's not the way to go. That's not pure. So the people are always, cultivating good causes and enjoying life. Then in the process of enjoying, he may be involved in other bad things like relationship, getting by all means making all kinds of money in the wrong way, and because when you have money, you tend to be involved in non-virtuous deeds sometimes. So don't get into reincarnation again. That's what we try to get away from. But how do we not get into the next round of life and death? We really have to learn the Buddha's way. It's not just a few words will be sufficient to give you all the answers. What did the first Buddha think of chanting? The first Buddha. If there is a first Buddha, there must be a last Buddha. If there is a first and then a last, that's not Buddhism. Because Explaining it will involve explaining of emptiness and sunyata. What did the first Buddha think of chanting? First of all, there's no such thing as first Buddha think of chanting. What did the Buddha think of chanting? Chanting, as we said, is a kind of it's a kind of consciousness enriching. It's a consciousness reminder. It's related to the deep-rooted consciousness, how to enrich it, how to enlighten your consciousness. What's the meaning of Buddha? Bud is to awaken from a dream, to awake from a dream. Buddha, awake from a dream. In a dream, you are in confused consciousness. You want to change your confused consciousness, your tainted consciousness, into wisdom level. You have to be awake. You have to get awakened from the dream. That's what we can think of chanting. What's the difference between Taoism and Buddhism? That requires one semester to go through, and we can't discuss it in here. We have to know first of all what is Buddhism first, and then we have to know what is Taoism, and then we know the difference between the two. So it's not easy to give a straightforward answer. It's very difficult to give an answer in 1 hour about Buddhism already. Let alone combining it with Taoism. Then you have to add a lot of information to it. This kind of question you can actually get from Google. Just Google in and say, what's the difference between Taoism and Buddhism? Thank you for the great lunch. May I ask, why is there a piano in the meditation room? Thank you. Because we're waiting you to play it. Waiting for you to play it. But if you pay attention to the piano, if you notice that there's a piano in there, that means you are very sensitive to see a piano. That means you may be a musician. So we're waiting for someone who can play a good piece of peaceful, tranquil music. Actually, the piano was donated by an individual. It is an old piano. It's an antique item. And without the permission of the donor, we don't want to sell it. So unless you say, I want to put a price tag on it, then I will ask the donor, can we sell the piano and donate the proceeds of the sale to support the lunch, which is a great lunch of the temple. Because all these lunches are provided by generous people. It's easy just to sit down and eat it, but we always say practice giving, not just receiving. It's good to receive a great lunch, but it's better to give a great lunch out. Can you give our great lunch? It's always more blissful to give than to receive. Giving is one of the finest arts in the world. Giving is not just in terms of money. Not just, I don't have any money, how can I give? No, not just, are you only concentrating on money? Are you a money motivated person only? Giving, sometimes you give a good smile. Good morning, good smile. A good smile, a heartfelt, warming welcome, a body gesture of giving. You don't have to just give out money. Give your compassion out. Give your consolations or condolence about someone who suffer. Actually, how we practice giving. We practice giving not by receiving. We practice giving by giving. Because when you give, then people receive it, he knows, oh, where does this food come from? You see our mottos in here? We have 5 contemplations on the wall. Well, yeah, you remind me of something. Maybe we should translate it into English. 济公多少量比来处. 济公多少量比来处. The first contemplation. Consider your own merits. And consider where the food comes from. Do I deserve the food? If I'm a monk, if I'm a nun, am I practicing the sainthood way? Should I eat this lunch? I can't eat people's lunch without asking. I don't want to receive anything people give me. But 济公多少, I have to consider where did the food come from? How was it prepared? It must come from someone who is generous. It must come from someone who cooked it, who bought the food, who prepared the food, who makes sure that it's a great lunch. I must consider that. I don't just sit down and eat it and accept it and feel great about it, but I want to know who is so generous in giving a lunch. That's the first contemplation. Where did it come from? Where did the lunch come from? And then second, 全己德行，全却应供. Considering my own conduct, considering my own practice, am I deserve this giving to me? What have I done to deserve this lunch? I don't want just to accept any generosity from anybody. If I have just done a good meditation, maybe I deserve it, even though it is free. Because people who donated this lunch generously wanted someone who practiced meditation and get into enlightenment. So if I was meditating and I have wandering thought, I was just dreaming, my thoughts are so desultory that I wasn't concentrating, maybe I don't deserve this lunch because I haven't been practicing. So that's how a monk thinks when they eat. That's why when we're eating, we have to keep silent. We are contemplating at the same time, being a monk, am I deserve this food given to me? 防心离过贪等为宗. I have to watch my mind. I have to be mindful. I have to be mindful of not to get into greediness, not to get into hatred, jealousy, fear, anxiety, selfishness, egoistic. I have to be mindful of my conduct, my speech, because that's how I practice. 正是良药，为了淫窟. I treat this food not as a delicious food that I enjoy, because I cannot attach to the delicacy of it. I just want to treat it as a medicine to upkeep my body so that I can march onto sainthood, so that I can practice. In other words, I don't attach to my taste buds. I don't want my tongue, the taste buds of my tongue, to blindly attach to the odor of it, the taste of it. Because that could be a problem, because I attach to the taste of a steak, a sirloin New York steak. And that's the result of killing a cow, that I taste this sirloin New York steak. Or Houston hog. You know, that's what they talk about. So I don't want my taste buds to attach blindly and habitually to the flesh of animals. That's the reason why humans are killing animals for food, because they think that the flesh and blood of animal, when cooked, is delicious than a vegetarian meal, which is not involved with killing. And of course, you can argue that killing a bunch of peas and lettuce is also killing, but that we can get into argument. All right. 未成道业，应受此食. So I treat it as a medicine because I want to be enlightened. I want to be enlightened so that I can enlighten others. That's the reason why I want to accept this food given to me. So during eating, they have to do the 5 contemplations, not just eating, eating, eating. Imagine if in every family, when a kid is eating, when Jeanette, when John, Bill, when they're eating, they think about, where did the food come from? Mom, They come from a farmer. The farmer grow the food, and then mom cook it. It's not easy. They involve a lot of work in it. I shouldn't just squander all the food away. I shouldn't just, I should really treasure what I eat because mom prepared it, the farmers grow it, and I must value it. And also, am I deserve it? Did I study right? Did I get good results in school? Did I deserve what I'm eating? If in a family, every family is doing a contemplation, that would be a family that is so on the track, so responsible, so merciful, so compassionate. Because you're always thinking of, am I deserving all this? Other than just, Mom, you're always cooking the same food, I hate it. That's what usually kids say. All right, so that's enough of this question. Next question. Does having Buddha statues lead to an attachment? Does flying a Canadian maple leaf flag leading to attachment? The Canadian maple leaf flag is to arouse our patriotism, to arouse our faith for the country, to build a good country. The flag itself is a dead matter. It's just a piece of cloth and some color and some pole in it. We're not attaching to the flag. We are trying to arouse a good spirit of nationalism among our patriotic members. It's the spirit behind it, not just the superficial wood. The wood itself is useless. Without that flag fluttering in the air, looking at it and singing, "Oh Canada," how do we arouse our spirit? It's behind the dead object that arouses the actual spirit in us. Don't attach to the object itself. Throw away that Buddha statue if you attach to it. Throw it away. Throw away Buddhism, finally. Okay, if you want to get from this shore of confusion to that shore of enlightenment, say, I'm in confusion now, I'm all confused, I have sufferings. I want to go to that shore of non-suffering. What do I need to go through that ocean of mental defilements to get that shore? I need a ship, right? I need a ship to go from Horseshoe Bay to Victoria. Victoria is my destination. But when I get to Victoria, I got to abandon ship. I can't attach to the ship anymore. If I attach to the ship, I can never step my foot ashore. A Buddha statue is just like that ship that leads you to enlightenment. Don't attach to the wood. Don't attach to the ship. You want to go to Victoria, this Parliament building, you want to have good lunch at the Empress Hotel, you got to leave the boat. Don't attach to the boat. But you need the boat, though. If you don't have the boat, how can you get to Victoria? You need it, but you abandon it. You need it, but you let go of it. It's two things. Don't blindly criticize someone. You're attaching to this, you're attaching to that. He used that just as a weapon. And when he used that as a destination goal, when that goal is reached, you abandon what you attach to. That's just a means to get into the end. That's not the end itself. That's just a means. Why did Mom decorate the room so nicely on Thanksgiving Day? Mom, don't attach to these flowers. Don't attach to a clean table. Mom said, no, I want to build a warm home so that everybody has homecoming. To build up an atmosphere. Not just the flowers. Not just the table. Not just the cloth. Okay, next. Do monks and nuns get paid at the Buddhist temple? None of your business. Why do you have to care how much you got paid? We got paid much below minimum wage. And then we don't want to get to the government for that. And we only have enough pay to pay for the subway. Maybe not even the subway. We don't have enough money to. We have enough money to buy toothpaste, brushes, shampoo. Well, we don't have hair, so we don't need any shampoo. But anyway, we have enough money to just to keep our body clean. But we don't attach to the money. The money is just a gesture of. Sometimes the volunteers would say, "Here's a red packet," and inside the packet they put some money in there as a token of respect. So we virtually don't get paid for it. We don't attach to the pay. We don't attach to money. But we don't blame money. We don't think money is guilty. Money is not guilty per se. It's your mind that is guilty, not the money. It's not the money that is filthy. It's the mind that is filthy. As a matter of fact, we have a subsidy. And we call that an honorarium. An honorarium, a subsidy. And that subsidy is very, very low. We want to become a monk or a nun not because of the money. It's because we want to get that spiritual enlightenment that we want to be one, not because of the money. If we want to make money, we should be working outside. Get paid $13 an hour, or 12, or even 25. You know, I am a CPA, you know. I'm a CMA too. I have an MBA. I have my BA. So, but I don't need those anymore. I graduated from University of Toronto. I was a public accountant. I did quite well as a public accountant. I was a real estate broker too. I involved in many, many other businesses too before. But I quit. I don't want to be involved with them anymore. I want to go into the saintly path. I want to go to that which I always call a spiritual odyssey in my life. Not a Honda Odyssey. I'm driving a Honda Odyssey. A Honda Odyssey only takes you from one place to another, but a spiritual odyssey takes you from this place of confusion and reincarnation to that place of enlightenment and nirvana. Which one you prefer? So we don't need to pay. Next question. In the future, when meat can be genetically created without killing any animal, can we eat the meat? Why are you still attaching to meat? So you are thinking of, okay, you think meat is not that good, you're killing animals. Why don't we create some meat? You always think about meat, meat, meat. I can't get away from meat. Why don't you say, oh, can I stop eating meat? So you want to argue out your inclination to eat meat, that if they can be genetically created. You know, I think in the future, a human being can be genetically created too. You know, and can we eat meat? If you're not involved in killing, if your satisfaction, if your enjoyment of something does not involve in hurting someone, in killing someone, then I think it's okay. You're not involved in killing. If meat can be genetically created without killing any animal, can we eat meat? Maybe at that time they don't call it meat anymore. They call it, I don't know what they call it. But you still have to wait though. Why don't you stop killing now? You don't talk to a cow and the pig said, okay, wait, I'm still killing you, but wait until genetically you can be created, then I can stop eating you. And the pig say, oh, come on, please, don't kill me anymore. Stop eating meat now. Don't wait. Thank you for your excellent talk this morning. And when you meditate in the meditation hall, do you even wish it was perfectly quiet? That is to say, no traffic noise? I didn't notice the traffic noise. I just meditate. Maybe I'm so used to it. I don't feel that the traffic noise, disturbed me. And even if it has, maybe it's habitually happened in me that I allowed it to flow out from it comes in my left ears, it flows out from my right ears. It just come and gone. The traffic noise, the honking, honk, 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 it just come in and gone. I habitually don't attach to this kind of traffic noise. But on the other hand, when I continue to ponder on it, if I am meditating here, or if I'm not meditating in here, if I'm just anywhere in the temple and somebody say, "You're a stupid guy," that noise attack me, I certainly may or may not respond. Why do you call me stupid? What happened? Who are you? I don't know you. I start to defend myself. I start to be, some people may be infuriated because somebody scolded you without reason. So it depends on what kind of consciousness arises that attach to it. If that noise consciousness is created because of the noise, even if I haven't got that consciousness created, even if I have, this is a honking, I'll just let it go because I don't attach to it. But you may attach to it. I don't like this noise. Can they build the meditation hall in a quieter place than this? It's the wrong design. It shouldn't be close to the road. It should be in the forest. You make all kinds of internal commentation. Everybody has an internal commentator since birth. You have been putting up that commentary with tainted eyeglasses. You look at things differently. So, you ask me, I said, I didn't realize that there's traffic noise. Do you even wish it was perfectly quiet? Well, practically, it does not matter how I wish, it's been built like that. So how do you wish? But spiritually, I must confront all kinds of situations, right, in life. Nothing is perfect. Life is imperfect. If you're looking for perfection in life, this is not the place for you. You should be born in a place where there's no imperfection. Life is imperfect. You're looking for perfection in an imperfect world. Nowhere you can find it. Even if it's quiet, say if you are put in the middle of a forest where there's nothing, not even a mosquito fly, nothing like that, you think you'll be quiet? You start to think that, this place is too quiet. I'm not used to this quiet too. And even if you say, I like the quiet too, and then suddenly a thought arises in you. Yesterday my wife said something I don't like. There must be something that she was insinuating on. I don't like it. You start to recall from your past and put it on the present meditation stool, on the grass, and think about it. Where would I go after this meditation? Suddenly I have a feeling of anxiety. I have a feeling of depression. All these things swell up in you, even though you are in a quiet environment. You are in an absolutely quiet environment, but you are creating a lot of disturbances for yourself internally. It's the internal that counts, not the external. But most people are affected by externalities. They can't get away with externalities. And I have a student in Hong Kong. He took the 5 precepts 3 years ago. Abstain from killing, abstain from lying, abstain from sexual misconduct, abstain from stealing, abstain from intoxication. So the 5 precepts. And lately when I saw him, I said, somehow I felt that he was sitting just in front of me drinking tea, and I felt that his energy was not that good. Sometimes it's just as intuition. I don't know if you call it an aura or not. I just feel that his energy was not that good. His brightness was a little bit gone, not as comparable as before. And then later I find out that he had been to casinos because he used to like gambling. And then we said, why do you go to the casino now? You have taken the 5 precepts. You should be abstained from being greedy, you know. And why do you want to go to the casino? He said, no, I just go there to refresh myself. I just take a look. I never involved in gambling. Sometimes I just gamble 1 or 2 hands and then I'm gone. So when he is subject to all these externalities, he would be polluted. And I know that, in casino, it's not just the gambling. As a man sitting in the casino table and looking around and watching and all these, there are ladies around, And these ladies are coming out to I don't know what these ladies are doing. They're striking conversations and all kinds of people in the casino. And you are subject yourself to a lot of repercussions. So, if you cannot control yourself, if you are in an atmosphere of casinos, you will get into wrongdoings. So the most important is your mind internally. If you can build up an internal force inside of you, you can defend external forces. Build up your own fortress. Build up your own fortress. You have a moat surrounding your fortress. It's called a moat, a moat surrounding your fortress with a wide span of water. All these enemies, they're coming to attack you. They first have to cross the river. Then you realize these are enemies. All right, that's the first question. Second question, Venerable, earlier you mentioned that when a person passes away, the heat of the body and the consciousness have already leave together. My mother died in home care, care home. The care home said that we had to remove the body within 6 hours. When the funeral home personnel then removed my mother's body, her body was still warm. Would she suffer when her body was put in the fridge at the funeral home? The nurse declared my mother was dead. There was really a problem in how people treat a person who passed away and how the sutras and how the sutras said about people passing away. Really, if someone passes away, they have to put them in a mort right away. If it is later than a number of hours, later than 3-4 hours, when they pack up the body, then maybe blood or liquid will be coming out from the body that it was difficult to pack. So hospital personnel like to pack up the body almost like as soon as possible, but not 8 hours, 7 hours or 10 hours. But then the sutras said that the body still have feelings. But if you move the body around, the body may suffer. So in sometimes in Hong Kong in the Buddhist hospital, the Buddhist hospital have a special room for those who like to chant, or to perform immediately passing away procedures to help the dying person to be reborn in the Pure Land. They have special arrangement. But in Canada, it was like as soon as possible it was packed and put in the basement, in a fridge. You call it the fridge, yeah. So it really may affect the person. But some people passed away. Their alive consciousness almost like leave the body. Some simultaneously, some maybe 1 hour, immediately 1 hour later, or 2 hours, 3 hours. And usually, after 8 hours, most cases, they are gone from the body. So within 8 hours, that's the reason why we have to do our chanting to make sure that the dying person, the person who died, would not attach to worldly affairs. Otherwise, usually if a patient was dying, and if he or she is still attached to something that he or she hasn't resolved, he will be choking for a long time, and he couldn't breathe his last breath. Some people could be like that with oxygen for months, weeks, and it was really a suffering. And that's karma. So if someone passed away really fast and without suffering, that was like a blessing. We've seen people in the hospital who have been bedridden for years, like a vegetation. The nurse just flip to one side in order that his back will not rot. Flip to one side, and then after 3, 4 hours, flip to the other side. And every day was just a liquid dripping, dripping, dripping. And there's breakfast. Breakfast is liquid. Dinner is liquid. Lunch is liquid. In a hospital bed. You don't think life is a suffering? Why don't you visit hospitals, nursing homes, orphanages, hospital care, section? The world is full of suffering. And there's no denying about it. But should we be pessimistic about it? Negative about it? No. The Buddha said, it is because we understand suffering that we want to be more positive in getting out from suffering. More optimistic in getting out from suffering. You have to practice how to get out from suffering. Not just mourning on it, just not waiting for the last breath to go. Don't wait. It's already late enough. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You have a body that you can learn to go to the nirvanic state. You have a body that can learn the Buddha's way to be enlightened, to get out of samsara. Why don't you use this body to do that? If you use your body to do something else, you're wasting your time. You use your body for fame, reputation, and money, and sexual misconduct, and gambling, and drinking, and all that. We are misusing our body. We've been given a good body, a normal body. You should value it. Don't wait for the body to go wrong. Then you say, oh, I'm suffering from a disease. Now I know that I should do this and do that. It's too late. You can't even talk. Am I scaring you? No. It's a fact. There are ways to get away from suffering, according to the Buddha's teaching. Many, many ways. You have to save yourself. You created your own destiny. You are the God inside of you. You are God. Buddha is pointing out that you are God. And that God in you can be turned into complete awakening. Given that you have that God in you, you don't have to look for God. The God is inside every one of us. You have been misusing your God and turn your God into a demon. Turn your demon into God. Buddha cannot turn your demon into God. If God is so godlike that he can turn your demon into God, he already have done so. Why did he have to waste time in talking about all these sutras? Because you have to go the way how to turn your God, how to turn your demon into God. Nobody else can. You yourself can. But we've been so lazy. We just wait and wait and wait till the last breath comes. And there was a lady who was on his last breath, and she couldn't pass away, choking, choking, choking. For days, for weeks. And there was a monk who came up to her ear and say, relax, don't hang on to anything, just let go. Let go of that body. Let go of everything that you worry about. Let go of your estates. Let go of your money. Let go of your family. Even your family should be let go. Don't attach to it anymore. And keep on chanting and chanting. And then the next day, the hospital told the monk that the lady is gone. And later, his family members find out more why mom was still choking and choking for many, many months. She had keys to her deposit box. And she had all the title and the land titles, the deeds, the diamond rings, the luxuries, everything in the deposit box. And she forgot to tell her daughter where she put her key, where she put her all information. He was thinking, gee, I lost all these things. I couldn't talk now. I couldn't tell my daughter where the key is. And it's because of that she couldn't pass away, and she suffered for months. Just one thought. Abandon the thought. Let go of the body. You have no choice at that time. You have a choice when you're living. When you're dying, you have no choice. You will be pulled into where your samsara leads you to. While you have a choice, don't waste it. Don't waste your time. We shouldn't waste our time. What are you wasting our time on? Which party are you going tonight? What are you doing this evening? All right, final question. I noticed that each monk and nun wears a variety of the same colors. What does this mean, and what can I do on a daily, simplistic basis? I want to grow the love, respect, and compassion for the world. That's a good idea. Why do we our clothes dress a little differently? Because as long as it's within the same color, more or less, sometimes we have some flexibility. If it is gray, some darker gray, lighter gray, and it does not matter on the outside. If you see monks in the street wearing like the most, monks for monks, they could be fake monks. When you don't look at the surface, don't worry about the colors. They're not the outside. The outside sometimes is a camouflage for people who fake it. Don't believe in anything on the outside. Look at the inside. Look at the inside. Not every monk is a true, authentic monk, you know. Don't get cheated. If a monk is holding a bowl and asking for money, no, don't give any money out. That's not. We don't beg for money. Even in Thailand, they're not begging for money. They're begging for food. If you want to lead a monastic life, first of all, you have to come to a monastery, come to a temple to be, we call it the pure layman or laywoman, because she is striving to learn to be pure. You have to be here for 3 months at least, sometimes maybe 6 months, 1 year, to live the monastic way, to see how the life is carried out. And then the monks in the temple would supervise and watch how you're doing, and you also watch whether this is a temple that you should go to. And you live in a temple with the permission, of course, of people in the temple, but for the monks and nuns in the temple, that you live that way and see if you're used to it. See if that's the way that you want. A way that is always practicing the Buddha's teaching. Not just practicing it to enlighten yourself. Practice it to enlighten all others. Being a nun or a monk is not just looking at yourself. Because you have to make the 4 vows. Vows. V-O-W-S, vows. Sentient beings are countless, but we vow to enlighten them. The Buddha's methods to get enlightened is so multifaceted, but we vow to learn them. Mental afflictions are immeasurable, but we vow to eliminate them. Not just for you, for all sentient beings. So it's a mass giving. It's a mass compassion. Not just giving to yourself. Of course, you have to compassionate to yourself too. You have to compassionate to all others. If you're compassionate to all others, automatically that compassion would repercuss back. The repercussion will throw back to you. But you consider others first. To be a monk or a nun, it's not just looking at a simple life where you enjoy the quietude, you think the solitude. It's to give out your compassion. By giving out the complete, altruistic, unconditional compassion, you attain nirvana. There's so many ways to attain nirvana, awakening. By giving, the most perfect giving, actually you're arriving at nirvana. By tolerance at the most tolerance level, you arrive at nirvana. There's so many ways to get to nirvana, but you have to learn it. You must have a mission of compassion, giving, not just receiving. So there's so much to learn in the monastic life. So much to learn. But you must be willing to go through the 6 parameters. You must learn the 6 parameters to lead a monastic life. One of these 6 parameters, the first and the foremost is compassionate giving. The second one, morality. You must observe all the precepts of a monk or a nun or a layman. All the precepts. The monks have 250 precepts to conform to. The nuns have 348 precepts to conform to. The ordinary laymen and lay people will have 8 precepts, 5 precepts to conform to obey, to observe. So the second one is morality, observance of precepts. Abstain from bad deeds and only do good deeds. The third one, endurance or a tolerance. You have to put up a high level of tolerance. Tolerance not only physically, but also in the mind. Because when you interact with the Sangha members, everybody have different personalities. Some people, we are still practicing. It's not just a monk or a nun is a perfect person with all pure senses. No, they're still learning. They are just concentrating in the learning. And you could be concentrating in money making, raising a family, doing your job, going to casino. You are concentrating in temporal affairs. Temporal affairs that lead you to go into what? Not enlightenment, not enlightening. But we gear all our efforts in enlightenment. We don't want to waste time. We gear all our efforts in enlightenment. And fortunately, we have been giving the means to do it because people donate to us. There are people who like to donate to people who concentrate in monastic life. So they give all these means for us to eat, to have a place to live. So if people are compassionate in giving us, all these means to live, we value them. We must practice. More than just practice, we have to learn how to give it out. Every lunch we are receiving, we contemplate 5 contemplations as in there. How to be better, how to do a better job. So there is compassionate giving, observations of vinayas or the precepts. Third, endurances. Fourth, diligence. A monk or a nun is a hard worker. Don't think that every day you're meditating is so peaceful, you're in that meditation hall, it's so peaceful, nobody disturbs you. Being a monk or a nun, we really work. We really have to concentrate in working and learning. It's a 7-day week. I've been working 7 days per week for 38 years. Imagine, you got 2 days off. We don't have any day off, We plan to reform. We want to have a day off every 2 weeks. So we don't have any day off, but we're happy with it. We like it. But for some beginners, they may not be used to it, and we like to give them a cushion. So we work every day, and we feel happy giving out. Every day we work, we give out. We think of giving a missionary function out to the world. And then meditation, concentration of vipassana. And then wisdom. We are building our wisdom to get to that nirvanic state, that Buddhahood, that anuttara samya sambuddhi, that suchness, trueness. We don't know what it is, but it's awakening. There's so many terms for it. There's so many terms for it. We just call it spirituality or awakening. So there's so many things to learn, but you're not learning temporal affairs anymore. Not on how to get a dating, how to get married, how to give birth to babies, how to look after the babies, how to be a nanny, how to be a good worker, how to make more money, how to get involved in business, how to think and grow rich. You that book, you know that book? Think and Grow Rich. How to do that. We're not doing that anymore. We want to think and grow rich on spirituality and expound this method, what the Buddha taught about, to the whole world. We have a mission to give. If you really have that mission in mind, our group is a group that you should join. Not a group of making money. So you want to register as a nun or a monk? Well, we have a person in here who would like to get your name down, so you can start to be a pure lady first in here. You want to be a pure lady? There's so many rules in here to be a pure lady. Three questions. First question. Thank you for the generous food. International Buddhist Society team. Yeah? It's been donated by a lot of other people. So what do we learn from this? Try to give. Don't always receive. Try to give out. When you're receiving, think about the generosity of those who are giving and then say, I want to be generous too. Don't say, I always want to get, to give, to receive. In your family or in a company, if your attitude is always want to give, you're bound to be a good member of the family, a good member of the company. Because in the family, you always think, what did mom give me? I mean, how can mom give me more? How can dad give me more? Oh, I have 2 brothers and 1 sister. Look, my dad gave the good rooms to my sister. I don't like it. I hate it. How come they got good rooms, I got bad rooms? You always trying to satisfy the ego that you want to achieve. But how many people would say, how many of you would say, hey, maybe my brother should enjoy a better room because my brother has been so nice. Maybe my brother should have a better room than me. I like to give a good room to my brother. Who would do something like this? Very few. Because they always want to get. They always want to get. They don't think of giving, sacrificing, and make other people happy. So yeah, the generous food, that generosity can remind us to be more generous. Not just receiving, but giving. There's so many volunteers in underdeveloped countries. I have a team of volunteers that I know that I donated some money to. They just returned from Guatemala. Where's the country name called? Guatemala. And they wanted to build a $50,000 clinic for villagers in the mountain. And they came to, it's a Christian group. and they come to a Buddhist temple, and it's very generous. They come to, why are they generous? They're so generous in letting us do a generosity. So I consider them as very generous. I thank you very much for coming to a Buddhist temple. You must be a very what do you call altruistic person, not discriminating what religion is what, So I said, yeah, we donated. We gathered together $8,000 and donated $8,000. It's a small amount, but we show our appreciation. If you're giving a chance to give, you should thank the person who gave you that chance, not that person thanking you to give. You see the difference between someone who appreciates and someone who don't? Thank you for the generous food, International Buddhist Society. What can a person do to rectify their sins if a person breaks conduct or precept? When you talk about sin, we're not talking about sin that somebody gave you. It's the sin that means, let's say, karmic energy that is not good. You're creating this karmic energy yourself, not anybody. You're creating it yourself. But if you have done something wrong, how do you rectify it? You cannot rectify it. If you hit someone yesterday, can you say, I want to withdraw that fist striking at his cheek? It's already been done. When we say rectify, that means changing whatever has been done. How can you rectify something you have done in the past? You cannot. How can you change yesterday's? You cannot change yesterday. But you know what you can do? You can change it now. Change today. How can you change yesterday? If yesterday was miserable and suffering, you want to bring yesterday's suffering into now and ponder on it and think about it and get mad on it and get jealous on it and get hatred on it. Would it help? If you bring yesterday's happening, that you've been abused, you've been scolded, you've been mistreated, and you remember and remember. 10 days ago somebody said something wrong and you still remember. 10 days ago somebody did something careless to you. You still remember. Are you not a victim of your own suffering? Because something said something wrong yesterday, you cannot change it. Why do you bring yesterday's agony into today and still talk about it, agonize on it, think about it, add your hatred on it? Would it help? So how do we rectify our what we have done wrong? You cannot rectify yesterday. Sorry. Even God cannot. But you are God today. You are God for tomorrow. You can change your behavior today. You can change your attitude today. You can do better today. Take a first step. So don't think about changing yesterday. You be a good person. Now there are certain things that you can do if you really have done something wrong yesterday. First of all, you make your determination not to commit the same error again. Secondly, you don't remorse on it and negatively emotionalize on it. It's just like when you kick a hurdle in your trip, you stumble and you fall. You don't cry lying on the road. You pick up your knapsack, brush off your dust. When you're healed, and you go on. You carry on. You just carry on and on and on. Don't cry on a hurdle. You changed it. You want to be a better person. You want to change your behavior. And if you have sinned someone, if you have hurt someone, you apologize. You seek repentance. You want to acknowledge that you are wrong. It's a hero to acknowledge your mistake, not a coward. But it's difficult to be a hero, It's difficult. What do? You seek repentance, you say you're sorry. If that person is already gone, maybe you will be saying that in front of a Bodhisattva or Buddha, I have done something wrong to that person, now he passed away, and I would like, if he still exists, I would like to say sorry. And maybe I should make up for it by doing 10 good deeds, and I want to dedicate these 10 good deeds to that person that I have agonized, I have done wrong. I owed that person $10,000. He was desperate. He said, you borrowed $10,000 from me, and now I'm in difficulty, and I need some money. I just ignored him and said, I didn't sign a contract with you. Who is there to know that I owe you $10,000? But actually you owe $10,000. But he really suffered. He was so poor, he was so destitute, but you don't really care. Now that person passed away and he said, oh, he passed away, now I want to repay him. I have there's nowhere to be found. I can't find the person. What do? I will be kneeling in front of the Buddha and say, Buddha, I would like to return this $10,000, but that person is gone right now. I would like to donate this $10,000 in memory of Mr. A that I agonized so many years ago. And more than that, I want to donate, and in addition, $20,000 and dedicate the merits to that person. You can do after, a post, what do you call that? An after death donation. So there's so many things you can do to make up for it. But don't agonize on it. Positively do something to indicate your willingness to make up for it. Second question, how can we purify our sins? I've said it. You can purify it yourself, not Buddha. Buddha cannot purify it for you. You think about the logical argument for that. If Buddha can purify everything for you, if he's a real Buddha, he would have done it for you without you asking, because he has supernatural power, right? If Buddha claimed himself to be all compassionate, he would automatically purify all your sin. But he cannot. You yourself have to do it. Nobody can write the examination for you and get an A. The teacher cannot. You have to do it. I'm still looking for that book, I've been looking for that book for 50 years. How to pass the examination without studying hard. I've been looking for that book for 50 years, and I'm still in search of it. I was giving a lecture in the University of Technology and Science last month, and I said something similar, and all the students laughed. I said, I'm still looking for that book, How to Pass the Examination Without Studying Hard. I don't know how to find it. And then there was a student who raised their hand, and he said, I know where to find it. Where? In your heart. Oh, I said, yeah, that's consciousness. Right in your mind. You'll find how to pass the examination without studying hard. Right in your mind. Because in your mind, there's no such thing. There's no such book. Next question. Is it okay to dance? Why not? But it's all in your mind. If you dance with a sensuous feeling, with a feeling of, self, ego, aggrandizement, and ego exaggeration, you just want to perform so that people would admire your dancing technique, would say that you are number one in your competition or whatever. You just want an ego inflation. You want the worshiping. You want people to praise you. The dancing itself is not dirty, but your mind is. But if you dance with a partner that you're sensuously looking for, you're seeking in something that you think is between a relationship between a husband and between a man and a woman, then the dance itself is pure, but your mind is not. So it's not in the dance, it's in your mind. But how many people dance with a pure mind? How many competitors in public dancing in what do you call that in competition? But that's a name for the British, what do you call that? Woman, even in Olympic, something like that. No, ballroom dancing. Actually, I'm going to. I'm not going to a ballroom dancing, but I am going to a location where I would be sharing 50% of the ballroom with ballroom dancers. I'll be going to Thailand to release about 15 or 12 buffaloes with 40 people in Hong Kong, and the organizer of this charity, releasing buffaloes, would let us and the ballroom dancers share the same room, share the same big hall, and these dancers were from Britain, and I don't know what that place called. Blackpool. Blackpool. These are Blackpool competitors. Well, they were internationally famous, and they would do performances, and they have an annual gathering in there. And then the organizer said, Mr. Samchai said, well, we will arrange you and your members to see the dancing. I said, no, I'm sorry. Because a monk is not supposed to see a Blackpool dancer dancing, not like that. So, is it okay to dance? Yes, it is okay. Ballroom, hip hop. Well, I don't know how you can hip hop. If we hip hop, we broke all our bones these days. Is it okay to sing and still be wholesome? Is it okay to sing and still be wholesome? Singing itself is wholesome, but if your mind is not wholesome, then it becomes unwholesome. It's all in the mind. However, it all depends on the lyrics. Some hip hops contain the four-letter word lyrics. Have you heard of that song? I heard about that song. So it's in the lyrics, it's in the content of the song, and not in the singing. Next question. Venerable, can you explain the significance of the little Buddha in the gracious hall, as they are all lit up and have names on them? These are donors who donated money to the temple, and in memory of the donors, their names are written underneath the lotus seat of the Buddha. And this will be permanent tablets telling all the other people that these people are generous and they donate to support the temple. The fact that we have a temple does not come without a cost. It's so many people so generously supported us. So whenever you're enjoying facilities in here, always think, who provided these? I really appreciate people who provided this. Venerable, what happened to all the plaques of explanation by the statues? They're no longer there. So, you want to be the judge? You got to put those names back there. I don't know what you mean. Well, they're no longer there. There must be a reason. You mean plaques to explain what the Buddha is? That kind? Because we are lack of volunteers who update those words, because those words have been weathered by the sun and by the rain and by the snow, and we can't catch up with the work. So can you be a volunteer and spend about, say, as much time as necessary to do something about it? Not just that, we have so many things that we are behind. We haven't dug up all the weeds, and we need a lot of people. Not to say, we have so many things that we are behind. People here, they just want to enjoy the garden. They don't know how much work has been put in the garden. There's this rhododendron, azalea, this maples, and all. They should be in the right place. How come you put the maple in there and not in here? How come you still have these withered branches in there? They should be clean. How come you don't fertilize it? How come you don't water it? Also, why was the Dharma wheel destroyed? It was beautiful, because we need your help to put it back. it was rusted. And people say, how come your Dharma wheel was rusted? And then it was all covered with weeds. You're not glorifying the Dharma wheel. What do you call that? You bring blasphemy to the Dharma wheel. So no, we couldn't catch up with the work. So why don't you volunteer and put the Dharma wheel back? No, let me tell you, it's semi-true. Because the Dharma wheel got very rusty. And some people came and many people said, that's a swastika. Are you guys supporting Nazi Germany? I said, no. Hitler borrowed the sign from 2,600 years ago, the sign from Buddha. We don't want to explain all this. Plus, all the weeds have been covering it up, and we didn't have time to catch up with unweeding. So we say, why don't we just make it flat and grow and put a piece of green grass on it and easily manageable grass, and we still have the Dharma wheel. So we have in the future, if we have better place, we'll put it up. Why do we still use Sanskrit to chant? We still use Sanskrit to chant, and we use Sanskrit to chant because Sanskrit, when we are chanting it, is translated sound. In other words, if it is Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, Namo Guan Jizai Posa, is a translated sound from the original Sanskrit into the Chinese language. It's a translated one. And in some of the mantras, in doing the translation, we didn't translate the meaning. We just transcribed the sound out. Like Namo Ratna Dharayaya, Namo Haladana Dharayaya. We only translate the phonetics. And sometimes the translation may not be 100% accurate. So in the ancient days, many years ago, people don't study Sanskrit that much. But recently, in the last 100 years, many people have started to study the original language, which is Sanskrit. So they say, if we chant it in a translated sound, a Chinese sound, why don't we maintain the original sound? So that tendency has been like that for a number of years, and we translate it. So we chant in Sanskrit. And we still use Sanskrit because we want to use the original. Most of the sutras were translated in meaning. And sometimes when we compare to the Sanskrit, the translation was pretty accurate. Maybe within a range of 80 to 100% right translation. They've been very careful in the translation over the generations. But in mantra or dharani, those keywords, they didn't translate it. They just used the sound. For example, Mani Padme Hum. That's a Sanskrit sound. If you translate the meaning, it is the mother of all sound. We purify our mind like a lotus, and we have to purify our senses. And if we purify our senses, we'll get to enlightenment. That's the meaning. But we didn't translate the meaning. We just say Mani Padme Hum, because somehow there's a mystic in sound, and sound is just like if we can use an analogy, it's like your phone, for example. There's a certain frequency, and that frequency, imagine that frequency can be, the original frequency can be decoded into certain languages, but the decoding, although it works, sometimes it's not accurate. That's the reason why when you receive messages, when you receive phone, it's not 100% clear. But if you use the original frequency, actual frequency, then it's clearer. So that's the reason why they maintain the Sanskrit original and chant it with the Sanskrit sound. All right? Thank you for the wonderful lectures. Please tell us how to eliminate self. Well, how to eliminate self, it has taken me 50 years, and I'm still practicing on it. How can I tell you in one session like this? I'm trying to work towards it. I haven't really completely eliminated myself, my ego, my seven consciousness, and how can I tell you? However, I can tell you that to eliminate the self, there are, put it very simply, there are three ways to start with. Three ways. The first one is Vinaya and precepts. Vinaya, precepts. Just say Vinaya, okay, Vinaya. The second way is meditation or concentration. The third way is wisdom. So you need Vinaya, you need meditation or concentration, and then you need wisdom in order to eliminate yourself. So what is Vinaya? Vinaya is a Sanskrit word. If we use English translation for it, there's certain discipline and rules that would guide you to do the right thing. So in order to start your practice, first of all, you have to prevent or try to delay the adversive or unwholesome karmic energy working on you, because we have been creating a lot of negative karmic energy confronting us. That's the reason why we have gone through all these human experiences of suffering. For example, aging, sickness, death, living with hated ones, departing with loved ones, and all these mental defilements that dominate you, depression, anxiety, hatred, jealousy, vengeance, etc., etc. That's individualistic. But on a macro level, tsunami, earthquake, wars, epidemic disease, genocide in some other countries, suppressions, killings, calamities, you name them. There's so many things in this world, right? And why is this created? It's because people behavior has gone out of proportion in a bad way, either in previous life or in this life, especially in wars and domination. So in order to prevent or delay karmic energy on you, first of all, you have to set up your morality standard. There are certain things that you cannot do. You cannot just do as you please. I can do anything I want as long as it pleases my senses. That's not the right way, because that's a criminal's view of human experiences. I can do whatever I want as long as I'm happy. I can kill, I can do anything I want, lie, as long as I'm happy. Well, that's a criminal's way. So you have to set up your morality standard. There's certain things that if you create unwholesome karma, that would be devastating on you. I'm only talking about the first medicine, which is Vinaya and precepts. Imagine if you commit killing, what's the consequence? You're always killing animals. That's accepted, because nowadays you can kill animals for food, but if you're killing humans, you can be accused of murder. If you can be accused of sexual violence, you can be accused of many accusations that you have done. So you must stop being accused or stop your action from performing those bad deeds. Otherwise, you're creating unwholesome karma that obstructs your practice. So you want to practice, right? You want to go to the spiritual, I call it spiritual odyssey or spiritual enlightenment. Then you have to stop karmic energy, especially unwholesome karmic energy, acting on you. If you start killing, lying, sexual misconduct, intoxicating, drinking, all these bad causes to you, you only have time to suffer. You don't have any time to enlighten yourself. So first, raise your morality standard. In other words, to give you a very simple example, if you want to be a good student in your learning process, you must observe the rules of the school. If you start to bully other people, if you start to be lazy and not attending classes, if you are cruel, if you are disobedient, you can't even be a student in the school. You have to raise your own morality standard first. That's the precepts that we are observing. Abstain from killing, abstain from sexual misconduct, abstain from lying, abstain from stealing, abstain from flattery, abstain from cursing, you abstain from intoxication, abstain from nurturing greediness in your mind, and stop all those greediness actions and all that. There are a whole canon of Vinaya and precepts that the Buddha suggested to us that we follow. In other words, discipline yourself first. We can't learn it without discipline. Imagine if we're back at a meditation hall, if you can do anything you want without discipline, how can we meditate? I've gone through those experiences. There are people who came for the first time into meditation. Some people, when people are meditating, they do yoga. They lie on the floor and doing yoga exercise. Have you seen that? I've seen people who just like a reclining Buddha, lying on the taking up 3 spaces and say, I've been practicing yoga. But we're yoga anyway. You are yogi, right? I said, we're not yogi. So if you can do anything, some people, they do yawning and they're brooding like a philosopher like that. They don't want to meditate. They just, they do whatever weird behavior in there. And there's so many rules and regulations you have to follow in the meditation hall. Some people put on pungent smell, fragrance, perfume, and they really ruined the senses of others. Imagine you're sitting to someone who put on pungent smell shampoo by your side with long hair. They just have a shampoo this morning. How can you meditate with such pungence of smell in your neighborhood? So we must have regulation that do not wash your hair with pungent smell, fragrant, before coming for the meditation. And do not jog for 2 hours, sweating the whole body and come for meditation, because your sweat produces smell that disturbs other people. So if we don't have regulations and rules, how can we live in a society with harmony? So the Buddha said, first, discipline your conduct first. Anyone in the society would agree. You have agreed to that since you were a school child. That you're not allowed to bully others. You have to obey the teacher in his instructions. All right? So that's the first thing. Morality standard have to be raised by understanding the Vinaya and the precepts as promoted by the Buddha, telling you to stop certain unwholesome acts, speeches, and thinking. And then the second is, because all this, raising the level of morality standard only deal with your crude thinking, with your behavior that's already tried to express. But I could be a student that, you tell me to observe all these regulations. I'm a rebel. I hate this teacher. I don't like my students. I don't like my fellow students. But I control it. I'm ADHD. I can't control it. But anyhow, I don't want to be kicked out, so I control it. The teacher, the Buddha said, that's the reason giving you morality standard is not enough. Because I only control you using discipline, but I have to change your mind. You must know the core of the meaning of this morality raising. So you deal with the thinking part of it. First of all, you have to focus. You have to do meditation in order to get into in order to get into a mind that you want to be cooperative. John cannot just be forced to cooperate with his fellow students. He has to be first coerced and then later persuaded and then admonished and then taught. Why? The meaning of it. Why do you have to behave like that, Tom? Because you cannot disturb others. You cannot hurt others. You have to change Tom's mind, not just discipline Tom's action without telling Tom the meaning behind morality. So concentration is to tell the mind to absorb, to stay put. Because the mind has been monkeying. The mind wants to hurt. The mind wants to lie. The mind wants to be lazy. The mind wants to go anywhere he wants. But then you're told, no, John, stay put, calm down first. Don't get too agitated. Don't get mad. Just calm down. You must learn how to calm down first. And this calming down, not exercising your monkeying mind, is called meditation. You have to be trained to calm down. You just can't calm down any moment because you have to be trained to do so. You cannot force Tom all the time. He's rebellious. But if you can persuade him peacefully that he's willingly observe this discipline, you'll be a successful teacher. Okay, that's meditation. And then, in the process of doing it, Tom has to be told why, not just how, why he should be doing it. That's the wisdom. The wisdom involved in doing all this. And that is in the sutras, in the Buddhist teaching. So this is what? Discipline, which is morality, and then meditation, and then elevate your wisdom level, going to this spiritual level. Why is this world full of suffering? Why do we have to be considerate and compassionate to others? All these. If you learn all these, you can slowly, gradually eliminate yourself, your ego. Because it's your ego that tells you to all those rebellious deeds. That is the most simple terms I can tell you based on your question. Otherwise, it needs 50 years of practice. And in a university, you need 4 years, 4 semesters, at least 4 semesters to follow all these. You need Buddhism 100, which is the discipline part or the introduction part. Buddhism 200, which is in the discipline or the Vinaya part. Buddhism 300 on meditation and concentration. Buddhism 400, almost graduation, on wisdom. If you graduate from all these, you're on your own to do your own practice. Actually, we have a 2 o'clock, 2:30 repentance. We hold ourselves out to carry out repentance, but the attendance record has been very weak. So we postpone it, and then in the future, if we have more than 15 participants, then we'll continue. Meanwhile, I can take a break. I can enjoy the flowers outside, which we put a lot of bonsai this year, rhododendrons. Now is the season for rhodo and azalea. And we spend, by the way, we did a lot of volunteers. Together with other volunteers, did all that. We put big bonsai, we raised them, we put in soil, we prune the roots, prune the branches. We did all the labor for people to enjoy. That is giving. We're giving out all the beauty of flowers so that the whole world can come to enjoy it. Not just talking. We're not just talking about Buddhism. We're giving. We're giving the whole world with flowers, with beauty, with nature, with trees, with bonsai trees. We're giving our neighbor. We're giving our I don't want to call it love, but I want to call it compassion. We're giving. We welcome any volunteers who would like to give like us. And spend an afternoon not in a party, but in trying to nurture our plants. You know, we have big bonsai trees. How do we move those bonsai trees into big pots like that? 3 tons. We're moving 3 tons. One tree, 3 tons of bonsai, of big, huge, big rhododendron, from one place to the next. We got pine, we got azalea, we got many. pusavillos, and cherries, crab apples. We have all kinds of flowers. We have lotus, and every year we have to fertilize the lotus. We have to plant them. We spend hours in making the garden of beauty compassionately for people to enjoy. But when people come here, some may not even enjoy nature. There are some we just criticize. Well, how come they don't have, I like roses, how come they don't have roses? So they set the opinion on azalea, so they should have roses, they should have bamboo, they should have this, they should have that. But they don't know that we have been trying our best to put a lot of number of hours to fertilize it, to clean it, to take the weeds out, to water it every day, and put it in the right place, and order it, all these bonsai pots, and each bonsai pot costs a lot of money. And there are people who didn't have the time to donate their labor. They like to donate their money to buy those pots. Everything here is donated, you know, donated out of people's compassionate charity. They donate it not because it's their own assets. They donate people can enjoy. All volunteers are welcome to donate their compassion out by giving their neighbor. And we need a lot of volunteers. But some volunteers will be coming too in the summertime. We create a forest in 15 days. I will plant 30 trees in 15 days. Trees that cram together, trees that have pipes and vines and wires, electric wires underneath it. We hydrovac it and make sure that we will move in the right place. And it took us 2 weeks to remove 35 trees, and each tree is up to a height of 30 feet. People imagine, oh, how can you move those big trees? That's what we did. We moved huge big trees. You know, a lot of planning. Any question? You can ask question on nature, on how to do a bonsai, how to grow a azalea, how to grow a cherry tree. Huh? Yeah? What kind of question do you have?
A Scotch pine or a black pine
Yeah.
in a big pot.
Yeah.
How do you root prune it? And I'm talking something that's very heavy.
Yeah, very heavy, a Scotch pine, right? How do you prune it?
It's got a trunk like that, and it's it's in a big Chinese pot.
Yeah.
And it needs to be put up. And how do you get the root prune, and do you rake the roots?
How big is the one side? What's the height?
12 feet.
12 feet? Good question. I like questions, you know. Good question. How to prune a pine 12 feet?
Well, you have right now two things. You've got the candles right now. The candles on the pine. The little shoots.
Yeah, the little shoots. You have the candles on the pine. Yes, right.
And the root pruning.
Yeah, okay. First of all, you have to find the right timing. Now is not the time to prune anything. You only can prune a bonsai's roots, any tree's roots, before spring, preferably before March. If you do anything in April, it's already too dangerous because the roots start to grow. So every time you want to prune something, prune branches is easier. You can, in some trees and some pine, you can prune any time. But if you want to replant it, put in new soil, new fertilizers, first of all, you must know the when, the how, the why, and the where. When? Before March. Or when the trees are sleeping in the wintertime. Say from, if it's too cold, you can't move it. So preferably say from February to mid-April. That's the time when you change pot, prune roots. And then the pine, you can do it anytime. But you have to maintain a good balance. If you cut certain quantity of roots, you have to reduce certain quantity of branches and leaves. So you really have to put a balance. We call it yoga, right? Harmony. So Buddhism is just not sitting still. Buddhism is to have a touch of nature. You know, meditators, they have to touch soil. They have to touch weeds. They have to be in the ocean. They have to be in the forest. Meditation is not just sitting quietly and, you know, not that. Meditation is in contact with nature.
Be aware.
Be aware. You know, all those saints, Who got enlightened? You know where did it get enlightened? In nature. Buddha Sakyamuni got his enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. Not under a concrete building like this. Not under a concrete roof. Under a natural Bodhi tree. Confucius, that's one of the saints of Chinese, got his enlightenment and taught his students in the forest of apricots. And many of the masters, they touch soil, touch plants in contact with nature. So you cannot be a silly man. You have to love nature. Nature is part of life. Helen Keller said, Helen Keller, she was blind. She didn't have any, she was deaf. And she said, every time when my friends came back from a forest, she said, every time when my friend came back from a forest, I was always interested in what did he see. And I always asked the question, what did you see in the woods? After walking for an hour or so, and usually I got disappointing answers. The answers is usually like this, nothing in particular. And then Helen Keller said, how come someone who went into the woods to enjoy nature came back and tell me nothing good in particular and nothing bad? How can that be? Very disappointing. All those who have eyes do not know how to appreciate their eyes until they are blind. All those who have ears are only listening to praises and criticisms of others. They don't appreciate the sound of nature, the chirping of the birds, the waves, the pine moving in the wind. All this is enlightenment. Enlightenment does not only come from words and from the monk's sermon. Enlightenment comes from nature too. So I always like to go into the nature. I always want to hear the flow of the waterfall. I always want to smell the fragrance of the grass. I always want to see the frogs frogging in the woods. Nature, love. They have to. If you don't have love for nature, you don't have love for life. Some people don't love nature; they only love the pet dogs. And I got one friend, a young lady, about 35, single, divorced, came with mom and dad in the 70s and 80s. Her dog, the lady's dog, a 36-year-old lady, the pet dog passed away, which she had for a number of years. She was so grief-stricken. Even 6 months later, she was still thinking of the dog. And in front of his parents and in front of me, because he was so grief-stricken, the parents wanted me to talk to the lady, and the lady said, I wanted to pass away with my dog. The lady was so disappointed. The parents gave birth to you, and you want to die with the dog? How? Dog is valuable, but how come you want to give up your life because you're grief-stricken? He was so grief-stricken that I want to die with my dog. Did she have anything better to contribute to human life? She actually can be a volunteer in here and not thinking about a dog. This is the example that I'm giving you. See, you ask questions and I can linger on for another 15 minutes. Any more questions? Interesting question. Timing, how? How to do it? You have to prune it. How do you prune it? In what way you're pruning it?
And how do you lift the tree trunk out of the pot when it probably weighs 400 pounds?
400 pounds you have to do, you have to have a mini excavator. 400 pounds, right? So you have to tighten it, the trunk, and then have the what do you call that? The sling. Two sling go up, and put it on. Even you can put it on a forklift, and then you lift it up. Lift it up from the ground. But first of all, you have to dug the surrounding to make sure that you maintain the root ball. You can't break the root ball. You break the root ball, the plant will be dead. The survivability, if you break the root ball, is less than 50%. 50%. So you actually dig the side. Or if the root ball is huge, you ask a hydro vacuum company. They can actually go around, use hydrovac to hydrovac the edge so that everything is detached from the soil, leaving you just the ball, and leaving the wire untouched, uncut on the side, or the pipe, or the sewage. And then you can lift it up. When you lift it up, then it's ready to go into your pot. So you paid about I think about at least $700 per hour for the hydrovac person. But it's a 12-feet tree is worth it. It depends also on how good the tree is. If it's not in a bonsai shape, how to shape our bonsai, how to shape our trees that they look good. You require a lot of. But nowadays we can study from Google. Get into Penjing. Penjing. There's certain ways that Penjing should look, but you really have to learn. You have to be artistic. So you have to be artistic to do bonsai. Art is a very important spiritual aspect of life. Anyone who does not like arts, it's very difficult for you to be successful in your enlightenment. Because if you don't like arts, you don't appreciate life. Living is an art. Growing is an art. If you don't like art at all, you're only number crunching. If you're only a scientist who's not interested in anything but creating atomic bomb, then I don't think you can do meditation. Oh, I see. You cut down a tree. Oh, there's so much you have to know about cutting down a tree. First of all, if you cut down a tree that is more than 5 feet, you really have to be very serious about it. Because trees have life. And there could be spirits attached to a tree. First of all, you have to give evacuation notice. You have to write out something that this tree, out of necessity, it needs to be removed so that we have to make room for a temple or make room for habitation for humans. So please, any spirits residing on the tree, please, after 7 days, you move to another tree. And we plan to take out this tree and plant it somewhere else. In case we'll hurt you, so make sure that you leave before the 7 days time limit is up. So you really have to post a notice to the tree and post also to the neighboring trees in case they don't know. And then, they don't laugh because all these trees, we treat trees as lively. No, trees are not dead trees. You cannot just ruin a tree, chop down a tree anytime you want. It's a living organism. It's not a sentient being. We still need to prove whether a tree has sentient feeling. We humans are sentient beings because we have motherly love, brotherly love, we're all these. A tree, we cannot prove that a tree has that kind of love. But a tree is living, is growing. So if you cut down a tree, you have to give it notice. More than just giving a notice, you have to do a ceremony to make sure that they notice well, make sure that they know. You have to chant mantra. We have special mantras for chanting. You have to announce your intention. I always announce my intention. In 7 days, we're going to move these trees because we want to make a kuti for people who practice Buddhism, a hut, and we want to remove this tree to build a hut on top. Please go to another place and we'll replant it in 7 days. That's what we always do. And then we do a ceremony, a chanting. And this is only, when I look back, the original inhabitants of Canada are the Indians, the Red Indians. And Red Indians respect trees. And in their culture, they believe that spirits attach to tree. So sometimes they put the ashes of the deceased ancestors on treetops. So that's why they don't tear down any trees. They regard trees as holy. And they call it a tree burial or outside open burial. They put it on top of trees, the ashes on top of trees. So they don't want to cut down any trees. And trees have spirits attached to them. So make sure that you give your notice, you do the ceremony, you do your chanting, and then you respectfully remove it. Don't just chop it down the way you want. This is a useless, that tree, just chop it down. And I have seen immediate retribution for people who are cruel to trees. If you click onto Google, click onto accidents in cutting trees. Some people just cut down any trees and they fell on them. You know, this climate, they just chop down anything they want, and then they really have an immediate karmic retribution happen to them. And some of these people, the tree fell down, and if a big tree fell on the human body, it could be 1 ton. Immediate death. So when you go out to the trail to have morning walk in the forest, you just don't, you have to have helmet, you know, climbing, you know, helmet, and you really have to watch all this, you know, are there any dead trees nearby? And you don't walk in the forest when it's too windy. If they blow down trees, they can land on you, you're dead immediately. So you want to make sure that those trails are safe. And not only for you, but for people. A compassionate person walking a trail would report a tree that's about to fall because they don't want to land it on people. Some people just say, oh, this tree is going to fall. Oh, I'm not falling. This one not falling on me. And they just walk by and never report it. You should report that tree. On certain road, this tree is going to fall down. It's going to hurt someone. And make sure that the government remove that tree so that no one will get hurt. There are reports that people get accidents, you know, hit by trees, especially big trees. The first question, thank you for the wonderful lectures. How should I introduce my young children to Buddhist teaching? They are all under 6 years old. I want them to know what I did not know and not suffer from the ego. Oh, thank you. How do we introduce Buddhism to a 6-year-old child? Well, I think we have to introduce Buddhism to a 6-year-old child in terms of how would a 6-year-old child behave and think. You cannot get into details of philosophy, and but you still can get into the practice of meditation. You teach your child to meditate, especially for crossing legs. The legs of a young child are flexible, and they can easily cross their legs. And also, they can easily follow instructions. Just tell them that, okay, your legs have to be like that. Your palms, you must be folded together and put in front of your lap. And then you must be sitting upright, and you must not go to sleep, and you must do it. Your mind must be thinking about concentrating on your breath, thinking that you just tell them that you're not Jeanette in here now. You are a little sesame seed inside your nostril. It's like your nostrils are two polka dot doors. You see how you have a polka dot doors? You become a seat inside that door, and you're a seat and just feel the air in and out. You feel the breeze coming in the door, and you feel the breeze going, a cold breeze coming in from the outside, and warm air going in from going out. So you have to train your child how to meditate. And when they're meditating, say, don't think about anything. Don't think about cookies and candies, and don't think about anything else. Just think about that you are assessment seat inside the door, feeling the air in and out and in and out. And that's what we call focus. Can you focus? And you give him a challenge. Give him a challenge. I challenge you, you can't do it in 5 minutes. No, I can't do it. So you can do it in 5 minutes. And then after 5 minutes, what do you think? Are you thinking of something? No, I'm not thinking of something. I'm just thinking of how good is the sesame that I can eat it up. You know, it's something, they can give you all kinds of imagination. You know, always think from the psyche of a 6-year-old and train your 6-year-old to do meditation. And focus. You train a kid to do focus, especially if the kid is ADHD. If the kid is ADHD, it's very difficult to train an ADHD kid to focus. It's difficult. But if it is easier for you, you could have been an instructor in ADHD. It's not easy. Because ADHD is always, what do you call that? Agitation, activity, what do you call that?
Attention deficit.
Yeah, attention deficit, hyperactive, very hyperactive, no attention, no focus. Exactly, the meditation can help. Attention deficit, because he has no attention in anything. Hyperactive is always want to move. So if you can tell your ADHD to stay put, say you challenge it for, how about 5 minutes? Yeah, I can do it in 5 minutes. No, it's just 2 minutes, and you're moving in 2 minutes, no, 5 minutes. So you're testing your kid how to lengthen the time of the concentration. There's so much you can do, and it's fun. You must find it fun to do it. If you find it boring to teach your kid how to meditate, then you can't do it. You have to be patient. You know why? You are doing the same thing to yourself. You are training your patience when you are teaching your kid. You know, all good cause leads to good effect. You think you're teaching your kid how to meditate is a waste of time? No. You are reminding yourself also at the same time how to do it, how to focus, and you will do it together. There's so many imagination in helping a kid to perform. I remember I taught a kid at that time, a 7-year-old kid, to recite a mantra, the mantra of compassion. And I know that kid wanted a Christmas gift of a toy, of a race car. I said, okay, we'll give your dad will give you a race car, a toy, if you can memorize it in a week. We give you a week to memorize the whole compassionate mantra. Because he wanted that race car. So he tried his best to memorize. And then he did it in 7 days. He memorized the whole mantra. And up to these days, he's now 21 at UBC, and he's still, and he's been telling that before each examination, he's always reciting that mantra to focus, to get concentration. And he's been quite good in his schoolwork, in concentration and focus. Studies is nothing but attention. If you can focus your attention, you're 50% successful. So train a kid to focus. So how to train your kids at 6 years old? You train the kid to do that. And if you train a kid at earlier age, it's easier to do. You can also train your 6-year-old to recite mantra. Yesterday, I ran into news about the Chinese language. A lot of Caucasians wanted their children to learn Chinese these days, including, you know, all those famous guys, Wall Street, you know, financial Hall of Fame, financial tycoons and all that, because what they have comments about it. And even in the imperial palaces of Spain, of Japan and all that, they all wanted most of them wanted their kids to learn Chinese, and their comments like this. They trained the 6-year-old, 7-year-olds all to learn to speak 普通话. If you can get on YouTube, which you always do, listen to those Caucasians, young kids, how they learn Chinese. Oh, they were better than me in speaking 普通话, in speaking 华文. And there was one financial tycoon sent their granddaughters to live in Singapore so that they can learn the language, being educated in Singapore. Because if you can learn the language, the next generation is going to be Chinese speaking, most of the Chinese speaking. And if you want to do business, if you want to do any kind of work, if you want to go to work in China and Asia, you got to learn Chinese.
Just so they've got a guideline that,
Yeah, as David said, there are instructions as to how to meditate. Maybe they can, you have a sheet of it, so follow those instructions and teach your children how to meditate. Yeah, and bring to them the values of meditation. Bring to them the values of getting into the spirituality of enlightenment, not just in being number one, always surpassing others in wealth, reputation, in performances. That's always been, the value has always been on individual pursuit of materialistic achievement. That's been the value for a long time. Now, who knows, maybe for the next 20, 30 years, the Buddhist religion will be so prevalent, so popular that people start to learn more and more about it, because they can't get satisfaction from materiality. Because many people are getting more and more material. We used to think that we have a lot of, you see, in communication, in technology, we have made tremendous improvement. Technology in communication has narrowed our path of relationship. We can correspond with people, so the distance have narrowed this distance, because we can WeChat, we can WhatsApp, we can do all kinds of things to communicate. But it seems that relationship among family members, are more distant and distant and distant. They don't understand each other because of the spirituality. What do you call that? Ignorance. And the medical field has introduced a lot of methods to lengthen the life of an individual, but it seems to me that there's a lot of psychic problems in the individual that has developed into disease, mental disease. So why don't we think about that area? Maybe for the next 20, 30 years, it's your responsibility to develop spirituality to people, different people. When we are out, there will be a wave coming over. We are another wave, and you'll be another wave coming to take over. There's always new waves coming up. Don't just stay in there. You have to carry on, march on. Okay, next question. Good afternoon, and could you please provide details regarding techniques to explore mind and mind impressions when practicing seated silent meditation? What should we strive for and be careful of? This is a broad topic. It's a broad topic that we can't just cover in here. It requires a lot of, first of all, we have to explore the main points of it, but suffice it to say that in meditation, you have to learn how to focus first. How to focus. And time would determine whether you're successful or not, which means that you have to train yourself regularly and habitually. One exposure is not enough. In a week, you have one exposure and all the others were just hidden somewhere, not doing anything. One exposure per week, not enough. One meditation per week is not enough. You have to do it regularly, for meditation. And also meditation, you do really need a mentor, because you could run into problems when you go a higher level. When you're in a low level, you may not run into problems, But if you're at a higher level, a deeper level, you may run into problems. And let me give you an analogy on why you're running into problems. In us, we have a whole storage, immeasurable storage of mental afflictions in our karma. And that's been accumulated not only in this life, but previous lives. Lives like ignorance, jealousy, hatred, arrogance. Many of these mental afflictions will store as energy in our computer, in our storage, in our disk drive. We have a disk drive, an analogy of a computer, all stored in there. And when your meditation is just like a sweeper to sweep it clean, something to purify it. And to purify it, you've got to open up your garbage tank. It's an enormous garbage tank containing all those jealousy and hatred and egoism, all these kind of things. When you are not meditating well, you haven't even got the power to open the door of the garbage bin, because you don't have that power yet. You were meditating, you were at the doorsteps of meditation, because you're not into that area where you open up the garbage bag and start to clean it, because you have to unlock the metal. Because I remember in the garbage bin, they have 2 security metals that you bolt it. After you bolt it, then you have to open it with the lock. It's not easy to open a big, huge garbage bin, Sometimes it requires 2 guys to unbolt that metal bar. So imagine, if you are meditating outside, if you're ready to clean up the garbage, you haven't got the power to unbolt it. So you have to meditate and meditate until the power comes. Growing and growing power in opening up the garbage bin, ready to clean it up. When you open it, it stinks. You get fainted. Because there's so much odor coming out that you're overwhelmed by what you see inside. You're overwhelmed by your old garbage. And some of the garbage get overflow out too. You don't know how to handle it. And that's what we call sickness in meditation. Because of this overflowing, the overflow of jealousy come out. The overflow of arrogance come out. The overflow of inferiority come out. The overflow of depression comes out. The overflow of, so much of it. It's all crammed in the bin. When you open it, some of them got to flow out. You don't know how to handle it all of a sudden. And we call that an exaggeration, because it flows out. You become more knowledgeable to it. You understand it more. You know it. It comes out. It knows it's depression. I don't know why I got sick. I don't know it's depression. Now I know it's depression. I'm more sensitive to all these things, where I can smell it. So you need a mentor who will be talking to you and discussing how that to be done. How do you slowly clean it out? How do you get a fragrant an odor killer to kill the odor? You need a mentor. It's not easy. This road is difficult, but it's a very fast road, because you can directly clean the garbage out. And the Pure Land school is, you don't need to open the bin. You carry that heavy bin on your back and go to the Pure Land. You carry that bin, and you start to clean it up in the Pure Land where Avalokiteshvara and Amitabha Sutra is telling you how to do it. He may have said, don't even unbolt the metal. Just get a crane to crane it out. So many ways. Faster that way. But that being said, if you meditate, you start to meditate, and if you know how to clean up the bin slowly, you will be a more intelligent guy, a meditator, and you can tell the rest of the people how to do it. There are people who've been successful in cleaning it up, and they became what we call wise people, people who are enlightened, people who can direct you the way, people who can be teachers and gurus, who can solve your problems, who can help you out. We need those people too. And enjoy our garden. We have a lot of rhododendron coming out, much more beautiful than the last year. And it doesn't come easy. We spend months, 2 months to plant it on pots. You think the way that you can enjoy the garden, it comes from easy work? No. We put a lot of time, a lot of expenses to get the pots together, to get the soil together, we fertilize it. We need a lot of volunteers. Our volunteers work hard at it, touching the soil, cleaning up the weeds, putting fertilizers and watering it, making sure it stands in the right position, but making sure all these plants got pruned, and making sure that we don't forget watering it. So we need a lot of help. So extend your compassion to all those who enjoy gardens, and let's maintain the garden that way. So we need a lot of volunteers, but you can, if you are interested, you can sign up for it. Who do you sign up to? Maybe someone, huh? Natalie. You can sign with Natalie. Sign with Natalie. I want to help in watering the plants. At the same time, you can learn how to prune a bonsai. We have a huge bonsai. All these plants belong to the field that we have next door. It's just we haven't got time to excavate and plant it, because we did it in the last autumn. We didn't spend any money in buying them. We just dug out the old trees and make it into bonsai. So we need volunteers to do it. And we need volunteers also. We have a forest that we created. We have cedars that are so crammed together that they will all wither away inside. All the leaves were dead. And then we use hydro vacuum, and also we use a big scoop to scoop up plants and space them apart. Now we have created a forest in 15 days, planting 32 trees. Each one is about 30 feet in height in 15 days. And now we need another extra work to do. That extra work is to what do you call it? To drain the water out, because some of the water gets trapped in certain areas. We need to, what's that word for it? Not irrigation. Salt home, huh?
A French drain?
Yeah, we want to drain out a fresh drain to drain out all the water trapped in certain areas, because if they trap water in trees, the roots will be rotten. So we need to dig up, dead trenches, put all the pipes in, get all the sewage in to get into the public main. That's a lot of work. And we even need to buy maybe we need to buy a Kubota where you can actually excavate it and lay in all the pipes, backfill all the soil, put all the road base on top and drain it. I'm a laborer, I know how to do these things. I just don't have enough time. I've been doing that all summer, all autumn. And Buddhism is not just sitting here and reading, Buddhism is not just reading words. Buddhism is to work, to labor, to touch soil, to touch grass, to appreciate nature. Not just sitting here and reading a book, to become a bookworm. Buddhism is to experience life, especially through nature. If you're a meditator and you hate nature, you can't be a meditator. You are an entrepreneur in the business. You can't hate nature. You have to get to nature. You have to like a tree. You have to be friend to a tree, to a rhododendron, to an azalea. You want to save a withered plant and make it into a healthy plant. That's called compassion. Don't just express your compassion to sentient beings, to all beings that have living capacity. Okay, that's gardening. Another I'm thinking of, we have a website, and we need people who can write good essays. You've been meditators here for quite a while. Why don't you write an essay telling us your experience in why do I want to meditate? Why do I want to join a group meditation? Or why do I like nature? Why do I like to meditate in the open, in the wild, in the woods? Write something about your experiences in meditation. Write something what you know about Buddhism, what you know about nature. And if it is good, we put it on our website. Our website is quite popular, It's getting more and more popular. Get onto our website, www.buddhisttemple.ca. You'll find a lot of my Dharma talk in there, a lot of other, essays and articles in there. I think you have written an essay, right? And that essay became so popular.
Yeah, it was actually quoted in the New York Times.
Yeah, it was quoted in the... David wrote an essay that was actually quoted in New York Times. People, after that essay. So see how influential your essay is? You have been developing, you have been promoting the Buddhist teaching. You have been telling people how to meditate, how to lead a happier life. We need people who can write good essays, putting their good, valuable experiences in the essay, and tell people what happened. Not just you, about writers who know how to write. Tell them to come join us. Do a workshop in writing. Write out what you feel about it. Even New York Times appreciate your essay because they also contacted our website, Otherwise they couldn't have, read your essay, right? So we need more and more good essays. Get onto the website first. And you'll find it very beneficial to your practice. Will we have a retreat on Bowen Island this summer? Probably not. Maybe next summer. So we have a temporary ordination in which you can join in as a temporary monk or a nun for 7 days. And we have about 60 people coming from Hong Kong who do an ordination in here to become monks and nuns on a temporary basis. They will be in here. So we're not going to Bowen Island this summer. All right. Okay, next. What is the significance of our dreams? Well, it's a wide topic, but do not be obsessed with thinking about your dreams. Some people like to interpret dreams, and different books have different interpretations. Dreams like when you see a snake, what does it mean? When you see an elephant, what does it mean? When you see a deceased person, what does it mean? I mean, humans always like to relate dreams to certain things, to certain symbols, to create books about it. But all dreams are illusionary. Dreams will come out when all these other senses close. When your eyes close, your ears don't listen when you're sleeping, your nose, you don't have any fragrance coming in. All these other senses just reduce to the thinking consciousness. And the thinking consciousness works in the past, the present, and the future. When you worry about something, dreams of worry will come out. Then you may see, I don't know, like glacier, you may see the ocean, or you may see animals, wild animals, kind animals. When you have certain worries, maybe certain pictures of horror will come into your picture of dream, or when you think about a person that you love, then maybe you see, I don't know. All this are illusionary. Don't think that they mean a lot to you. It's the same as when you're thinking, when you're not dreaming, you're thinking about, oh, there's a Mr. A who is in the States. I'm thinking about him. Don't be superstitious. Don't be obsessed with interpreting a dream. It may, by luck, you may interpret it right, or you may turn it wrong. Why don't we just concentrate when we are fully awake in what we should do, and don't just obsess with something that when you are not awaking. You're trying to find solutions, or you're trying to find about symbols, about dream. Why don't you find solutions when you are not dreaming? That's even more practical. Find a solution when you're not dreaming, when you're sober, when you have the determination, when you are filled with wisdom, when you are filled with compassion and kindness, when you are sitting here meditating on how I should be more compassionate? How should I change my relationship with my family members? How do I change my relationship with my colleagues? Maybe I should do it this way, that way. Not be involved in a dream and try to interpret what the dream means to you about public relations. And some people even interpret what they think when they're intoxicated, when they're intoxicated with alcohol, with drugs. Yeah, think with an intelligent mind, not with a dreaming mind. Don't try to interpret dreams. Why don't you change it when you are sober? Determined to do it. I determined to be more compassionate, or stay away from religion. I determined to be more successful in my relationship with my colleagues, for example. I want to be more successful in my work. How do I get to be more welcomable by my colleagues? How do I perform my job? How do I improve my responsibility? How do I be more kind and considerate? How can I be happier in life? What should I pursue when I want to be happier in life? Try to interpret something when you are waking, when you have intelligence, and not when you are in a dream. Forget the dream. Dream is when we are using our mano consciousness, the mano vijnana, which is the sixth consciousness. And the mano consciousness likes to dig into the past. Past not only of the present life, maybe of previous life. You may dream of something that happened many lifetimes ago, that you brought to this, that the dream brought to this life, you still remember. I remember when I was very young, when I was a boy, about 8 or 9 years old, I always dream of a politician carrying out certain reform and sacrificing my life in a riot. I was being executed. Like I had that dream that I sacrificed my life in a revolution for certain politics, you know. So I also had dream when I had dreams about that I didn't come out before. But those dreams related to the previous life. But what's so interesting about it? We all have previous lives. Why don't you believe in the previous life and you believe in the next life, that you want to improve this one so that you can be better in your next life if you're not enlightened yet? If you can't get out from this life, why don't you just improve in the next life? I have students who became a monk or a nun who told me that she had dreamed about 2 or 3 lives, that I had been his teacher for 2 or 3 lives before. Maybe in the Ming Dynasty, in the Cheng Dynasty. We met each other before in previous lives. That's possible. Your husbands, your wife, your children all have relations, unended business with you. Otherwise, they won't become your husband. They won't become your wife or your children. They all have unfinished business. Hopefully, this unfinished business is something good. If this unfinished business means that you cheated him before, he's going to cheat you in this life to get even, to balance out the general ledger. The credit and the debit always have to be in balance. So if you owe him something, owe her something, he's coming to get you. And when he got enough, you already repaid, then he divorced you, or you divorced him. The same goes true with the children. Say if you are a mom of 4 or 5, some of these children have unending bad business with you, and he spent all your money, and he'll make you sad. I knew a friend, she passed away already. I knew her back in Hong Kong. She belonged to a very rich family. She got married, and she had 1 daughter. And her daughter was so disciplined, so she get all the mentors for her, French mentors, English mentor, and really educated her and give her everything. All the luxury she wants, all the mentors in school. So she became a brilliant student at school, in one of the most famous schools in Hong Kong. And then she went on to further study in the States, get accepted by a Ivy League university, Harvard, I think, Harvard, yeah. And then she was so brilliant that she studied law, and she became, afterwards, she became a judge, a Chinese judge in a foreign country. And then after 1 month, she committed suicide. And the mom was crying so miserably. When she received all these good things from her mom, and when her mom was really enjoy the pride of her nurturing her daughter to be a magistrate, a very famous magistrate, she passed away. She spent all this money on her, all this love disappeared. On over them. How come these things happen to me? I've been so nice to him. I've been so nice to her. How come she divorced me? How come she had another relationship that broke my heart? Because you did the same thing to her before. She came back to get you. Have you seen anything like that in life? Analyze them. So, let us build some good relationship among ourselves. Don't do anything bad on other people. They come back to get you. And don't just receive good deeds, you have to repay. It's just like in this lunch, for example. The fact that we can enjoy food in this lunch, somebody who was so generous to support our lunch so that we can meditate, we can run this temple, they donate. They donate lunch, they donate all kind of operating expenses for us so that we can perform the job, perform these missions. But don't just accept them. You learn to give too. People like to just to accept whatever given. They take it for granted. I want to accept. And sometimes some people even criticize the food. How come you give me this kind of food? It's just for free, but you guys got to prepare it well. You got to cook well. But have you ever thought of, why do I have to accept something free from someone? There must be a reason. They supported us. They supported us to be in a good meditation class. You didn't pay for it, but you're not allowed, you're not required to pay for it. And some people always think about, how do I reciprocate such a good favor? You reciprocate by being a good person. Reciprocate by extending your love to other people too, giving to others, not just accepting. In a family, everybody's thinking about, how did mom treat me? Dad, you got to give me this and give me that. Have you ever thought of, how do I give back to dad and mom and dad? By helping out with the household chores. When they get old, I support them also. When they supported me in my schoolwork, when they get old, I reciprocate my love to them. Have you ever thought of reciprocating your mom and dad for what they have done to you? Or you just forgot about it? You just drop them off in nursing homes. You just go there every Christmas. And you already think that you are great. You visit your mom and dad every Christmas. Have you done enough to reciprocate? Yes?
In meditation, what is your perception of that?
There's bound to be interferences. There are interferences outside your mind. But there are interferences outside your mind, but you have a mind to be absorptive of those interferences. There are bound to be interferences outside your mind, but there are many different kinds of minds. Some minds would not cling to them. In other words, all these interferences don't affect them. Some mind very sensitive to them. Depends on what kind of mind that you have. But interferences does not mean that this is bad. How come you interfere me? These interferences are conditions that you have created for yourselves. Because there are certain causes and effects that brought forth these interferences to you. For example, if you come this morning for the meditation, all of a sudden you receive a call from your friend. Hey, John, can you join me in White Spot this morning? I want to discuss something with you. And then in your mind you say, I owe John $20,000. I don't want to see John. John said, no, you're going to see me. This is an interference. And you say, how about after meditation? No, I want to see you now. I'm right at the entrance of your door. Is that interference? That's the interference that you have created because you owe him money. That's why he interfered you. And that could be interferences from a phone call. All kinds of interferences. Some interferences are good for you if you turn it around. What do I mean by that? Sometimes obstacles can heighten, can elevate your determination. You want to overcome it. Some hurdles, you say, I'm not afraid of this hurdle. I want to overcome it. This is an interference, but I want to overcome it. So your mind is, I want to overcome this kind of interferences. So the interference becomes something good for you. Because it builds up your confidence. It builds up your determination. So you don't treat an interference sometimes as bad. It may give you the injection of confidence because I want to overcome it. Some interferences are good. Depends on how you look at it. All right, so don't be afraid of interferences. When you have interfere, when you have obstacles, you just jump over it. If you get hurt, you just get up, put on your knapsack, and continue to go. Or better still, you remove the hurdle out so that it won't interfere others. So there's always bound to be interferences, unstopped, continuous interferences. How come you have those interferences? Because you have conditions in you that you meet those interferences. Because you make bad friend, because you owe him $20,000, because you like gamble and you like gamble, because you like to drink, you like to drink. You created all these conditions yourself. Don't blame your friend for it. You like his company. So there's so intricate, so many examples that you can't really, you can't really use one formula to apply to everything. No, there's so much. Some interference could work in your favor. Some interference is just interfering you. But as long as you have a strong mind, you don't have to cling to them. Good or bad. You don't cling to the good, you don't cling to the bad. You just be yourself. You'll be objectively observing your own meditation and not be affected. You won't be affected by the weather. Rain or shine, you will do this. It all depends on the mind. Everything originates from the mind. Yes? How did Buddha have that wisdom to know all these things that we didn't know, right? Imagine everybody, every one of us is a mirror, is a whole big mirror, right? And then our mirror, everybody's mirror has been covered with dust and dirt. You can't see yourself. You don't know the world because you don't have the reflectability. Because you're all blurred up, you're all obsessed by all the dust and dirt. You can't see properly. Because you can reflect, because your mirror of reflectability has been covered up by your emotions, your greediness, your jealousy, your hatred. But then, you started to do something about it. You started to rub this dirt off, bit by bit, clean this dirt off bit by bit. And after so much of this efforts has been done onto the cleaning, bleaching, and erasing and all that, all of a sudden you find out that most part of the dirt is gone, and you can reflect many, many things that you haven't seen before. And you continue to rub, continue to erase all this dust and dirt. Finally, you can see the whole world that you haven't seen before. That's exactly what happened to the Buddha. He couldn't see all this with wise eyes because he was all covered up by dust and dirt. But then he learned how to erase it. Erase it up to a point that, boom, the whole world is reflected with one big mirror that he could see the galaxy, he could see everything, whereas when you were all confused, you couldn't even see one grain of truth. You understand? That's the analogy that we always use. The Buddha is all reflective now. You can be doing the same thing too. But you're too busy, you can't do it. You don't want to be involved in the rubbing. You don't want to be involved in the cleaning. The Buddha said, you can do the same thing as me as a normal person. I have eradicated all these mental afflictions of jealousy, hatred, greediness, and you haven't. But you can do the same thing by cleaning it up. So do you select to clean it up, or you continue to put in your dust and dirt? It's up to you, right? All right. It's a good question. How did the Buddha know about this previous life? How did the one who has a mirror that couldn't reflect all of a sudden reflect the whole galaxy? Because he cleaned up his mind, and we haven't. But you have that ability. You have that reflectability, even though you're covered by dust and dirt. You're covered by dust and dirt, but you haven't lost the reflectability. You just temporarily being covered by all these mental afflictions of jealousy, hatred, greediness, innocence, ignorance. But you have a chance to do it. But have you been doing it? Or have you been adding dust and dirt onto your mirror? You know. It needs a lot of time to read all the 5 sutras of Pure Land practice. Can I just do the Phật Su A Mì Tho Jing and Jing Gang Jing as my everyday practice? Yes, you can do the smaller sutra and the Diamond Sutra, Jing Gang Jing, Phật Su A Mì Tho Jing. Why do you have to study all the 5 sutras? In the process of studying it, that process could reinforce your faith, could solidify, you grounded your faith so that it won't change. So as long as you have pure faith and you believe in it, habitually, consistently practiced it, even, reading and learning one sutra is enough. It's just like I use the example of many roads leading to Richmond. If I'm telling you that Richmond, the place where you live, have 3-4 roads in it, and if I already have research on it and said Oak Street Bridge is the way to go. Every time it's not congested, I suggest to you that Oak Street Bridge, it's the way to go when it comes to Richmond. And you firmly believe in it. You firmly believe in it, and of course I analyze it, I've done my best to do it. I'm not cheating you, I'm not telling a lie, but I've truthfully have done a lot of research work on it that Oak Street, of course, it may not be. I'm just giving you an example. If the certain bridges is the only way to go, if you trust it, you can get to Richmond. But if you're not sure, some people, they don't want to have 100% faith in something. They want to research on it. So they want to take the Granville Bridge and different roads, and finally they come to a consensus. They say, oh, this is what this road is what I want. So if you take a lot of roads, it's equally acceptable. Then you find out more about it. You reinforce your faith in it. And also the reason why sometimes we would like to study all the 5 sutras is when you're practicing, you don't just think about yourself. You always think about if Oak Street Bridge, the Oak Road, a very expedient way to go, free of traffic, that's the best road. I don't just do it myself. I want to tell my folks, hey, that's the road, that's safer, that's the way to take. You will suggest. And when you're suggesting this, you will meet opposition. You need to broaden your knowledge in the field. You want to increase the knowledge so that if anybody want to argue about it, if anybody want to oppose, you have the what do you call that? The eloquence. You have the ability to debate. You have the ability to tell people, to present it. So you have to fortify yourself. You have to build up your knowledge in it in order that you can convince others to take that road. Some people always have the mission of helping others, not just about himself. If I know that, it's not enough. I want to learn more so that I can tell all the other folks how to do it. And now all these other folks, they may argue about it. Then I have the ability to talk. I have the ability to know more, because if some people study all the 5 sutras together, but he's not so sure of it, and he asks you something on the other sutras, you say, I don't know anything about it. Presumably, he thinks that I know better than you. I know all the 5 sutras, and you only know one. So for the sake of others, of extending your mission, of fulfilling your mission, maybe you want to know more. It's just like what I'm doing is I'm presenting the Dharma talk to you, and if I don't have to do this, I would go and hire in a kuti. I hire in a kuti to do my meditation to benefit myself. I don't have to come out. I can always hide in Bowen Island, Sunshine Coast, or somewhere where I have a kuti so quiet that I can do it every day. I'm so comfortable with it. I will be comfortable in there. But I'm not, my life is not just to seek comfort. I want to tell all my folks what's the best way to go. I want to tell others too. I want to be compassionate. That's a Bodhisattva's approach, not just about yourself. Help others. Extend your help. If you are just egoistically looking after yourself, that's not Buddha. If you are just selfishly thinking about your own comfort in a kuti, in a forest, meditating, you're not a Buddha. You only think about yourself. Reverend, is there a difference between awareness and consciousness? I experience consciousness as I am awake, and no consciousness in deep sleep. And when given anesthesia, is consciousness a part of awareness? Can I experience this in deep meditation? Well, don't attach to words. Sometimes consciousness is not the right word for me. The Sanskrit word for it is vijnana. The study of consciousness, the mere consciousness only, is the study of vijnana matrata. So consciousness is not the right word, but what's the difference between awareness and consciousness? In a common English usage, consciousness contains 2 sides to it. The enlightened side and the unenlightened side. When I'm talking to you, for example, if I'm talking to you, oh, yesterday I was in the supermarket, I was buying this, and that's too expensive, I don't like it. No, however, I go to another shop, there's a better one. That's all consciousness, right? But that's the consciousness of how to protect one's own in believing in prices. Most of the consciousness we call polluted consciousness. We're still conscious, but that consciousness is polluted. And we say, if we want to stay away from polluted consciousness into the real consciousness, and that is an enlightened consciousness. Yes, that's enlightened consciousness. We call it nirvana, or Tathagata, or whatever you want to call it, suchness, wisdom, prajna. But even that has to go. There's no consciousness. Right or wrong, there's no consciousness. When you're in consciousness, you're not conscious. And what is awareness? Awareness is you are aware that the consciousness is not consciousness, or the consciousness is polluted consciousness and unpolluted consciousness. You're aware that you are wrong with consciousness. However, that awareness is also wrong. How do you aware? What brings you the awareness? Is that awareness also polluted? So what should I do? And in Zen koan, sometimes when they communicate, the higher masters just said, shut up. We can't do anything. Shut up, just shut up. Anything spoken from you is not consciousness. Anything you talk about meditation is not consciousness. Anything you do is not consciousness, but it's within consciousness. And there was a Zen master. He always organized 7 days retreat. Sometimes a 7 days retreat, 7 days meditation retreat lingers on for 49 days. And every time when they started the first one, they had a series of 7. 7, 7, 7. 7, 7 is 49. So every first 7, he had a new group. And when the new monks come in, he was always this old monk, high-level monk, was always walking around to see newcomers. And he always asked the question, where do you come from? And of course, the student answered the questions. And he knew how conscious you are, or how unconscious you are in your answer. And where do you come from? I came from Canada. Drink a tea. 吃茶去. Where do you come from? I come from the States. Where do you come from? I come from China. You are answering with consciousness. He's asking a question from consciousness to test your consciousness. And you say, I come from this, I come from that. He always said, oh, you come from Canada. First, drink your tea. 吃茶去. 那个公案是吃茶去. And then there was an experienced monk who had been meditating for 5 years in there. And now he already was acting as an invigilator, carrying a cane, a meditation cane, a wooden cane. And he was always, invigilating the whole meditation hall. And he'd been here 5 years. For another year, he's still listening to the same answer to the kind of question. The same question, and these people always answered, and he always said, 吃茶去. Go and drink a tea. And then he said, one day he was so curious, he said, Venerable Master, I've been here for 6 years now. Every time when a newcomer came and you ask a question, where do you come from? And then they gave an answer, and you always say, 吃茶去. Go drink your tea. How come? How come you always give the same answer? The old monk said, how long have you been here? I've been here 6 years. 吃茶去. Because he hasn't enlightened yet. He's still asking this question. Go drink your tea. You've been here 6 years. Go drink your tea. I'm sure there was someone who did not have to drink that tea. I don't know. And sometimes I'm dreaming. If you ask me that kind of question, how do I answer? Where do you come from? I would probably say, I come from where I should come from. And then, where would you leave? When would you leave? I'll leave when the time comes. And then he would say, 吃茶去. Not enlightened. And this afternoon, we'll be doing a lot of voluntary work. We have, you see, our garden has improved tremendously with a lot of flowers, pots of flowers that we have spent a lot of time spent by volunteers in potting them, putting soil in, pruning and all that. We need more volunteers this afternoon to do some cleaning of the other dormitories on 9060. And we have another dormitories at the back of the, right beside the house. We have the lawn that we have to mow. We have branches that we have to prune. We have a lot of cleaning to do, and we need a lot of volunteers for today and for the future. So if you're interested in helping out, every day I do labor work. I don't just sit here reading my sutras. Every day I work. Under the sun, touch the soil, prune the trees, potting it, removing trees, making sure the trees are okay, watering them. I'm not just sitting there reading the sutras and tell you what is in the sutra. That's not enough. Touching the soil is meditation. Pruning a tree is meditation. Watering it is meditation. And you have to do it with mindfulness. You have to do it with compassion. Unconditional compassion. Not just meditating in a forest, minding nothing but your own. No. When you're watering a plant, for example, you're watering it with compassion. You're giving a plant life. You're rendering compassion to it. It's you. The plant is you and you are the plant. Even the water is you. You're not away from it. Where did the water come from? We always want to ask, where do I come from? Where did the water come from? The water. From the water tap? Where did the water tap come from? From the reservoir. Where did the reservoir's water come from? From the clouds? Where did the clouds come from? From humidity. Where does humidity come from? If we can't find an answer to it, it's from our ignorance. Okay, I have a few questions in here. First question. Why at the meditation hall the monks hit the floor with the wooden stick? Why not? If we didn't hit the wooden sticks, then you said, in the other meditation hall they hit the floor with wooden stick, and how come you don't? So you won't win one way or the other. They always ask why. The hitting the wooden stick is to call the walking meditation to a halt, to a stop. And they hit the wooden stick because sometimes you were dreaming, you were not paying attention. They hit a wooden stick, not just, we only have 3 or 4 people hitting a wooden stick. Sometimes in a huge meditation hall of 400, 500 people, they have 30 people hitting the wooden stick, plank the wooden stick. It produces a very cracking sound that attracts your attention, because meditators tend to be drowsy, tend to be not paying attention. The attention span of an average person, more or less, is about 10 minutes. You dream away, you don't care, you don't pay attention. If people do a cracking on the floor, you get scared a little bit, then you pay attention. Spare the rod, spoil the child. If we say, okay, Sonny, we don't want to disturb you, go back to sleep in your meditation. Or when you're walking, well, just do it easily. feel free, and even if you doze in your sleep, just do so. Just walk. You bump into the column. So attract your attention. We want your focus. Want you to listen. Want you to be mindful. That's the reason why we produce a sound. Sometimes not just a cracking sound of hitting the floor. Sometimes a yell. Yells are very effective. Walk in meditation. Yelling. You know, in the Chinese language, we are meditating on a koan. 念佛是谁? Who is reciting the Buddha name? They yell out. And when you're walking, sometimes you walk fast, sometimes you walk slow. If you're walking slowly, they will say, quiet, faster. They yell at you. You know why they yell at you? So many meaning in yelling at you. They want to subdue your ego. Why are you hitting me? What right do you have in hitting me? Why are you bothering me? I can walk whenever I want. I can be slow, I can be fast. Shut up and walk. They hit you again. Because you have your ego. You don't want to listen. Your ego is so strong that the invigilator want to kill your ego. When your ego is killed, your wisdom slowly gets conjured together. That's why they do all these actions. These actions are meant for you. There's so many explanations in it. Many people, especially senior people, they were sleeping in their meditation. They're wasting their time. You know what they should do? Go to Gaomin Monastery in Yangzhou. If you're sleeping, they drag you out. 2 monks will come to you and drag you, get out right away. You can't do it like this. You can't. They either hit you, or they simply, after 2 or 3 times of warning, they drag you out. Because why are you wasting your time? You can do and waste your time at home. Don't waste your time in here. This is a place for enlightenment, for learning. Don't spread around your lazy energy. Your energy of sleepiness, don't spread it around. You are not killing yourself. Not only killing yourself, you're killing other people. The guy who's sitting next to you, you almost touch his shoulder. You almost touch his shoulder. You are giving sleepy energy around. We want someone who's alert, who's mindful, who knows what he's doing. We already are in a big dream. Life is but a dream. And you are dreaming in your big dream. You are in a cocoon. Your cocoon is bad enough, and you want to throw another cocoon that binds you. You have 2 cocoons, a sleeping cocoon and the cocoon of the whole universe. Think about it. But when the Mara of sleepiness dominated, you're not yourself. You're not yourself. I think we should have a policy of dragging people who are sleepy out. All right, next. What's the purpose of having dreams in Buddhist philosophy? Who told you you need to have dreams in Buddhist philosophy? You dream what you dream. Why do we care about your dreams? We don't like to meddle into your affair. Why do we have to care about what you are dreaming? And who said that Buddhist philosophy wants to create, philosophers want to create dreams? What is a bodhisattva? We need a lot of explanation. But actually, bodhisattva is striving to get to be awakened, to get enlightening. And then striving to tell your folks how to get enlightenment. Saving others and saving yourselves in the process of nirvana, in the process of enlightenment, in the process of getting away from samsara of life and death. That's what Bodhisattva is all about. So, Nobody told you to get dreams. Don't be superstitious about dreams. People start to interpret dreams. They try to interpret dreams in such a way that dreams are related to what they did or what they're going to do. I mean, there's so many ways that you can relate dreams to many things. What is a dream? Where does this dream start from? Start from you? No. Start from your own mind. And if you want to know why you dream it like that, why do you have dreams, start to know the root of the mind. How does your mind work? How does a thought originate? A dream is a thought. How can you say a dream is not a thought? A dream is a thought. How is a thought created? What is a past thought? What is a thought about the future? What is a present thought? I mean, study the mind first. And in the process of studying it, you know what dreams are. What does Niyata Yakarana mean? I'm not a dictionary, you know. How do I know? I don't even know if that's a Buddhist term. I don't know. And why must one be a male to attain it? Well, I try to deduce the first sentence to the second. That means Niyata Yakarana is something about only male can do it. A female cannot do it. How come you're discriminating the female? How come the yata is discriminating the female? But some people would say, okay, being born in the Sukhavati view, or the land of bliss, there's no women in there. There's no such thing as women in the land of bliss. Because according to the sutra, when you are born over there, the woman is already turned into a man. Or, in order to properly understand it, why is there a gender difference? There's a gender difference because there's sex involved in it. In a higher level, there's no sex anymore. Sex is a lower level, is a lower level tendency, is a lower level habit of the lower level existence. When you go a higher level, there's no such thing. And I don't know if I should be more, what do you call, foolhardy, or is foolhardy to talk about all these things about sex kind of thing. But in North America, they don't really care about it. But in Asia, you can't really just talk about it, you know. The world is in three strata. The world with sex and desire, the world with no sex but materiality only, the world with nothing, no materiality, no sex, there's consciousness left. The higher level, the more happiness. The lower level, the more sex. And they don't discriminate partnership in sex too in the lower animals. All the families mixed together have that kind of thing. But being a human, they still differentiate. This is my mom, this is my dad, this is my brother, this is my sister. In this lower level of world with sex and desire, there's also 6 heavens in there. The 6 Kamadhatu heavens. In other words, we're at the lower level. Humans is not heaven, you know. We're living in... Humans have this sex, a gender difference. But in the higher level of the 6 heavens, they have interaction in a different way. In here, sex is expressed by bodily contact. In a lower level, by bodily contact. But in the highest heaven level, it's not expressed in the same way. They already have that kind of relationship by a look. When a woman sees a man, the exchange of eyesight is already, that kind is already achieved by a look. In another level, by a shake of hands. In another level, by a hug of the body. In another level is a conveyance of mind. The lower level is bodily contact. So we are lower level. So what do you mean by be a male to attain it? There's no such thing as male and female at a higher level of wisdom. A male and female relationship, a gender difference is only for the lower level of existence. A higher level don't have it. But in here, people, I want this. If I don't have this, I do not want to live. They just think things in a way that is so far away from enlightenment, so far away from purity. They always think that is required for humans. That's exactly what pulled us down. That kind of thing is exactly accounts for going to hell or going to heaven. People who are free from this higher level, people who are obsessed with it, first of all, even in this world, if they're obsessed with it, lots of problems come out. Obsession will have a lot of problems come out. Killing, murdering, raping, all these things happen. Study Buddhism, you'll know all these. To be a male to attain it, go to a land where there's no such thing, at least male and female, no gender difference. Why do you still have a dual? Why are you still living in a dualistic way of thinking? I hate, I love, tall and short, rich and poor. This is only for the ordinary people who haven't arrived at a higher level of wisdom. That's enough of this. When I recite a particular mantra, my tears start. I'm not crying, but my tears just wouldn't stop. Can you please help me the reason for this? Because you are touched. Because inside you are so touched that you feel that because of chanting this mantra, you are more close to spirituality. You're further away from your greediness, your hatred, your anxiety. Assuming you have been away from home for a long time, assuming Richmond is your home, and you travel for many years, and now you're going home. First of all, when you're going home, you already feel very comfortable because you left home. And then as you approach, if you come from Vancouver, as you approach the Oak Bridge, you're more touched. You're getting closer, you're more touched. You're coming home. You're coming home to have peace. You come home to that home where there is no mental afflictions, where you're getting to purity. You feel touched. That's the reason why the tears come rolling down. But don't attach to that feeling. Let it happen and let it go. Any feeling should not be attached to. Next question. I read the Stroke of Insight you recommended. She said about her experience. Was it really how nirvana feels like? Nirvana is only a word to explain something that we haven't achieved. We can only think about it by these words. If you haven't been to Ottawa, you can only read about it in Google. But how do you feel walking in the streets of Ottawa? That cannot be experienced by just looking at a book, looking at a map. The actual feeling of walking in the street of Ottawa must be when you are walking it, not when you are thinking about it or when you're reading about it, or not when you are GPS about it. You have to have the actual experiences to know it. You can only predict, you can only extrapolate from languages, you can only think about it, but you cannot because you haven't been there. If you haven't been to Victoria, if people say, oh, there's an Empress Hotel in there, and it's described to you what Empress Hotel looks like, you think you can fit in the description? You think you already experienced yourself experiencing Empress Hotel? No. There's only indirect experience. Is it really walking in Empress Hotel? No. Is that book about Nirvana really feels like it? No, I don't think so. You have to actually feel it, to know about it, to know about Nirvana. But people who've been there told us, for example, the Buddha told us, Nirvana is something like this. So we believe it, and we want to achieve it. If your dad had been to Empress Hotel in Victoria and they told you that Empress Hotel is very exciting, especially the afternoon tea is really tasty. It's really good. You really go into that tea house and you're paying $60. Ordinarily, you pay just $20 for a tea, but in Empress Hotel you pay $60, but you have a lot of pastries. You can order any coffee you want. I experienced that. And when you're thinking about it, your mind is rolling. Oh, that's what Empress Hotel is all about. But you can only extrapolate, postulate. But you are not experiencing. You know it from a trustworthy source, your dad. You don't think your dad will lie to you. You don't think Buddha will lie to you. That's the reason why you trust what the Buddhas were talking about. But the real experience, you have to do it yourself. I recently had a fall through with my best friend of 15 years, and she keeps appearing in my dreams. I'm very sad about this. I feel angry towards her even when I don't want to. How do I go about making peace with her and have closure to this? You meditate on metta, loving kindness, forgiveness. Every time when she appears in your dream, you say, I'm going to forgive her. And this forgiveness, I may not be powerful in my forgiveness, then I can see the Buddha up there or Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva up there, and she is shining her light onto the friend that I hate, and at the same time she's shining light on me, and I'm shining my light of compassion to my friend. I'm extending forgiveness to my friend. I'm extending loving kindness to her. All the hatred disappears. You have to contemplate like that. Every time when the anger comes up, you just extend forgiveness. You want to forgive this. And as time goes on, it may disappear. Basically, you have the anger still in you. And your anger cannot disappear. You know how you have built up your anger? Not just in this life. You build up your anger in previous lives too. It's a very strong mental affliction, a very strong energy in you, that anything that arouses your anger, you cannot dissipate it. You cannot reduce it. So you have to practice loving kindness to that friend, extend the loving kindness, extend the forgiveness, and as time goes on, it may erode away the wave of anger that's been attacking you. Meditation on loving kindness. Should we forgive those who have done wrong to us? If so, how? So, for those who have done wrong to you, it's already a history of the past who have done wrong to you. And I'm sure at this point you have the ability to discern and to defend yourself if that kind of wrong is still being imposed on you. I'm sure you have the ability to avoid it. You have the ability to reject it. So, but it's a history of the past that the wrong has been done to you. For example, your abusive childhood, or for example, your husband has another affair outside, or your wife, he has done this unfaithful deed on you. So he has done all this wrong to you. Well, if he have done all this wrong to you, first of all, have you make sure that it won't be done to you again? Or have you make sure that you already are apart away from these kind of wrongs? Some people are intricate. Some people implicate themselves with this wrong, and because of their emotional attachment, they still allow the wrong to be done on them. For example, if the woman loves the husband so much, it does not matter how much adultery the husband has done or is going to do or is doing, he's still hanging there. Well, don't allow the wrong to be done to you again. But if the wrong has been done to you, and you find ways to resolve it. We just mentioned silent exclusion. You have tried your way to explain it, you have explained what you can, and if still he or she is doing the same thing, I think you have to walk away from it, or you have to demonstrate it by silence exclusion. Silence exclusion sometimes is very powerful. You know how Gandhi using silent meditation to declare the independence of India, and he became successful in it? By peaceful, silent meditation, not by force against violence. So, forgiveness is the way to go. Because when someone has done something wrong to you, whenever you think of it, you're angry with it. You add anger on whatever has been done. Or you get depressed. You get depression for those wrongs that have been done to you. Or you have anxiety for the wrongs to be done to you again. So you could, because you still remember, you're still attached to the wrongs that have been done to you, you become depressed, you become fearful, you have a lot of anxiety. And those are created by you, not by the wrongs again. So don't add emotions onto some wrongs that have been done to you. Forgive it. Don't even think about it. Discard the thought. When the thought of hatred comes up because of some wrong has been done to you, realize that thought coming up. Be mindful of that thought of depression coming up. Be mindful of that thought of anxiety coming up. Be mindful of that thought of fear coming up, and not to continue with it. It's very difficult. First of all, do you realize the arising of the thought? Do you realize, oh, the thought of fear coming up, oh, the thought of depression coming up, oh, the thought of anxiety comes up? Are you mindful of the thought coming up? Most people are not mindful. They just get carried away by the thought. So if they get depressed, they just feel depressed. If they have anxiety, they just feel anxiety. Fear, they just feel the fear. They don't know that, oh, hold it. This is a thought of fear coming up. I have identified myself with that thought. That thought is not me. I am not that thought. It's just a thought. Can you identify that? Are you that thought? That thought comes up in you, but you are not that thought. That thought of anger is not you. But you attach to it, that becomes you. If you don't attach to it, that is not you. If a thought of greediness comes up, a thought of jealousy comes up, you identify yourself with that thought. I don't like that guy being better than me. I don't like that person, this. I'm jealous of that. You identify yourself with that thought. You mix with that thought. How stupid is it? You're not that thought. When a thought comes up, try not to go with it. Why are you meditating? What's the purpose of meditation? The meditation is just to cross your leg and do this and do that and say, oh, the 3 A's of meditation: adjust your body, adjust your breath, adjust your mind. But you have done nothing. Why? Because you are carried away by your thought. You have all observed the 3 A's of adjustment. You cross your leg, straighten your back, and you become absorbed with your focus on your breath, and you try to focus on your breath, not thinking about something else, and then suddenly a thought of hatred, depression comes up in you. You feel depressed. You keep on that thought, you feel depressed. You keep on that thought, you feel depressed. You have to learn how to detach from that thought. Don't let it continue. When the thought of anxiety comes up, don't let it continue. Stop to think about it. Don't let it continue. No second thought. No third thought. You have identified yourself with that thought continuously, and you have been habitually doing it for all your life. Isn't it enough? That's enough. No more. Don't be a fool. Don't fool yourself. You have to separate yourself from that thought, because that thought is not you. Don't identify yourself with it. It's difficult. Why are we learning meditation? We must be mindful of every thought comes up. You know why you have to train yourself? My focus is in here. All of a sudden, my focus is gone. I lose my breath focus. And then I thought about yesterday. My son called me, and he said a lot of things I don't like. He's not studying. He got me crazy. I hated him. I supported him, but he's not listening to me. I hated it. All this hatred, all this thought comes up. You continue, you continue, you continue. Meditation is to watch it. You are like a mountain. When a black cloud comes by, here comes the black cloud. I watched it. Oh, a black cloud come. Let it go, let it go, let it go. I don't get carried away with it. I don't go with it. I don't allow it to stay. I am not that thought. Can you do that? When a thought comes up of hatred because that person has done wrong to me, oh, I'm not going to allow that hatred to continue. I forgive it. Forgiveness is to let go of it. And if you can't do it, other than forgiving, there's another method that you can do. Compassion. Why did he do that to me? Because of all these causes coming up that led him to do this tragedy to me. And all these causes, am I responsible for those causes? Is it because somehow in previous life that I've done the same thing to him or to her? That's the reason why it recurs back to me. So maybe it's the result of what I have done and not what he has done. So I have to be responsible for it. Now, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to cultivate any bad causes that will lead to similar things like that. I want to be a volunteer. I want to give my love or compassion to other unfortunate people. So I want to change my hatred into forgiveness and forgiveness into love, into compassion. Can you do that? Detachment, letting go of it. Yeah. But letting go is not that easy. You have to learn, because you have so many things to let go. Because I have so many emotions. I have to let go of my anxiety, my fear. I have to let go of my jealousy. I have to let go of my hatred. I have to let go of many, many things that I have to let go. I want to buy a house. I desperately want to buy a house because that shows my status. I have worked up to 10 years. I haven't bought a house. I want a house. I want a house to show my status, to show that I'm good. I want money. You have all those thoughts, one way or another, which can be classified into many, many emotional categories. And when it comes up, you have to let it go. But before letting it go, you have to strengthen yourself in watching the thought when it comes up. That's why what we're watching now, we're watching our breath. We train ourselves to watch our breath, and when watching the breath is so strong, when you train yourself so strong that you know every breath, then you know every thought that comes up. Good thought, bad thought, neutral thought. This is just a tool, not an end. This is just a tool to train you. It's just like when you run the marathon, you have to train yourself in your diet, in how you run, in how you breathe. Everything. You have to train yourself in such a way that you're well equipped not to attach. You have to well equipped to let go. Sometimes you can't let go of the love. Oh, that guy has done an unfaithful act, but somehow I still love him or I still love her. Then your love is all intricated into not letting go, and so you have to change it to forgiveness and compassion. There's so much to talk about in this. So how you contemplate. When a thought comes up that you're angry about the wrong that's been done to you, I forgive, forgiveness. And one way to do it is you visualize the Bodhisattva of compassion shining light on you from the third eye, shining light on you. That light of compassion shine on you, and at the same time shine on the person whom you hate. And then you also have a light, intercommunicated light in between the two, and you are rendering compassion to him, the light of forgiveness. So the light is shining on you to give you the power, and the power gives you the light of forgiveness, and you will forgive whatever has been done to you. So you contemplate by images that you are shining out light of compassion. Because it's easier to think, if you think in terms of form, to think in terms of images. So the images, you are radiating light of compassion and forgiveness onto that person. Because when you think of that person, you hated him or her. But now it's no more hatred. You smile. You contemplate yourself smiling, and you said, I forgive you. No more hatred, no more anger. That's all forgiven. This forgiveness have a power in it. Okay? So that's how you do it. You use contemplation and visualization. If you have someone that you live with, that you cannot let go of her or him, you know what you should do? You should contemplate on, I'll be talking to him, and I'll explain it to him or her that the best way to end this relationship is this way. Or the kind of relationship will lead nowhere, and the other relationship will lead to something more useful, more merciful, more compassionate, more meaningful, and it will be good for both parties. And we should let go of the love, we should let go of the hatred, we should let go of all those one-sided views. You know, you have to think about compassion. Next question, do you have retreats? Yes, we have, but it's for the bhikshus and the bhikshunis. In the future, we will have more. But in sometime in October, we have a 7-day retreat for those who want to have temporary ordination, to become a monk in 7 days, for 7 days, a monk or a nun. But because of time limitation, we can only give it in Chinese, and you may not be able to understand the Chinese language. In the future, if we have more Caucasian members joining, then we do an English version group. But we don't have enough Caucasian members. We have 60 people flying all the way from Hong Kong to come here to do a retreat. And they enjoy here. They enjoy the environment here. They enjoy, you know, the weather, and they enjoy the tranquility, and they would come. They already have applied vacations from the job site, from the work site, and they have 60 people who are coming here to do a retreat in October and become a monk or a nun or a layman for 7 days. And it's conducted in Chinese. We don't have enough Caucasian members to organize an English version retreat. Unless you give me a list to say, we have 30 people in here, and they're all conscientious, then we can organize it for you. It's not that we don't want to organize it, but you don't have enough people to do a retreat. And sometimes people talk about it. I have experiences that people say, how come you don't have any English retreat? How come you don't have any English meditation and Dharma talk? But when we organized it, we couldn't find them. They didn't come. They just talk about it. They never participate in it. They just talk and talk and talk without participation. And also, they don't come in to help. They just come in to enjoy it. They come to enjoy the food, you know, the surrounding, and if you say, oh, can you help and to cook? No, I don't know how to cook. Can you clean? Can you be a volunteer to clean up the beddings, to clean up, to do more washing, the toilet and all that? No, I come here to retreat. I don't come here to be a laborer. I don't come here to clean to clean the public washroom. You know. So The way we train our monks and nuns sometimes is to clean public washrooms. And we have a monk in here who cleaned 9 months in the public washroom. He's probably meditating. He didn't know what I'm talking about. He spent 9 months in cleaning the public washroom. Next, why do I dream during sleep? Why do I dream more the more I meditate? I don't know. Maybe now that you meditate, you find you have more dreams. Maybe 1 month from now, you're not meditating, you may have more dreams too. Sometimes you cannot tie. There is no correlations between dreams and meditation. I haven't read and I haven't heard of a survey group or scientific research of a correlation between dream and meditation. I haven't. So I don't know why you have more dreams the more you meditate. And also dreams and meditation, the correlation is different people. Some people tell me, since I meditate, I don't have any dream. But you say, since I meditate, I have a lot of dreams. So I don't know who is, why. Everyone is different. Everyone's brain is different. Don't be so superstitious about dream. The dream is so multifaceted, so incredible, so unimaginable. It beats the wildest imagination in dream. And don't try to relate your dream to a prediction of the future. You may be wrong. And if you're wrong or right, so it's just chances, probability chances that it's wrong, could be right. So why are you always believing a dream? But I can tell you there's a saying by senior monks in China. The wise person has not many dreams. We are in a big dream right now at this moment. You and I, our life is nothing but a dream. What's the definition of a dream? Impermanent, fleeting, insubstantial, fake, not true. Isn't life contain all those elements? Isn't life impermanent? Isn't life changing all the time? We are in a big dream. What's the meaning of Buddha? The awakened one. The Buddha never said, I am God. I'm the creator. The Buddha only said, I have awakened from the dream. And I'm going to tell you how to be awakened from the dream. When you are awakened from a dream, you know what I mean. Then you're out of samsara. We are all in a dream. Do you believe that we are all in a dream? Because our life contains the elements of a dream. It's not true. It's short. Like life is changing. It has the wildest imagination. All those we have done. Isn't all we have done, has the wildest imaginations and possibilities in it. So, I don't know how you can correlate dream with meditation. I have a question. When I was in Singapore, I had a question. It was on the first page. The question is asked. I have changed my religion from Buddhism to believing in Jesus Christ. And then Now I'm getting depressed lately. What should I do? My answer is, since you changed to Jesus Christ, why don't you ask Jesus Christ, not me? Because you changed it, so don't ask me. And the whole class laughed. Okay, due to climate change and animals and going extinct, what happens to the reincarnation cycle? There's so much in there. Reincarnation is about the time, about so much in there that I don't know how to relate them. Thank you, Venerable, for sharing your experiences today. I look forward to your lecture on how to deal with depression through meditation. I feel it can benefit so many people. Yes, I feel that because I've been turning my attention away from Vancouver to Hong Kong and Singapore and to Asia. And after talking about eliminating depression and mental afflictions by using meditation, in the process of talking about it, I gained quite a few experiences in presenting it in a way that is organized. I think it is organized. And feedback to me is it's been quite beneficial to them. Maybe I should do the same talk at UBC or at Richmond Theater, in which they can accommodate about 700 people, 600 people. And I think people nowadays, no matter where they are, they need ways to help themselves in dealing with depression and anxiety and fear and all that. As I said, as we all know, that nowadays people have enough to live by. We have all kinds of, we won't get starved to death. We have enough to live by, but nothing to live for. What are we living for? What's the reason for living? What's the objectives of living? They don't have objectives. So we want to know what we are living for, not just knowing how to get materials to live by day, because we're getting all kinds of materials and nutritions and everything. But what's the objective of life? Is the objective of life is just finish your school, get married, giving birth to children, working, look after the children until they grow up, and then they have their own families, and you go to nursing homes. Is that what all life is all about? If that's what life is, but the Buddha said you're losing your meaning in life. You're losing a good opportunity to get out from the existential, what do we call it? Oh, I mentioned about the book called Alien Interview. Maybe I should bring it back now. In 1947, there was an alien disc, falling down from I don't know where, from the galaxy, and hitting in the country. I don't want to mention the name of that country because it's supposed to be confidential, according to where the material should come from. But it hit a country, and then that country started to organize a whole team to study the disk and the aliens, because there were 3 aliens in the disk, 3 aliens, and 2 of the aliens immediately left the body. Aliens have the flexibility that they can leave their robot body anytime they want. But there was 1 alien who still remained in that robot. One of the reasons for it, of course, later when you read the book, then you know why the alien wanted to stay. And that disc, it was not that big, probably about the size of this room, or of this hall. And the weight of that disc is about 130 pounds. There's no fantastic equipment inside. The aliens was able to fly using wavelengths. In other words, there's no buttons to push. The disc would fly to locations that that the aliens wanted them. In other words, the aliens, they intercommunicate among them using wavelength. They don't use anything else, just the wavelength. And then the kind of disc they have, I get into a little bit more detail, is when the disc fell, then it becomes so soft. So in other words, when you touch the disc, it's like cotton. But when it flies, before it crashes, it's like iron, steel. So the country said, if all our planes are made that way, there will be no air crash. Everybody would be safe. And they asked the alien, where do you get the material to build this kind of plane? The alien said, there's no such material on Earth. Only we have that material. You know what I mean? And then they form a whole team to organize a whole team of, I don't know, 200-300 people. You know, some scientists, you know, some artists and all that. And there was one nurse. There was a member of the team was a nurse. And the alien claimed, I put the story short, that the nurse had been friend with the alien for many rebirths. 8,000 years ago, for many rebirths. And that the alien wanted to communicate with the nurse too. So nobody could communicate with the alien except a member of the team, of the 200 members, members of the team, and the nurse was able to communicate with the alien using what? Wavelength. In other words, no language, just mind-to-mind communication. But mind-to-mind communication is not clear. It's about 50%. So one of the language expert, a Japanese language expert, suggested that maybe the nurse should taught the alien a language so that they can communicate more and more in detail. So the nurse was able to teach English to the alien, and within 15 days. How did the alien learn? The alien didn't have to go to sleep. So the alien learned everything about English and have all these piles and piles of books to flip. Everything, every page that was flipped in front of the alien's eyes, the alien could remember. So in other words, in addition to learning the whole English language, he was able to learn history, you know, everything about what this planet was all about. And then they conducted an interview. And a whole manuscript of the interview was written down by the nurse. But at that time, according to that book, every member in the team have to make a vow that they have to treat this thing as confidential. Otherwise, they would be penalized with serious offenses. So the nurse was not releasing information out until the nurse was on the verge of death at the age of 85 or something, and she sent the whole manuscript to an author, Lawrence Spencer, telling him to release it to the public. So that the interview was released to the material was released to the public. And during the interview, of course, the whole team wanted to know a lot more information about aliens. But the alien said, I'm not going to answer any question. I can leave any time. I don't have to subject myself to any kind of torturing or, you know, any kind of thing, because I can leave any time. Our nation, our race is much more superior than yours. We're much more intelligent, we're much more happier, and we're actually in control of you. You are only a prison planet that none of us would like to come close to you. And also when we go through the galaxy, we have to go through an electric spell, a spell. You know, I don't know how they call it, I forgot the name. We have to go through an electric kind of belt. We don't want to go through that. It's like a contagious location in the planet that nobody wants to come close. We were just struck by lightning that accidentally we fell down. We are like a pilot for observation of the galaxy, because we are like policemen. You know, sometimes we were sent out to observe galaxy, and somehow we were struck by lightning coincidentally, and it fell. And I personally know the nurse. For many, many reincarnations, we have been friends. So I want to pass to you information. The two aliens already left because they have nothing to be related to you. They can leave any time. But I like to give you information. I stay not for you to question me. I stay because I want to give you information. So the whole interview was conducted with a lot of information on it. And in some remarks I read, nobody could get, people from your prison planet could not get out from prison. There was one person by the name Siddhartha. He was able to get out. But some of this teaching was distorted by people in the later generations. It was interesting. It was related to Buddhism. So I kept on reading and reading it. It's so interesting. Why don't you, it's free. You can download it free. It's called Alien Interview. And it's by Lawrence Spencer. Download it and read it. A lot of information there, and it's quite supportive of the Buddhist practice too. A lot of good information about how this planet is actually a prison planet. The Buddha already said this is a prison that we are staying in. We're happy in it, but actually it's a prison. And all those aliens were actually heavenly people. But they are robots. They look like robots because they were in the robot's body. So how much of it is fictional and how much of it is trustworthy, you determine it yourself. You read it in the book. There's so many alien literature about planets. But this book is particularly related to Buddhism. I was introduced to it when I was in Hong Kong by someone who read about it. He said, interesting. The Buddhist philosophy was quite close to what the alien was talking about. Okay, so sharing experiences today, a lecture on how to deal with depression through meditation. I feel it benefits. So I maybe in the future I would plan some lectures in here, but I need a lot of volunteers to help in so that we can promote it. Make sure that it can get out. Just saying that, okay, Venerable, can you give a lecture? It's easy to say, but we need a lot of time to organize it, to find a location. A lot of planning is required. It's easy to say, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? But there's so much organizing. Why don't you help out? Not just suggesting what we should do, but help in to make it happen. We need your help to make it happen. Your idea for lecture in English regarding using meditation techniques to alleviate depression is a good one. Could you please briefly describe the techniques you will be lecturing on? It's basically meditation. One is the focus, the other is insightful contemplation. But the way we present it should be easily comprehensible instead of just mentioning a lot of terms. How to let go. When a thought of depression comes up, how to let go of it. And before learning how to let go, you have to train yourself how to focus. Meditation is not just asking a teacher, say, how do you cross the leg? How do you, where to put your hands, and how much time you should put to it. Not just that. You have to know why you are meditating. And it's not just meditation, it's a kind of mindfulness. People are not mindful. Meditation is just a very rough general term. Mindfulness is the most important. It takes a long time just to mention it in here, but we'll use a lot of slides, a lot of practice, maybe on-the-spot practice for 10, 15 minutes so that the audience would know how to do it. I think it's been quite effective. On many occasions I gave a talk in Hong Kong and in Singapore. I can use more or less the same PowerPoints and elaborate more on it. I think it would be helpful to people who suffer from depression. More and more people suffer from mental sickness these days than before. So I think it's been helpful. As you mentioned it, there was someone who committed suicide jumping bridge yesterday, right? They wanted to.
They were talked down. But
Yeah.
it was just, disrupted
Yeah.
The entire city.
It happened in Hong Kong too, because in Hong Kong, the political situation in Hong Kong, people of Hong Kong, it's a city where they accommodate 10 million people, including the travelers, from mainland China. Singapore is a little different. They only have 5 million people, and everybody has an apartment in Singapore. It's provided by the government would sell it at a very low price. Every Singaporean, if they want to live in a place, they can afford to live in an apartment, a small apartment. But in Hong Kong, no. The house price is so high. They only rent a room. And when you get into a room, it's like they call it a coffin room. You just go in there and sleep. You have no place to move around. When you can touch the wall. When you go into that room, you can touch both sides of the wall, and then every night you just get there and sleep. 棺材房. The Hong Kong people, it's because the house price is so high. About 20 years ago, a luxury house would be in the range of, say, 5 million Hong Kong dollars. 25 years ago, a luxury apartment or even a townhouse. Now it's at least 20 million. 2000萬啊，嗰啲豪宅，以前500萬咋。So how can anybody afford? So people are getting very unhappy. I find out that. And lately there were 2 cases where they killed their own parents. They killed themselves, killed their parents. 2 or 3 cases. Terrible. They were under the British rule before, where they struggle for better and better achievement. Now it seems that the hope is getting not as high as before. They can afford, nobody can afford, no youngsters can afford. There was a couple, the husband and wife are making quite a bit of money. They couldn't afford to buy an apartment. They don't have the down payment. The down payment is $2 million, at least $1.5 million. The husband is making $50,000. The wife is making another $12,000. When they combine together, it's more than $100,000 per month. $100,000 per month. They could not have the ability to buy a small apartment because they don't have the down payment. So that's a problem. So the suicidal rate at university and in the senior population is getting higher and higher. We should relate Buddhism to how to overcome depression. I think that's more helpful. In Christianity, Jesus was able to perform certain miracles such as walking on waters, make the dead alive again, use a few fish to feed a multitude. Can anyone in Buddhism do similar things? According to sutras, according to Abhidharma, according to books of Buddhism discourses, there are many arahats, many bodhisattvas who actually perform miracles, many of them. But the Buddha obviously would like to stop his disciples from doing it, because doing that would create a lot of far-reaching effects which are problematic. Why? Because, say, if someone who wants to demonstrate supernatural powers that he already have obtained, what's the objective behind it? The objective behind it could be so inherent in greediness that he wanted to show, oh, I have the power. I can do supernatural power. So it's a self-aggrandizement of the I, of the ego. I obtain supernatural power. I can demonstrate it. I'm better than you because I know and you don't know. So that's actually an exaggeration of the ego. That's number one. It could be like that. Number two, there could be an attached objective to it. I want to show my supernatural power to you because I want to gain your respect, or I want to profit from it. Because maybe in the future, if you know that I have supernatural power, you will come to me, and I can make use of this ability to make money. And also, not only did the arahats, the Buddhist arahats, have supernatural power, many of these other practices of other teachings can also arrive at some supernatural powers too. Not just the Buddhist teaching. In other words, if you practice in certain some ascetic meditational practices, they still could obtain supernatural powers. If that's the case, you cannot differentiate what arise from meditation and what arise from other meditation techniques. So there will be a confusion created from people who demonstrate supernatural power. So if someone who practices some deviant meditational technique, he may obtain supernatural power too, and he may show that power. And the follower will say, oh, he knows the supernatural power. That must be the Buddhist teaching. So it could have mistaken the Buddha, that's for a Buddhist teaching. So the Buddha discouraged his disciples from making supernatural powers. If they really want to use supernatural powers to heal people, to help people, it will be hidden. In other words, he already demonstrated supernatural power to you without you noticing it, without outwardly showing it. It could have helped you in many ways without you showing it. For example, communication to spirits. Say if you are being trapped by a spirit encumbrance, one way or another, the arahat may be able to communicate with the spirit and say, depart from him because he is practicing the right way, and it would be meritorious for you not to disturb him so that he can gain his enlightenment. So he may have already exercised supernatural power without you noticing. He may have already helped you without you noticing it. If he exercised supernatural power in healing, he may have already done it, that heal you. So there's so many problems in demonstrating supernatural powers. And many people were being cheated by fake supernatural powers too. If you start to be very superstitiously believe in supernatural power, there could be con artists who set up supernatural powers. For example, in some country that we discover later, Qigong, Qigong, Qi, and there was a man who claimed himself to be a Qigong master, and he was able to draw water from the air. He just do that, and there will be some water. He use a cup, and then by supernatural power, the cup will contain some water. And later they found out that it's just magic. It's not supernatural power. It's just man-made magic. And also it could be a collaboration of two con artists. There was a man who said he was able to use energy to actually attract you to move your position. So in other words, if he's standing, say, about 6 meters away from you, he was able to use Qigong to slowly absorb you into closer and closer until he can hit you. Actually, 2 con artists set up such a play. He was slowly going forward, and he said, oh, I'm being attracted by the Qigong. So there's a lot of problem in showing supernatural powers. And if you become superstitious in certain things, you get blindfolded into it, that you may just believe it without knowing that it's just a magical trick. So don't believe in supernatural power. The supernatural power is in you. You have that power. You have that telepathy. Sometimes I can feel it too. Sometimes if I have been meditating for a long time, that I'm in tranquility, if I talk to someone, I know how he feels. That's natural to you too. You can do the same thing. So you have those supernatural powers. It's just that power has been covered up by your own delusions like greediness, hatred, jealousy, anxiety, fear. So August the 4th, we have no meditation, right? August the 4th. And right now we'll continue with the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha Sutra. We'll continue. We have lectured that before, but not in detail. We would like to do it in detail. And if we can, we'll also bring up the longer Sukhavati Vyuha Sutra. The practice of chanting of Amitabha name in order to be reborn in the land of in Sukhavati Vyuha is quite new in North America, because in North America most people just believe in meditation, but just using meditation to get out from samsara is extremely difficult, because people spend hours every day. All those sages, they were hermit, spent hours every day to do meditation until they purified. They get complete purification to get into the 4 stages. But how can you and me, being common ordinary people, practicing maybe at the most half an hour or 1 hour per day, and we can be a Buddha? We're cheating ourselves. Plus life is getting more and more busy, more and more tension and stress, and more responsibilities. How can we practice like in the ancient times? The life is getting more and more complicated with improvement in hardware, actually. We're more convenient. We're getting more convenient, but it seems that we are lacking behind in our spirituality. Mass communication have brought family members together closer by communicating with the phone. The family members don't get to see each other. They just communicate by phone. More and more improvement in medicine and in technologies have improved our health, but it seems that we have more and more psychological problems that are not related to the physical ones. Warfare seems in the ancient days are using weapons and cannons and tanks, but now not the same anymore. Just a push of a button can destroy the country. So I don't know whether we are advancing forward or in which direction we are going. I think we need to be more spiritual. It's beneficial for you and me to be more spiritual and not just blindly seeking for materiality. Because it does not matter how much you seek, how much you can achieve, your desire is always insatiable. Imagine all those rich, very rich people, are they happy? How did they pass their lives? How did they live? Is there any meaning in life? We have enough to live by, but nothing to live for. No objectives in life. We have material, but we don't have an objective of living. It seems that we are moving every day closer and closer to death, which is a factual reality. So let's getting more and more spiritual by learning more about what the Buddha has offered to tell us. The first question, in your speech about the Arahat, is the Arahat basically a prophet or a psychic? That's a layman's view of a prophet or a psychic. What is the Arahat? An Arahat is already practicing in such a stage that he has no self views, no diluted thoughts in mind. So what are self views? What are diluted thoughts? You really have to learn them. What are these mental defilements that we have? If all these mental defilements are all gone, you are clean, you clear up all these mental defilements, then you would attain into what we call a nirvana. Now, you really have to study what are these delusions. What's the process of eliminating them? What did these delusions and attachment bring us to before we become enlightened? You have to know the quality of becoming an arahat. But you say, are they the same as prophet or psychic? Actually, the definition of whether it is a psychic or not is very personal. Some psychic has profit motive. If you're not careful, they charge you a certain amount of money, or they are looking for self-aggrandizement, reputation. I'm a psychic. I can do this. I can do that. An arahat will be selfless already. How can an arahat say, I am a arahat. I am a psychic. I have this power. I can do this, I can do that. If that's the definition of a psychic is not an arahat. Nowadays, I have talked to some psychics too. And in the process of talking, I still sense that they still have that ego in them. I am enlightened. I can do this. I have a lot of students. I have a certain power. You think that's an arahat? I really question that. How come there's so I, me? So, prophet. I don't know how you define the prophet. Someone who predicts futures, and in the process of prediction, people will say, oh, this person has supernatural power. And they said, I do have supernatural power. And I can predict 2 years later. I can predict next year's economy. I can predict this, I can predict that. But when you really examine the underlying personality of that, what you call, so-called quote-unquote prophet, has he got a self in it, in what he's talking about? Has he got a motive in what he's talking about? Why did it have to sell his prophetic abilities, what he can do, what he knows? What's the motive behind telling, I know all these things, I can predict this, I can predict that? An arahat is a self-contained enlightenment. He wouldn't brag and say, I am an arahat, I have supernatural power, I am out from samsara. That's not what an arahat should do. So, you want me to answer this question? You really have to know what is arahatship. How do you practice in such a way that it becomes an arahat? And in becoming an arahat, what to practice, etc. and etc. But basically, if you Because nowadays, there are so many fake sidekicks, fake prophets, and with profit motive. They could open a school where they say, I'm not going to charge you any money. You just come in there to learn. But as time goes on, then things will be a little bit different. You have to be, in order for people to be attracted to you, you have to contain certain traces of authenticity, what we call truthfulness. In other words, I could be waging the flag of Buddhism. This is Buddhism. Then you come to me, and then behind there's another different self motive behind it. Very difficult nowadays. Nowadays, there's so many people who uses the Buddhist authentic teaching to achieve certain self-interest. I'll put it this way. There are fake monks too. Monks who think they are real, but they're actually fake. So I don't know what to tell you. You have to use your own intelligence to discern. Basically, an arahat has no self, has no self-views, has no delusions in the mind. An arahat will not come to you and introduce himself as an arahat. You don't even know he's an arahat. He's an arahat, but he won't tell you he's an arahat. If the arahat is coming to save you, he just saved you without you knowing that he is an arahat. He won't say, I am an arahat. I come to save you. I am your savior. When I save you, I don't ask for money. I will disappear when I have saved you. I can do this, I can do that. That's not an arahat. No, certainly not. Next question. Venerable, the different heavens you mentioned in today's lecture, are they actual or related to the heavens in outer space? What they mentioned in the book Bhagavad Gita, the word heavens would suggest that there are locations, right? There must be a location for heaven, right? Otherwise you can't think of heavens. If heavens has no location, what is heaven? So you are trying to relate locations to outer space. Outer space is locations. So in that respect, heavens are outer space. How outer are the outer space? Who knows? I'm not scientific enough to tell you how many millions of miles. The devas are living in how many millions of miles? I don't know. But we know that when you are still in locations, you're not enlightened. The concept of location must be gone before you're enlightened. I'm here. You have a location. When you have a location, you must have material to have location. Because a location would suggest north, south, east, west. You still have material, you still have a direction to have location. But north, south, east, west is not, it's just a concept. There's no such thing as north, south, east, west. When you are standing in the opposite direction, north becomes east, east becomes west. So it's just a reference point. It's just time. When you are in the arahatship, the concept of time and space is already gone. When you are still bound by time and space, you're not enlightened. You are still in time and space. When in time and space, you're confined. You're not enlightened yet. When you're enlightened, you're outside time and space. So when you're asking me, is it in the same as in outer space? Yes. Heavenly people, they are not enlightened. They must be in outer space. How outer is the outer space? Do we need to know? If I say it's 6 million, thousand millions of miles, are you going to measure it? How does it help you by knowing exactly where outer space is? but it's just for interest. Yes, heavens, outer space, yeah, they could be the same. Are they mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita? Bhagavad Gita mentions space, heavens too. But I didn't go into detail of Bhagavad Gita. It's one of the most ancient classical books in India, written in India, written by highly wise philosophers. So, are they the same? You can say, yeah, they're the same. But they're still bound by time and space, not enlightened. Sentient beings bound by heavens, by time and space, they're not enlightened. You have to transcend time and space. So what is this transcendence? When you are not within time and space, what it is? What is it? How can I even tell you? When it is not time and space, you can't even talk about it. You can't even talk about it. But when something that you can't even talk about it, how can it be in your mind and in my mind? You really have to experience it to know. It does not matter how many books you have read or how many books you have written. You are still in time and space. You are still in that very limited, in that limitation of words. W-O-R-D, words. When you are still in the limitation of words, you are still in the limitation of a conceptual world. When in that conceptual world, you still have I, you still have me, you still have you, then that's not it. That's not it. I don't know how much I can tell you. This is what it is, right? Okay, next question. If becoming a bhikshu is not an immediate option for laypersons, what can they do to expand their consciousness, increase their spiritual practice, and build good karma? Then you really have to, there are three, if I can use an analogy, three major courses or degrees, or whatever you call it, in the Buddhist teaching. So you have to practice it, you have to, first of all, practice your own morality. Within that framework of morality, abstain from killing, abstain from lying, abstain from intoxication, abstain from sexual misconduct, abstain from, what else? Stealing. So you have, first of all, you have to clean up your own moral conduct. It does not matter whether you want to become a bhikshu or practice Buddhist teaching. You're talking about the Buddhist teaching, but you are still drinking, you're still having a relationship, you are still gambling. What's the point of saying become a bhikshu or not becoming a bhikshu? Clean up your own conduct first. Observe all the vinaya, all the precepts. A layperson has at least 5 precepts, and you have to observe these precepts in detail. For example, in stealing, I abstain from stealing. You say, "Oh, I never steal anything." But then, did you study that act of stealing in detail? When the Buddha talked about stealing, the Buddha went into great detail. That's what we call vinaya, the study of each behavior in detail and observed by it. Let me give you an example. You abstain from stealing, right? Oh, I am moral. I abstain from stealing. But you're working in a company and you have kids, for example. The summer is almost over. You need to buy stationery. So you take the company's books, pencils, rulers, notebook, pad books. You take the company's stationery and give it to your kids so that you don't have to buy them. I never steal. I just took. I work in the company. But those stationery are supposed to be used by you on the job, not for your kids. That's exactly stealing. And then when you're working in a company, you're an operator, and every day you will say, this is ABC company, what can I do for you? Good morning. And then when you're off, you're dialing long distance, charging the company long distance call on personal calls. And when the boss is not around, you're doing personal business. You charge your boss $16 an hour, and you waste your time on personal affairs. That's stealing. You shouldn't be using company time on personal pursuits. That's how detailed stealing is defined. If you're a real estate agent and you're running between two buyers and two sellers, you're trying to change the wording around, and you're trying to cover up certain things. That's not only stealing, that's fraudulence, misrepresentations. So you really have to observe your own conduct in detail. You didn't steal, you're stealing every day. You're misusing your time every day. You're talking, I'm not killing. I never kill any. But you are still not a vegetarian. You're wearing mink coats. You know how they kill the mink? They skin them alive. Seals. Lobsters, fish, crabs. You're supporting killing, and you're talking, I am not killing. So why don't we just, you're talking about what can you do? Observe your precepts and observe it in great detail. Every thought is away from stealing. You say, I haven't done any sexual misconduct. I'm only faithful to my wife. The observance of abstaining from sexual misconduct starts from the mind. You may not be outwardly doing something. So we have people in here. You say, I've been observing, abstaining from sexuality, abstaining from thoughts of sexuality on different people. But then I can observe that when there are ladies around, he likes to mix with the ladies. He likes to talk to the ladies. He always have thoughts in mind about a relationship. It may not be obvious. He may not have the opportunity to get the relationship. But his thought is still not pure. So we're talking about observing precepts is from the very minute detail. The Buddhahood aims, the Arhatship aims at the very detail of each conduct. So, yeah, you cannot be a bhikshu, but why don't you observe your precepts in great detail so that every thought is abstaining from stealing. Every thought is abstaining from sexual misconduct, abstaining from lying. How much lying you have done, you know. So when we become ordained as a bhikshu, a monk has 250 precepts to observe. And in the first 5 years, we don't actually study other sutras. We have to concentrate in studying the Vinaya, how to observe the 250 precepts. We have 250 precepts to observe, and you only have 5. And sometimes we feel very ashamed of whether we have really followed those 250 precepts. We always have to reflect on ourselves, how much we can observe, how much we haven't observed. Every half month we have to reflect on ourselves in a group, whether we have broken some precepts, and we have to seek for repentance. Everything is done in detail, not just on the surface. So if you're asking me, if you're not a monk, as a layperson, what can you do? Study the Buddha's teaching in details and observe it in details. The detail goes to the thinking, not in your action. Life is short. If you're 50 years old now, you have another 50 years to live. But if you spend your time every day in the same way, there isn't any meaning in the value of life. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, partying, working. The Buddha said, transcend samsara, life and death. Don't go back to life and death anymore. This life could be more fortunate that you didn't involve that much suffering. There are people who were in deep sufferings. I've been to different places. I even went as far as Nicaragua, the poorest country in Latin America. You know how they live? All these children live by the dumpsters. Every day they went up to the dumpsters, and they pick whatever is important, whatever they think is valuable, and sell them for $1 per day. And many of these children die of disease. There are places in the world that are so underdeveloped, they're so poor that there's a lot of suffering, and their longevity is not more than 20 years old. I haven't even mentioned how humans slaughter animals, the way they slaughter them, or how humans treat humans. Get on YouTube to get to see news about the world. These days, for the past 50 years, we're already in good shape. How about the Second World War? How many people were killed in the Second World War, in the First World War? Just about 20 years ago, there was a genocide in a country in Africa, where in 3 months they killed 600,000 people. All these are their own folks, going through a lot of torture. The world is absolutely imperfect to live in. The Buddha told us, and we have to transcend it. First, we have to learn to be a good person first. Observe your morality. You have to be a good person before you become a Buddha. You're talking about become a psychic, but you are still drinking, you are still have relationship, you're still gambling, and you're talking about you are a psychic? You're a prophet? Observe a person by his behavior and speech, and what is more important, by his thought. Not by what he's doing, but not by just what he's talking about. Good afternoon, Venerable. Could you please describe the meditation techniques to effectively perform the 4 contemplations as referred to in your Dharma talk? What is the correct object of attention, length of time for each category, etc.? Thank you. We're talking about the 4 contemplations. We should know what the 4 contemplations are. So we got the 4 contemplations. The 4 contemplation is contemplate the body as impure, the first one. Body impure. So we remember it by saying body as impure. Contemplation of sensation as suffering. Second, sensation as suffering. Contemplation of the mind as impermanent, or of the thought as impermanent. That's the third one. The fourth one is contemplation of Dharma, or phenomena, all phenomena existing in the world, all Dharma as insubstantial, or as egoness, selfness. These are the 4 contemplations. These 4 contemplations embraces a lot of teachings about in the Buddha's literature. But your question is how to meditate on it. What techniques we use to meditate on it. But before answering this question, we should go a little backward to see what exactly is meditation. Meditation includes two perspectives. The first perspective is samatha, which is focus. The second perspective is insightful contemplation, which is wisdom. This is what we're talking about, insightful meditation. The four contemplations embraces a lot about Buddhism, especially the Theravada school. The Theravada school deals with the four contemplations, I think, this is my personal opinion, in more detail than the Mahayana vehicle. This contemplation involves basically many canons of the Buddhist teaching. The body as impure, sensation as suffering, thought as impermanent, all phenomena as insubstantial. This is just the key words. Before we really get into it, you asked me techniques in doing it. The techniques is the same, but the contemplations are different. What are the techniques? The techniques is, first of all, don't let your mind wander. Don't let your mind attach to particular circumstances. Free your mind. Put down all your wandering thoughts. Free your mind of all encumbrances. Can you do that? Can we first of all, in other words, before we cultivate our wisdom, can we first of all learn how to clean up all the garbage first, or clean up all the obstructions first? Before you walk the road, you have to remove the hurdles first. How to remove the hurdles? Removing the hurdles is like you learn how to focus first. So before getting to the contemplation, we must learn the samatha, the focus. Why do we have to learn the focus? Because if we're being attacked by all these attachments, by all these encumbrances of wandering thoughts, we can never get to contemplation. So we have to learn how to stay put. In other words, if the professor has to give an analogy on this, the student has to sit down and study first. Talking about how to pass the examinations, how to understand the course, the student has to sit down and listen to the lectures and sit down to study first. If the student can't even sit still, how can he pass the examination? First is learning how to let go first. If you want to have insightful contemplation, every day you attach to fame, reputation, selfishness, ego, depression, jealousy, hatred, greediness, all these mental afflictions surrounding you, you attach to them. You can't let go of them. How can you start to have insightful contemplation? So you first of all must learn how to let go. Letting go first, and then slowly you get into insightful meditation. Insightful meditation, actually you are learning it now. The fact that you're listening to a monk talking about it, or getting on the Google to learn more about it, is actually you're building up all this information leading to the insightful contemplation. But you'll always be affected by all your wandering thoughts. You're being affected how nice you have to do your job. You have two girlfriends, which girlfriend you want to divorce and which girlfriends you want to marry. You have a job, and how do you get a better job? Because you are in the verge of being fired, and you like to know how to hang on to the job, and you want to get more money, you want to have relationship, there's so many things in this world that you cling to, that you attach, you can let go. Or you have past experiences that you hate, an abusive childhood, you hate your dad, your alcoholic dad, or you hate your irresponsible mom. You always have that hatred in your past, you can let go. First of all, learn to let go first. How to let go of all this hatred, of all this depression, of all these mental afflictions. Let go of yesterdays. Let go of yesterday's enemies. Those are your enemies. The enemies that nurture in you, that you cultivated for yourself. Let go of them. Learn how to let go the past. Learn how to not worry about the future. And learn how to exist now and be on your guard for putting out all encumbrances and wandering thoughts so that you're on the right track first. That's a procedure they should learn. And the Buddha told us to use anapanasati to train our mind to arrive at that stillness, at that calm, at that tranquility. And then, with the tranquility in mind, you're sitting down there, the student sitting down there start to study and start to listen, then he start to roll in the wisdom in his mind. So you must take the procedure first. Right now, your anapanasati, breath in and out, and you have that concentration and you have that letting go. And then you carry on your insightful contemplation. Contemplate on the body as impure would combat your mental affliction of sexual attachment. Because you thought body is beautiful, but the body is impure. Impure in the seeds, impure in appearance, impure in thinking, impure in many, many things. But you're still attached to it. If you tell a youngster not to get relationship with the opposite sex, it's very difficult because he attaches to it. He can never let go of it because he already have that latent energy of sexuality in his mind that has been carried forward from previous life. The seeds are there. When the seeds are there, it's being influenced by externalities like mass media, like social norm. They all been affected. And this kind of infestation, if I can call it, is like an intoxication. The more you like it, the more you get deeper into it. It's like drinking, alcoholic. So you must learn how to let go. If you tell an alcoholic to let go, it's not easy. The alcoholic already knows that intoxication is no good. So you don't have to throw him all kinds of theories about the demerits, the disadvantages of intoxication, of being an alcoholic. He knows about it already. You don't have to put all the theories in front of him. But it's very difficult for him to get rid of it because he can't let go. So the first of all is to let go. Training the mind to let go is the first step. Because if you can clearly contemplate the body as impure, you would not be attached to impurities of the mind. You will not be attached to greediness of the mind, ignorance of the mind. So that's contemplations, the 4 contemplations. All right. So learn to focus first. If you can focus, you easily get to contemplation as body as impure. That is to combat sexuality, the habits of attaching to the opposite sex, because that is accountable for reincarnation. And then sensation. Our sensation is usually broken down into 3 kinds of sensations: pleasurable sensations, unpleasurable sensations, and neutral sensations. Unpleasurable sensation is certainly a suffering, right? But even pleasurable sensation is suffering if you analyzed it. Because all kinds of temporary happiness will come to an end. So all these require a lot of explanations. You're asking a question that requires 3 semesters to go through. So you have to really understand it and try to resolve it. But it's good that now you know. The 4 contemplation really is something that you should know. But remember, anapanasati is always the basic foundation. Let go first. People can let go of their thought. That's the reason why they cling and cannot practice insightful contemplation. Once they can let go, in other words, once they can sit still and start to study, they're on their way to get an A. But they have to sit down and study their courses to get an A. First question, dear Venerable, the story you just was been talking about, Mahamadhyayana and Ulambana, is very interesting. We trust that you are talking about offering to Sangha group could generate merit that saved sentient beings in the ghost realm. Could you kindly explain more details, the logic behind it? Yeah, it's a good question. The Buddha said in the Ulambana Sutra that the only way to save his mom, the Arahat's mom, Madhyayana, is to make offerings to the whole assembly of Sangha members from all directions, north, south, east, west, all directions, offer to the Sangha members, and that action would generate enough merits to save his mom. But how come not even the Buddha can save? How come not even the Arahat who has supernatural power could not save? What's the logic behind it that we can think about? Yeah, that's the logic behind it. The merits so obtained from offering to the Sangha members will be so abundant. The reason is like this. At the last day of the summer retreat, that's the confession date, all the Sangha members gather together, could be thousands of them, 1,250 or 20,000, thousands of them, they will gather together, do confession at the last day, which is the 15th day of July according to the lunar calendar. They will do confession. They gather together. And if you offer to them, you are offering to future Buddhas, not just one Buddha. Because every one of this Sangha member is on their way to enlightenment. They are practicing in such a way that they are on their way to enlightenment. So assuming that the Buddha had a smaller group at one time, 1,250 at 1 year, for example, in the confession day, 1,250. So there's 1,250 probable Buddhas in the future. If there is one Sangha member who became a Buddha, immeasurable number of sentient beings would be saved. Imagine, in the history of mankind, we have one historical Buddha written in the history of mankind. It's not fake, it's not fictitious. It was written in the history of mankind that we had a Buddha called Sakyamuni Buddha. It's 2,600 years ago. And since 2,600 years ago, how many sentient beings, on listening to the Buddha's Dharma, the Buddha's teaching, became enlightened or became marching on to the spiritual path to be enlightened? Billions and billions of them. Billions and billions of them they have gone out from the prison planet to go to that nirvana. A prison planet contains billions and billions of people. So in terms of the magnitude, it's magnificent, more than just one Buddha. So the abundance of the merit is so huge. So that goes to another thinking, if we stop at this level, and think about from the perspective of the Sangha members. That's the merit so accumulated from offering to Sangha members of all directions because of the magnitude involved. If one of the members become a Buddha, billions and billions of sentient beings will listen to the Buddha's teaching and become saved. So according to the history of mankind, how many billions and billions of people on listening to the Buddha's teaching have extricated themselves from prison planet and being nirvana, released from all suffering? Billions and billions of them. The magnitude is so abundant. Okay, so logically, that's because that's the reason why the merits are so abundant. Next question. If Sariputra was the head Sangha, where was Alanda placed? Do we care? Say if Alanda is the second place, we're happy. If Alanda is the third place, we're not happy. Don't prioritize them. Sometimes prioritization of certain fame and reputation and importance would give you perverted ideas of power, of fame. Get away from that. Orlando could be in the 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, 5th place, 6th place. It's a practitioner of the Buddhist teaching. We don't seek position. Oh, I want to be 2nd place, I want to be 3rd place, I want to be 4th place. I want to be better than him. As the follower of the Buddhist teaching, you don't differentiate by that. You just practice, and how do people look at you is not from your side. It's not from people who are struggling for power side. If Alanda in the 2nd place, would Alanda be unhappy about the 2nd place and want to be in the 1st place? So it does not matter, does it? It does not matter where Alanda would be placed. It matters only if are we getting on the spiritual path to get into the samsara? Are we being a bodhisattva, set ourselves to save sentient beings from suffering, render our compassion, not in where certain person was placed in the echelon of power, in the echelon of how to categorize people according to wisdom, according to importance. Let's don't do that. It's not necessary. The president of a society would not necessarily be more useful and more respectful than a member of the society. As a matter of fact, some members of the society, even though if they're not the president, they could be as respectable. They may even be more respectable than the president. So don't categorize, stereotype position. Not necessary. More and more, I would like to, because our temple has been in Canada for 38 years now, and Buddhism has been quite new a teaching to the West. Maybe within the past 150 years, and it has been for hundreds of years in some places of the earth. So we slowly will introduce more and more the Buddhist practice. But be alert that sometimes we want to tailor to the needs and to the habits of the Western culture, that sometimes we relax certain rules as stipulated in the sutra. For example, sometimes if you just have a few drinks, during meditation, we won't say, okay, stopped it. But more and more, we should be a little strict. It's just like a Vinaya. If we allow everybody to do as he pleases, then it wouldn't be serious in your practice. I found that in our Sangha community too. If we don't have stern rules, if we don't have Vinaya, people tend to be very loose in observation of morality standard. So we have to make sure that, for example, before we eat, we have to say our prayers. When we are eating, we have to contemplate the 5 contemplations that we have. There's a saying in the English language, spare the rod, spoil the child. The sterner teacher, the more serious teacher, would produce better students. The teacher is always on the loose. The teacher allows you to do whatever you want. As long as you come for class, that's not too well. I mean, you really have to be a little bit stern on the practice side. You have to be compassionate, but you have to be serious in what you're practicing. For example, this morning when I was chanting, when you were following, I can hear the sound that some people don't put their heart into it. They just follow the sound. You're not putting your heart into it. Put your compassion, put your heart into what you're chanting. Concentrate in every word. Focus in it as if you're really rendering out compassion. You're rendering out kindness. You're putting your mind into it. You want to march on that spiritual level. You don't want to waste your lifetime in food, in drinks, in party. You want to really to go on to that path, what that the sages have walked. You really have to put your mind to it in order to do well. I said you cannot annihilate objects of attention, but you can change your mind. Somebody utters something you dislike. You hate it. He yelled out to me with ugly words. I hated it. My hatred continued and continued and continued. I want to eliminate those words. Can you? Words have been uttered in the air. How could you eliminate them? Even if it's in recording, you cannot eliminate them. Why don't you change your own mind? You can't change external objects, but you can change your mind to accept the external object with compassion, with forgiveness, and let it go. That's the only way to deal with it. You cannot eliminate object, especially object of the past, event of the past. The past yelling and shouting is already gone. Are you going to bring the past yelling and shouting onto the present table and ponder and grieve on it? That's abstract. It's gone already. You're being abused by your dad, for example. That action is already gone. You won't be abused again. You don't allow to be abused again. But you always bring that memory of being abused onto the present and ponder on it and agonize on it. How pitiful. Let it go. There's no use bringing past memories onto the present table and agonize on it. You can learn from previous lessons, not to commit the same errors again. My dad did that to me. I don't want to do it to my children because I learned from past experience. But I don't obsess and hate past experiences because there's no use in bringing back the past and agonize on it. Throw it away. It's poisoned. Throw it away and live your present moment of purity and non-obsession. In the fourth contemplation, the last one is mental impression. What exactly is that? It's different from contemplation of the mind. Contemplation of the mind and mental impressions, they seem to be the same thing. But contemplation of the mind more deals with the sixth consciousness, which is the mano consciousness, which is the thinking consciousness. How many consciousnesses that we have in you, in me? We have 8 consciousnesses in a plural form. In Buddhist sutras, there's more than one consciousness. We have 8 consciousnesses. The first one is the eye consciousness, the seeing consciousness, the ear consciousness, the nose consciousness, the tongue consciousness, the touch consciousness, which is the body consciousness, the 5 consciousness. Those are the 5. Those are the 5 are dealing more with externalities. Eyes, they don't see inside. Can the eye see your organs? The eyes see outside. So they are more or less reacting to externalities. And these are the senses, the sensory consciousnesses. The 5 consciousnesses. I don't want to go into details because we have 100 hours on consciousness. Get into YouTube for the 8 consciousnesses. The 6th consciousness is the mano consciousness, which is the thinking consciousness. Contemplation of the mind emphasize on the thinking consciousness. The thinking consciousness is your present, more on your present life consciousness. And if we can give you an example, thinking consciousness is the manager of all your sensory consciousnesses. So in other words, Your eyes, your ears, your nose, your body, and all these has to have a supervisor, right? That supervises all these senses. Your eyes can only see, but your eyes cannot judge. Can your eyes by themselves judge the color? Or can the eyes judge this is a good man, this is a bad man? The eyes are only perception consciousnesses. So you need the thinking consciousness to make decisions, to analyze. And this manager is very powerful, the Mano consciousness. We call him Mano. This guy's name is called Mano. You just remember this name, M-A-N-O, Mano. Mano consciousness, the sixth consciousness, the manager, Mano consciousness. The Mano consciousness was in the third contemplation of the mind, that deals more with the Mano consciousness. Because the Mano consciousness is extremely powerful. Why is he extremely powerful? Who is doing all these, making all these decisions? Decisions to intoxicate, decisions to cheat, decisions to love, decisions to be jealous, decisions to have anxiety. All this is the Mano consciousness that is interacting, that is making all these troubles, and sometimes making all these benefits, loving people, rendering help, and all that. That's Mano consciousness. And this Mano consciousness is so powerful that he can dig into old files. All this perceptible consciousness, the eyes, cannot dig into old files. You know what I mean by digging into old files? They're digging into history. Can the eyes dig into the history of what the eyes saw yesterday? No. Only the thinking consciousness, the manager, can. The salesman, the saleslady are not permitted to look at old files, to check their what have they done, to get bonus. So the thinking consciousness can think about the past, the thinking consciousness interact with the present, the thinking consciousness worry about the future. Very powerful. And we have to train our manager only to do good in the contemplation. In other words, we tell the manager not to agonize on past experiences and not to attach to happy times. Just let them go. You have an abusive childhood, but it will never come back again. Why do you have to agonize on it? Bring that abusiveness into the present and always think about it, and you get depressed about it, and you get hatred about it. I hate my dad. Why do you hate your dad? You've been abused by your dad who was drunk at one time, and it was gone already. But why do you bring that agony into the present and start to agonize yourself with it? Are we not foolish? Are we not foolish in bringing all our failures in the past onto the present and to get depression about it? No, we don't need to. The past is gone. Why are we so stupid bringing bygone into the present and agonize on it, or bring in bygone happy times and think, oh, I should have happy times. How come I didn't have any happy times now? And why did my wife desert me? Why did my wife desert me? Why did my children treat me this way? So we have to tell the manager, don't attach to the past, to do this contemplation. And we have to tell the manager not to worry about the future. The future hasn't come. You have depression, you have anxiety, you have fear, you're afraid that you are sick. But being afraid of sickness will not help the sickness to heal with it. You have a cold now and you worry about a cold because you can't attend a meeting tomorrow because of that cold. And then you worry about that cold. You think by worrying about the cold will go away? No, it wouldn't. So why are we doing that? That's a habitual attachment of the manager. So the Buddha said, train your manager in the contemplation, in the third contemplation about the mind. Train your manager to be better. Train your manager. The fourth is contemplation of mental impressions. How is it different from the third? The fourth deals with two consciousnesses. The seventh, which is, it has a name in Sanskrit. We call it the manas. Not mano, Manas. Manas what means what? Ego. You have that ego consciousness. The manas consciousness and the alaya consciousness. The alaya consciousness is the banking consciousness. So the four of contemplations deal with cleaning up the 7 consciousness and the 8 consciousness. The 7 consciousness, if I can give you an example, assuming our whole consciousness is a conglomeration of a company, is a company with the salesman, eyes, nose, ears, and all that. We also have the manager, which is the 6th consciousness. Now the 7 is what? The board of director. What would the board of director do? The board of director, they only care about what? Self. Are we making profit? You guys, you got to work. We are investors. We're directors. Are you making profit? So they only care about themselves. They're egoistic. The egoistic. Everybody has that 7 consciousness, which is the ego consciousness. When you were born, you brought that ego consciousness along. So you were born egoistic. We were all born egoistic. Look at the baby. When the 1 to 2-year-old baby, when they were fighting the struggle for toys, they grab each other's toys. And if they grab away this toy, the baby will cry. They always try to protect one's ego, protect one's self-interest. We have been habitually doing that for many, 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 many lifetimes. And in the process of fulfilling our egoistic interest, we hurt, we kill, we lie, we cheat. That's where we created our bad karma. And this egoistic consciousness needs what? Needs desires to fulfill. And in the process of fulfilling those desires, we are creating a lot of karma. Avasas, or avasas in the Sanskrit language. A fermentation of all this accumulation of deeds, thoughts, and actions. So that's the 7 consciousness. And then finally, the banking consciousness, which is the lie consciousness. What is this banking consciousness? Give an example of a company. The salesmen have performances, profits were done, and the whole company accumulate all these assets, all this equity, all this liability, everything in there. What does this contain? It contains, with the conglomeration of the company, it contains all the memory. You won't get away. You think you did something wrong in this life and you can get away when you die? That gets stored in your alaya consciousness. It will never get away. Just as you key in into the keyboard, into the memory chip, it will never get away. It's waiting for karmic energy to show up. Every thought has karmic energy. You nurture a thought of hatred, that would get stored. You nurture a thought of loving kindness, that would get stored. Everything is stored because you key in the information to the keyboard. That is the banking consciousness. So what are you storing in your banking consciousness? Good karma or bad karma? According to some sutras, mostly bad karma. Imagine what you do. Have you been altruistic in everything you do, or you've been selfish and egoistic? You know. So what are we going to do in our next life if we don't get enlightened? We roll with our accumulated karmic energy into the next life. And the plight and the conditions of next life would depend on what kind of attributes and qualities that you have built in this life. What have you been building? One day the Buddha Sakyamuni, he held up a handful of sand in his hands and he said, those who were humans now and reincarnate again into the next life as humans, they are as few as the sand in my hand. And those who are humans now and reincarnated into animals, vicious rams, well, as many as the sands on the ground. So we cannot guarantee that we'll be humans in next life. You watched out. So my answer has to be too detailed. I don't want to deal with it anymore. I can go on and go on. But next question. So I already answered this question. That's the difference between the third contemplation and the fourth contemplation. The third is the manager, the thinking consciousness, and the fourth is the egoistic consciousness plus your banking consciousness. They have to be dealt with in the different situations. You need different contemplations to deal with them. Next question. From the mindfulness, you said we should empty our mind, but wouldn't it be better to fill it with kind thoughts? Of course. What is the nature of a thought from the perspective of morality? What is the nature of a thought from the perspective of moral virtue? It's either bad, good, or neutral, right? Bad, that means vicious. Good, that means loving kindness and all that. The nature of a thought is either bad, roughly, good, or neutral. No exception. If you cultivate bad thoughts, bad effects will come back to you. If you cultivate good thoughts, good effects will come up to you. And if you cultivate good thoughts, for example, you're always helpful, you're always loving kindness, you're a philanthropist, you donated all your assets, all your estates into helping others, and you don't have ego, you donate everything. That's like the best beneficial good thoughts that you have. And when you die, what happened to you? What kind of karmic energy? The loving kindness, the metta, the compassionate energy would what? Would elevate you to heavens. And there are 28 heavens. You'll be a being in heaven, enjoying only happiness. But when the period of happiness for thousands and millions of years is all used up, you still roll back to samsara. Because you haven't really attained complete awakening. You just enjoy all the good deeds you have done to be qualified in heaven. So there are people in heaven. But people in heaven, going to heaven should not be the ultimate way. Going to heaven, good karma is still not pure karma. It still have the dichotomy of good and bad, tall and short, rich and poor. It still have a thought in it. It's only when you go beyond good and bad, go beyond neutrality. That's what we call pure karma, if we can call it. There's no such thing as a pure karma. A pure karma is not speakable. How can you speak about pure karma? So you have to go beyond good and bad and neutral to be in that awakening stage where we call it, I don't know how we call it, nirvana, Buddhahood. We cannot stereotype it with a name. We don't know how to call it. But for the sake of calling it, the Buddha called it nirvana. The Buddha called it enlightenment. The Buddha called it anuttara samya sambuddhi. That's what it is. So it's good to fill it with good thoughts in your mind, but good thoughts only qualify you to go to heaven. And when the enjoyment period of heaven, which could be thousands of years, is all used up, your karmic energy will pull you down to reincarnation, samsara again. Only when you are beyond this world into a place where we are call it awakening, then you'll be out from samsara. You understand what I mean? Okay, next question. What is the meaning of the wooden sticks and the tapping on the ground during meditation walks? This tapping are not to scare you. So for example, when we're tapping on the front door, on the door, we say, hurry up, because people usually spend We say 15 minutes, they could spend 20 minutes talking. Actually, we don't talk during meditation. We don't talk before meditation. We are talking too much. I remember a Zen monk said, you know what is meditation? What is awakening? Don't talk for 30 years. You arrive at realization. We've been talking too much. What do you do when you're talking? What mind you're using? We are using discriminative mind to talk. Hey, this guy is good, this guy is bad. When are you coming back? Where are you going tomorrow? How do we enjoy ourselves in the party tomorrow? Everything you talk about is regarding what? Ego, greediness, hatred, love. Because we talk from the what mind? From the thinking mind, who is the mano. Your mano is talking. Your manager is talking. That manager stereotype, stigmatize, despise, discriminate. We talk from those. We don't need them. We don't need those. We have to go beyond that. Next, when we meditate, are we to use the practice of Satipatthana to lead those thoughts? Yes, but we only have begun. We haven't even ventured into Satipatthana. We have more to talk about. If you're interested, you can always go into Google and say Mahasatipatthana. There are terms in there. But I don't know if you understand the words because it's usually in very subtle language. What I'm doing here, I'm just using my experience to simplify it for you. If you read those sutras, they are in very high level language that a beginner may not understand. And I'm still in the process of learning. There's no end in learning in Buddhism. Buddhism is not about reading books, you know. It does not mean that if you are a PhD in Buddhist studies, you are a Buddha. It does not mean that you're surrounded by books of Buddhism and tapes and videos of Buddhism that you will get enlightened. Otherwise, the librarian is already a Buddha. He's being all surrounded by books. So just by reading and all these videos and all these tapes, and you go on be egoistic, selfish, can you be a Buddha? You are only knowing Buddhism in a language. You're not practicing it. You're not purifying it. And what is even worse, you think that you are a PhD in Buddhist practice, you are a Buddha. That increases your ego. Get rid of language. Language is an obstacle sometimes. Get rid of desultory thoughts. Don't let a thought comes up. When no thought comes up, what comes up? When no thought comes up, what comes up? Wisdom comes up. And what is wisdom? You cannot find it. Wisdom is something that you cannot find. It's just there. Where does the universe comes from? Where does air comes from? From the north, east, south, west? If it comes from the north, how come it comes from the north? How is it generated? Where does water comes from? Some people say it's easy to answer. From the water tap. Right? Water comes from the water tap. That's a kindergarten approach to origin of water. If you have where water comes from, we can get an answer. Water comes from where? Water get evaporated under the sun, according to photosynthesis, that it gets on, become clouds, and clouds get under the sky, it cools down, and comes back as rain, and rain comes back as water. So what's the origin of all this? And some people say, it's easy, chemically it's H2O. 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen. Where does the oxygen come from? Where does hydrogen comes from? We don't know. It's just like when, at the time of the Buddha, there was a disciple who asked Buddha a question. Tathagata, you have to answer my question. Otherwise, I won't continue to practice. What's your question? How is the universe made up of? What is the universe made up of? And then Buddha gave a parable, which I just mentioned. There was a guy at the crossroad being shot by an arrow, and everybody crowded and said, whoa, this man gets hurt. He's almost died. One guy said, where does the arrow comes from? Who is the culprit? And the other guy said, no, we have to know that arrow. Is it made of wood or metal or glass? Another guy says, is it poisonous? Another guy says, oh, we got to inform his family. Another guy said, okay, let's take him to under a tree where they can get some shade. They ask all kind of questions about the origin of the arrow. How come this man got into the crossroad? Is it violating the law of this country that they cannot have jaywalk? They ask a lot of irrelevant questions. And then this guy lying on the ground said, stupid, get me to the hospital. Don't ask silly questions. Call 911. Why are you asking all these silly questions? 911. No. We have to find out where the arrow comes from first. What's the origin? The first question, could you please recommend a living enlightened master who is in either Vancouver area, British Columbia, Canada, North America, who is accepting students to learn the deeper aspects of meditation? Thank you. I don't know of any. The reason why I tell you that is, it's not that there's no enlightened master. Because I've come across a situation like this where we think that the master is enlightened, really prolific writer, have a lot of experiences as indicated in his writing, and we thought that must be a living master. And then we run into problems and we call, we can never get in contact with them, it's too busy. And then we keep on trying, and then finally we get to him and we ask all kinds of questions. But the answer is very short. It's just like, just keep on doing what you're doing and carry on. It's not like a doctor who carefully diagnose your situation and tell you what to do. Plus, I have also known students who actually thought that, oh, the masters must be in, I'm naming some countries without prejudice. Could be in Burma, could be in Thailand, could be in China, could be in the Himalayas. So without telling you where, I don't want to bias the country. He went to that country, and a whole group of Sangha community, many members, every day meditating, every day going on arms round and all that. And he was there. He is North American, he's Canadian. He was there, and the first month was quite good with following. Seems that all surrounding. All these brothers and sisters are almost like masters, and they're also masters around, the highest master, second-class master, and he couldn't get used to it. He couldn't get used to the weather. He couldn't get used to the food. He couldn't get used to the type of living. And he went crazy. He went crazy. He was, when he came back, he thought he was possessed. But he came from a place where they are renowned masters. So how come, he got crazy? His family is looking for him. I said, he's not here. He's not here. He's just sometimes come to us. He's not here. So masters, and also there are people who are so prolific in writing, so good in writing, that they can write flowery language, the bestsellers. But they're just prolific writers. They can write anything that make people feel that that's true, that's real. But when you come to him or her, it may not be the same thing. And also some masters who claim themselves to be enlightened, awakened, but then when you went to see him or her, you notice that he has a wife, and he's like an ordinary person. And we don't want to intrude into privacies of other people, And what I figured out is, if you practice meditation, the highest level you can go in Kamadattu is Kamadattu jhana, which is not even in Rupadattu or Rupadattu. How can you be enlightened if you still have a man and woman relationship? How can you be enlightened? Or you could go to a master who, in the surface, in appearance, could be very nice, but who knows what's behind? According to some, I don't want to name anything, some scandals, we thought that that's a good, a master, but it turns out to be a scandal. So how can I would be foolhardy to introduce a master to you, because you can come back to me and say, hey, because of what you suggest, I got into this mess. I got into this master. So I'm sorry, I don't know. Be honest, carry what the Buddha talked about in sutras, and something simple, something you can follow, something that you know is righteousness. For example, how can anyone claim to be a good meditation master if he or she didn't even follow the Buddha's precepts? You're still involved with lying, killing, sexual misconduct. If you are still a meat eater, you are eating meat every day, alive. You kill fish. Easter coming up, turkey's good taste. That kind of thing. And how can that be a good master if they still involved in meat eating? Many factors that prevent one to introduce to anybody a master. I know of a master who passed away already, Sakyamuni Buddha. He passed away, unfortunately, but all his writings are there. So we always think that the flowers in front of other houses are more beautiful. Your own house, it does not contain the best flowers. That's why you're shopping around for good flowers. You always think that the other wife is better than yours, because you never get to know the details of the other wives. You only know the details of your own wife. The other husband is more responsible, is more lovely, but you don't know the bad habits of the other husband. You know, and the other mountain is more green. The greener pasture is not here, it's there. But don't you know that value what you have, appreciate what you got? That's a philosophy in there. Talking about appreciate what you have, I was talking about Dharma just now. Dharma is giving out. I just want to ask you a question, particularly for those who just come here a few times. When you're eating, I think what is in your mind, I can classify into many categories of thinking. One may be think, oh, it's good food, delicious. Oh, I can sit down and enjoy this food, and it's crispy. Egg rolls, spring rolls, crispy. Vegetables and everything, and it's good, it's good, it's good. Plus, it's complimentary. I don't have to pay for it. If I have to pay for it, look at the menu, I would say, how much? $18, $20, $30? We used to put, many years ago, 25 years ago, we used to put a donation box right there. For those who after food, they can drop in whatever money they have. And I know that there are some guys who drop in a penny. Well, the food is only worth a penny? They could have $35, $50, $100 in the wallet, and they drop in a penny. But when you ask them, it's good food. Because nobody knows how much you dropped in. Always appreciate what you've got. The food that you're eating was donated by generous devotees who were not even here. They just wanted to make sure that there's a meditation group in the temple who appreciate the Buddha's teaching, who knows how to meditate and get out of sufferings. Their generosity is in the food. So when you're eating, think of how generous these people. This was donated by people who wanted us to learn, who wanted to keep the operation going. And they are unnamed, they're synonymous. Synonymous, how do you say that? Anonymous, they're anonymous. They're anonymous. They don't show even their names. But there are people who actually donated. You see how Mr. Tom said, you know, it was donated by so-and-so foundation or whatever. You know, they wanted to give. The first practice in the Buddhist teaching is to learn how to give out. If everybody appreciate what they've got, they will give. As I said in the beginning, if in a family, if the parents know how to educate their kids, they will continuously say, hey, this bread and butter, this food on the table, does not come easily. Dad has to make a living. We have to work. So everybody appreciate what they have. So should we wash dishes together? Should we share? I mean, if we all appreciate, appreciation is very important. Appreciate that you are in good health. Appreciate that you can see, you can listen, you can smell. If you think of Helen Keller, the philosopher 100 years ago, she lost her senses. She lost her seeing ability, listening ability, talking ability. They only have touch ability. But he appreciates nature. He appreciates everything. In her essay entitled, If I'm Giving 3 Days to See, because she was blind. Try to Google that essay. If I have 3 days to see, I can see things. She could not see things. What would I have done, she said, if I were given 3 days to see? One of the paragraph in there, it infringed in my heart, in my mind. She says, I always have friends who came back from nature, from Mother Nature, from a walk in the forest. I have friends in the springtime, they have a walk in the forest, and then I asked them, what did you see? They said, nothing in particular, just as usual. And then she said, how could you have walked into the forest and tell me you enjoy nothing in particular? The songs of the birds, the running water of the waterfall, the skies, the fragrance, the grass, the trees, the branches, all this is a beautiful nature. I couldn't see, I could touch them. I really appreciate my touch. You know, people don't appreciate their senses until they lost it. Do you appreciate your eyes? Appreciate your nose? Appreciate your listening? Appreciate that you can come here for a lunch? If you always appreciate what you've got, then you can let go. I haven't seen people who are kind and they couldn't let go. I mean, you really have to, we all really have to have an introspection of appreciation. What am I talking about? I'm being led further and further away from the question. So I said, who is accepting students to learn the deeper aspects of meditation? Very difficult to find a teacher. There are teachers around. I'm not excluding anything. There are teachers around. But is he suitable for you? Is the environment there suitable for you? Could you stand their habituation? Say, for example, they only eat 1 meal per day, for example, and they're in a cave. They have no electricity. They burn wood for fire. And there are mosquitoes around at night. There's no shampoo for you. There's no detergent for you. There's no hot water for you. Are you going to go there? We've been spoiled. You may not be used to it. Don't look at the other pasture. Try to cultivate your own pasture within the environments and the factors given. Don't try to cultivate other pasture that you don't even know of. It may look greener to you, but that greenery may not be acceptable to you when you are there. Okay, that's the first question. Okay, second question, please have, do plants have consciousness? If so, how do we show compassion when we eat them and use them? We say plants, humans have consciousness, animals, all sentient beings. What's the definition of sentience? Sentient is they have passions, they have feelings. They have mother and son feeling, husband and wife feeling, they have family feelings, they sentient, they have emotions and all that, sentient beings. All animals have consciousness. Do plants have consciousness? The way I look at it, plants, not that I know of, not that the scientists know of, plants have photosynthesis. Photosynthesis. That means if you put plants in a place where there's no sunlight and then you have light there, the plant will go towards the light. It moves towards the light. And it moves towards the water because the plant wants to survive. So it has photosynthesis for survival. They want to get to the sun, they want to get to the water, they want to get to the soil, they want to get to watery soil, not dry soil. They struggle for existence too. They have photosynthesis. But whether they have loving kindness to the grass, to the mosquitoes hovering around them, I don't know. I don't think scientists would know. They will only know that plants react to environments, react to differences and factors of environments. You show me, any scientists say plants have consciousness. Plants have interaction. The consciousness that we feel, consciousness is what? Consciousness have 8 consciousnesses. The eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, the nose consciousness, the taste consciousness, the touch consciousness, the mano consciousness, the manas consciousness, the alaya consciousness. And I can name just one that I don't, at this point, think that plant has consciousness. All animals have the banking consciousness, which means that whatever you have done this lifetime, it won't get away. All action, speech, and thought. It's stored in your memory, in your banking memory. And you carry that energy into the next life, be it good or bad. If you're always creating bad karmic energy, it gets stored in your banking consciousness, and you suffer from miserable life in next life because of what you have done. Not because of God, not because of Buddha. You yourself determine your own destiny, not Buddha, not God, not any deities. So you are storing up all these and roll into the next life. And also, when an animal or being with consciousness dies, its consciousness would roll into the next life. That's the reason why we don't want to kill animals, because they could be your brothers and sisters in previous lives, your mom, your dad, your friends. Whereas for plants, if you cut the plant off, it has a lot of seeds to spread and to grow again. It has a continuity that you wouldn't believe. You cut a piece of grass. You think you killed the grass? The grass have a lot of seeds. It would grow overnight. It would spread like you wouldn't believe. You think you cut a bamboo and the bamboo will stop? No, its roots goes all over the place. Its continuation is spontaneous. It grows again immediately. So there's no questions in if you don't eat meat. How come you eat vegetables? Vegetables have life too, have consciousness too. People are like that. So you are talking about you are kind, not eating animals. You're being a vegan. You're eating plants. You're killing plants. You are as unkind as us. But it doesn't know that plants can spread and grow all over the place. Plus, if I don't eat plant, I will die. There must be something I eat. I cannot eat air, water. So in order to sustain my life, so that I can practice, so that I can be good, I at least have to eat something, right? And I'm eating something that can propagate every season. No end to it. But if I kill a goat, you know that goat itself will propagate? The goat will not boom into a second goat, right? You kill that goat. But the grass would grow into multifold grasses, variegated grasses. So I don't know if I've answered your question. So you can argue that you guys, you eat meat, you shouldn't be eating plants. What is the difference between the people wearing black robes and the monks and nuns? Or there are people who are wearing white, blue, green, all kinds of people wearing different clothes. But I can tell you, the black robes is a uniform that the laymen, or the lay Buddhists, they're not monks and nuns, they like to dress in uniform, which is black. In Thailand, it's white. It could be another country, it's gray. So it's just differentiate the monk and nuns from the layman, a laywoman. Otherwise, because nowadays people have a hair fashion of shaving bald-headed. If we don't have this kind of uniform, how can we differentiate a monk and a nun, a monk and a layman? Because I can see a lot of bald-headed in here. They are not monk. So you got to have some uniform that differentiate laymen from monk. How do you properly bow to monks and nuns to show your respect? Just put your palms together will do. But in Burma and Thailand, they actually do the prostration. when they see monks and nuns, other than that is like a casual way. They also do the formal way too. Formally, they would, because when they respect that monk, it's not just that physical body that they're respecting. They're respecting what is behind the Buddha's teaching, relieving all sentient beings from sufferings. The great, the practice that lead to compassion and awakening, saving billions of sentient beings from suffering and pain. They respect that practice, that awakening, that compassion, not that physical body in front of them. Just put your palms together, and that's good enough in North America. In China and Burma, they actually do the prostration. When they prostrate, the reference is to the Buddha and to that monk who obeyed the Vinaya, who is working for perfection. So that's why we monks and nuns always say, we monks always in our mind say, how can we accept prostration if we're not practicing as monk? How can we accept alms if we're not practicing? So we always do the repentance ceremony. Am I deserve the food that I'm eating? Am I practicing? So if I'm not practicing, if I'm not following the Vinaya, if I always, still engage in attachment, I should not accept not only prostration, I should not accept even the alms food. I should cook my own food because I'm not qualified to eat it. They always think that way. This kind of idea could be new to North American people, but I know that there are a few North American people who became monks and nuns in Thailand. They were more fervent and faithful than even the locals there. They really walk the Buddha's way. I've seen that. Dear Master, I have 3 questions. The pursuit of perfection land is opposed to appreciating the current land is the wisdom. But I thought we are supposed to be patient, appreciating, and content. Wouldn't the practice be contradictory? We can learn to be content. We can learn to be appreciating. We can learn to be patient. We're in the process of learning all that. But do you feel that you already reached the success of mastering patience, success of being content, success of you having the full appreciation of everything? Have you been awakened from non-appreciating, non-impatience and discontent? You are still looking for that utopia that we're trying to go. And here, Amitabha has a land that is free from suffering. We are in suffering now. We are in suffering, but we learned to let go of the suffering. We learn to get used to the suffering. We learn to live with the suffering. We're all living with the suffering. You are not away from the suffering. You're living with the suffering. But you're living with the suffering, you're not being overwhelmed by it. People who are overwhelmed by this suffering couldn't stand living. That's the reason why there are people who commit suicide. There are people who hurt themselves, who hurt others, continue to do, bad karma. We have to live with the suffering and try to practice appreciation, practice being content, not only for yourself, for others too. So there's no contradiction. I don't exactly know where you see the contradiction. Maybe you can clarify it if I didn't know what you mean. The second question. If your breath has to be subtle and unnoticeable, how can we keep counting? When you reach to the subtlety and the peace and the extreme content, and the tranquility, there's no counting. There's no counting. You just know it's there. There's no counting. Or there may be counting. There may be counting. You wouldn't lose it. That's just a feeling. Counting is a technique. The feeling is not the counting. Plus, there's so many people who feel a different way. Some people will feel, my counting is all gone. I only have the breath. And that breath is subtle, fine, content. I am at peace. But I don't have the counting anymore. I wouldn't say, come on, you should count. No, I said, congratulations, because you don't need counting anymore. When you cross the water from Nanaimo to Victoria, I've arrived in Victoria, but I want to get attached to the ship. Can you get to Victoria? I said, it's good. Get rid of the ship. You don't need the counting anymore. You're on shore. You have to leave the boat to get on shore. You cannot attach to counting to get the purification. But the counting is important. The boat is important. If you don't have the boat, how can you get to Victoria? But if you get to Victoria, you get to see the Parliament House, to enjoy a high tea in what do you call that, Imperial Hotel. That's the best tea in Victoria. $95. You can eat for 2 hours. Have you been there? I have been there. You have to book 1 day in advance. You got 500 people in the hall, more than 100 waiters. They have veggie though, but they need meat. So you need to abandon boat. All right. Next, from the right leg on top, half lotus position, it is about contemplation of anti-evil. How can we imagine this posture with the thought of eliminating greediness, hatred, and jealousy and thoughts? Who told you? Who told you to have this thought? We just say counting. This is the name of that position. That's the name. Nobody told you to attach to the name. Nobody say that this is the name of subduing Mara. I'm subduing Mara. I'm not counting. I'm subduing Mara. You're not counting. That's just a posture of reminding yourself of suppressing all your depression, your hatred, your anger, your jealousy, your suspiciousness. Just get rid of that and keep on counting. Any question? You can ask question if you want. Yes?
Has Buddha ever taught that there will be another living Buddha coming after him?
Yeah. There will be another, there will be a future Buddha many, many years later, and that future Buddha now is Maitreya Bodhisattva. When you're entering the garden, there's a big belly laughing Buddha. There's a Maitreya Bodhisattva. He's the future Buddha. He will be coming down like 2,600 years ago when Siddhartha Gautama was born as a prince in India and became the Buddha. That was the last Buddha. There will be a future Buddha many, many years from now, and that is Maitreya Buddha. He will be coming for the next round of Buddhahood. Okay, thank you for the talks and meditation. Please tell us what comes under body fabrications. Thank you for everything. I cannot describe the benefits in words. Okay, so what is awareness of body fabrications? What is body? Every one of us is body and mind. If we can, two major aggregators is either body or the mind. The body is the whole body with our mind. That's me. That's you. So the body is something that is physical. Probably you can touch it, you can see it, you can listen to it. And the mind is not physical. The mind is beyond physical. So sometimes you call it metaphysical, beyond physical. So if you have successfully completed counting, as I always use the analogy, if you graduated from the school of counting in meditation, then you go into following. In following, you will realize this. What is this? You will know your physical fabrications of your body, and you can let it go, let them go. What are these physical fabrications? Physical. Itchiness, I feel itchy, or I feel my chi inside moving. You know chi? You know what is chi? I feel my chi inside moving, and it's moving irregularly, or it's moving from the crown of my head up to my nose tip, up to my belly button, up to my the lowest level of the body, and go back again. It's all over the place. I can feel my chi. I can feel my chi in my fingertips, and sometimes they're disturbing, and sometimes they could be flushing out your blockages. All kinds of physical fabrications are like this. Chi, and sometimes you may feel, I feel numbness of my feet when I'm meditating. I feel numb in my limbs. I feel that my heartbeat is slower than before or faster than before, and I'm sweating. I'm sweating with meditation. I'm sweating. All these are physical fabrications. Now, do you understand what I'm talking about? You will have certain, I call it, whatever you call it, side effects or effects of certain meditation that you will feel. But once you feel those, when you feel those, particularly in the chi, don't get scared by it. Probably because of your concentration, your chi is all gathered in certain parts of the body and helps you to break through those blockages in your veins, because we have a lot of blockages in our body. A lot of ancient philosophers and ancient herbal medicine doctors and etc. It's because of the blockages in our bodies that sometimes our body feel painful, or we have problem, we have sickness if we have blockages. Imagine you have 3 of those, what do you call that, vein arteries, blood arteries in the heart, going to the heart. If this, are they called arteries? Arteries or something like that, right? If they got blocked up, then you're dead. You have no blood circulation. So every part of the body should be flushed through. You should be allowed to flow through well. The liquid, everything flow through well. If you have blockages, then you will feel physically pain. So if your blood veins in there are blocked out, you will feel that your hand is numb. So these are physical fabrications. But once you feel that, some of these are good for you, some of these may not be good for you. Some of the chi is helping you. Chi is probably your friend, helping you. When you're meditating, you are actually gathering up your chi, and the chi is helping you to flush through the toilet, flush through all these blockages in your body. And in the flushing through, you may suffer. Imagine if you're in your washroom, your toilet or your basin, your hand basin, if they all plug up because of you throw things inside, you drop your toothpaste into the toilet bowl, you drop your toothbrush and all that, and it clog up your toilet bowl. Then you have to get a plumber. You have to get someone who really have to work at it. He has to suck these things out. He has to work towards it, give you a lot of, flushing liquid plumber and all that. In that process, it's laborious, it's painful. In the process of getting through the blockages, you feel painful. But once the painfulness, once the blockage, once it's clear, it's much better than before. So usually what the seasoned or the experienced meditators usually say is, you always have to go through snow and storm before you can see sunlight. You have to go through tunnels of darkness. So meditation is not just, I'm feeling happy every moment. When I'm meditating, I feel happy. No, there's a dark side of meditation. Because physically, your chi could be gathering up to break through those blockages. And in the process of breaking through it, you feel painful. That's the physical part. And let me tell you, there's another part, which is the emotional part too. The emotional part is even more overpowering. Imagine if you have an invisible big garbage bin, a big bin of garbage in which you have been storing all your karmic energy in there since beginning of time, since many lifetimes ago. What do you store in that big garbage bin? Your hatred, your jealousy, your greediness, every thought. All this garbage will in that bin, immeasurable size bin. And when you're doing good meditation, you're actually opening up the door of the bin and try to clean it out. In the process of cleaning it out, it overwhelmed you. It got magnified. Your jealousy is more magnified. Your egoistic attitude is more magnified. It magnifies to help you to see it better so you can clean better. Your tools in cleaning is the magnifier. Magnify all your problems and clean them out. That's the mental part of it. Just to briefly tell you what mental fabrication is all about. Now, do you know what body fabrication now?
Should I try to suppress it or just let it be?
You just let it be. If it is getting violent, you don't meditate anymore, you just come out and walk. Because those, usually you can stop it if you want. And some people prefer not to stop it. Some people prefer to stop it. And if it's getting violent, some people just shake for a while and then it stops automatically. Sometimes it will automatically come to an involuntary stop. And if it doesn't stop, if you can't control it, actually you still can. You just get up from your seat and start to circumambulate. That's the reason why we have circumambulation. All right? That's how you do it. Yes?
In meditation, you talked about contemplation as vipassana and right contemplation as satipatthana.
There's different names of the same coin. I mean, different name. Satipatthana, sati means the thought. Patthana is to place it. Sati means thought. It's a Sanskrit word, means thought. And pana is to place it or to concentrate on it. So you put your thought in the right place. Exactly what people...
One appears to be an action.
One appears to be...
Satipatthana is the action of doing it.
Satipatthana is the action and the whole process of doing it. Yeah.
I've always wondered, when people pass away,
Yeah.
some people say they should be buried, cremated, whereas I believe that I should be cremated. Ashes.
Good belief.
That's
Yeah,
what I
but he believes that he should be buried. Only the troubled mind matter. Yeah. No, that does not matter. Why would people worry about cremation and burial? The end is already... There are so many things that we should worry. That's the least. That's the least. Cremated or buried. It does not matter. You know why it matters? Because you attach certain value to cremation and you attach certain value to burial. Because you think that this is better than that or that is not as good as this. You attach a value judgment to cremation and you attach a value judgment or value to burial. And you want to weigh these differences.
This is what I hear from people. They say it's better to be buried.
Yeah.
And then every year you can go to the cemetery and pray.
I wouldn't spend my time in that. I would like to spend my time in meditation. Yeah. I wouldn't spend my time in arguing whether I want to be buried or I want to be cremated. Or I won't spend my time in that. Plus, I'm not dead yet. So why do I worry about that? And sometimes you don't have a choice. You know why I don't have a choice? If people die in accident or you die in a different country, you may not have a choice. So why do you worry about these things? That's the reason why we should say, drop your worry and live your present moment. Leave them to do what they want. Yeah, leave them alone. And leave your mind alone. You haven't left your mind alone. You want your mind to think about all these things. No. Throw away these things. They're not important. They're not the most important. Yeah, okay. Venerable, thanks for explaining how breath works like wind in the meditation. I can enjoy this more if it happens. Yeah, if it happens. It hasn't happened to you yet. Yeah, hopefully it will happen to you. But grace has still not given me the experience of witnessing of 36 categories in the body. Thanks for your wonderful wisdom. Okay, I know who wrote this. I don't need to mention name. It sounds in your words that you like to experience it. You have an attachment to like it. Let that go. You don't have to wait to experience that. It will come to you. You don't struggle for it. Oh, why won't I see my own body, internal body? When will I have this? When will I have that? If you set up an expectation, you're not at it. It would come to you without setting an expectation. As long as you work at it, that day will come. But if you put your mind to struggle for it, maybe a problem. Because if you set up a mind to struggle for, it's just like if you work, I'm giving you an example in daily life. If you are doing a job, if you have that mind of, I got paid my basic salary of $12 an hour now, for example. I want to get to that $36. I want to struggle for it by all means. There's one person like that. Another person is, I got paid for my basic salary now, but I'm going to work hard at it. I'm going to prove that I can work hard. I can achieve the goals my employer has given me. You see the difference between the two. One is attached to the struggling, and in the process of attached to the struggling, he is so much struggling for it that he could struggle at the expense of hurting others, stepping on people's back, trying to climb up the echelon, the management echelon, or the workers are trying to climb up that ladder by all means, because you attach to struggling and winning for it with an egoistic attitude. Whereas here, you just want to give. I want to give out. In that process, you can do it more leniently, you can do it more naturally, you can do it without attachment. These are the kind of people who will be more happy, because you do it without attaching a condition to it. You just want to do it. You get paid $12 an hour now, but I work very hard that as if I'm worth $36, because I'm very conscientious, I'm very hardworking, and I always put my mind in what I'm working, and I always get along with people. This is my natural response to it, that I want to achieve it. You tend to be more successful in that way, without stepping on people's back, without hurting other people, because you don't have an egoistic, struggling for your self-efforts attitude to it. So don't try to look for that state where you can see the internal organs of your body in your meditation. It will come to you if it comes to you. You don't have to look for it. If you look for it, it's not right, but it will come. It will come to you. Okay, next question. There will be a free refuge and 5 precept ceremony held in our temple on December 30th this year. How do I know I'm ready to attend and become a Buddhist officially? Thank you. The feeling will come to you naturally. You feel that, oh, I've been learning the Buddhist teaching, and I feel that that's my path. I'm determined that's the path that I'm going to take. And in order to show my determination that is my path, I'm going to do something. I'm going to take refuge under the Buddha. Taking the refuge under the Buddha, that means you're trying to learn what the Buddha is teaching. I'm going to go that way. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make that first step on the path of spiritual awakening until I walk to the destination, and I will follow the Buddha's teaching. You're determined to do that. Whereas if you don't take any refuges, you say, okay, I don't have to officially register. I mean, I just believe it, and I don't have to be obligated to do it. I don't feel a sense of responsibility. I don't want to be baptized. It's not a baptized situation. If I can give you an analogy, if you go to UBC, if you're really serious, you will try to write the entrance examination and register as an official student university to be at that university. You want to register as a student. Here's another guy who says, I don't need to register. I just become an attendee. I just go and just listen, and I don't have to register. I just sneak in and listen to whoever is talking. There's a difference in the two types of students. The first type of student is a registered, official, determined student. Another is he's not registered. Sometimes he can attend lectures, and sometimes he don't have to attend lectures. There's a difference in these two kinds of students. The first kind of students, official registered students, they have to buy the textbook, they have to make notes, they have to attend lectures, they have to listen carefully because they have to write examinations. They're very serious about it. Whereas this student could be lazy. I woke up 9 o'clock in the morning, oh, today is raining. Oh, there's a lecture at 9:30? No, maybe I should sleep another 1 hour. You're not serious. You don't have to do your homework. Your homework doesn't have to be marked by a tutor. You don't even have to write the examination. You have no obligation. You know who would be more successful student? You tell me. Who would be a better or more successful student? I don't have to draw a conclusion for you. You know in your mind. You know in your mind who will be more successful. And also, you know what the 5 precepts are? Abstain from killing, abstain from lying, abstain from taking intoxication, abstain from sexual misconduct, abstain from alcoholic addiction. These are the 5 basic precepts that a Buddhist who took refuges under the Buddha would like to take. In becoming a true, I don't want to use that word Buddhist, because that's just a name. The name itself, it's just a name. If I practice according to the Buddhist teaching, I don't want to call myself a Buddhist. It's good enough. You can call yourself A or B or C or D. It does not matter. Names does not matter. It's what you're practicing. But in order to practice what the Buddha taught, you must know your first step is to purify your mind. So in other words, you're doing meditation every day. You're doing meditation every Saturday. You're coming to the Buddhist temple at Richmond, and you're doing meditation. You come here for 2 hours, and you like meditation. But once you go out, you're always addicted to drinking, intoxication. You always have a relationship in sexual misconduct. You always lie. You always steal. You're building up bad karma. How can it help your meditation? In following the Buddhist teaching, the first step is what? Stay away from bad deeds. Because if you do bad deeds, you will involve with bad karma. If you all cover up with bad karma, with bad energy, how can you even start to practice meditation? You must know what is right and what is wrong. If you don't even know what is right and what is wrong, how can you practice the Buddhist teaching? I may say, I don't know what is right and what is wrong, but the Buddha said, killing is not right. Not killing is right. Hurting others is not right. Taking the life of another person, another animal, of an animal is not right. So there's certain criteria in not involving with bad karma. So taking these 5 precepts are a necessary step in following the Buddhist teaching. And we call it what? To follow the sila. The sila, S-I-L-A, sila. The sila is to teach you basic wrong and right. In other words, you have to have a morality standard to be a wholesome individual. And the Buddha said you start from being good first. Don't talk about going a high level of meditation where you every day you're involved with drinking, alcohol, sexual misconduct, stealing, lying. How can you do meditation if you're like that? But there are people like that. There are people involved in meditation, they're doing all kinds of bad deeds. So judging whether this is a good meditator or not, sometimes it's not just looking how they sit, how they cross their leg. What do they do? What is his behavior? Look at it from a third person. This person is going to be my meditation teacher. What is his behavior? You know. Sometimes we always say in the Chinese sutra, we know the standard of certain practitioners' meditation is not from what he told you. It's from what you observed. If here's a person who's always egoistic, is always want to say, I want to have this, I want to have that, or you know that if that person is always stay away from greediness, hatred, anger, he won't get angry, he has a high level of endurance and tolerance, he's always merciful, he's always compassionate, he's always helpful, he's always performing good deeds to others, I don't need to see how he crosses his legs. He is a good meditator. Words can be flowery. I can use all kinds of words to tell you, I'm good. But they don't mean a thing if you cover up your conduct. We want to see your conduct. We want to see your inherent nature, not your appearance. Your appearance could be cheating. Don't judge a book by the cover, by its cover. It's the inside. Next question. Please explain the meaning of the prayer said before the meal. It's offering to the Buddha, to the Bodhisattvas, to all enlightened beings before we eat, and thankful for what we've got. What we've got is the result of many efforts. We have donors who donated this food to us. We have people who cook for us. And if we trace the causes further, we have farmers who plow the land, we have shippers who ship the food, and we have all kinds of people involved in this meal. And finally, we have donors who are generous enough to donate money to offer to everybody. So, saying the prayer is not just the words and the musical instrument and how nice it, how much serenity your chanting would give you. It's the reason behind it. We want to appreciate the food given. By appreciating, showing gratitude on what is given to you, you know how to give to others too. Of course, there are people who always like to receive. We have people here who always eat and eat and eat, and they never donate anything. They just come to eat. There are people like that. But there are people who want to give all the time, who want to support, not just receive. So there's a difference in attitude of different people. The meaning of the prayer is to show gratitude and show respect to the food that we are taking in. And Also, we show gratitude to the servers. All these servers are volunteers. They've been volunteering here for 25 years. They don't receive any money. Every day they come here to serve food. You're sitting there, but they wait till you have finished your eating, then they go back to eat. They're not your servant, you know. They're not our servants. They are just volunteers who like to give out, and they don't have a lot of money to give out, so they give out their action, their behavior. Some people have been coming 25 years giving out. And yesterday, he bought everybody cakes. You know, in addition to giving out his service, her service, she also is giving out, you know, bits and pieces of cakes and food all the time. And he's been here for 28 years. And how did he come here? He's 82 years old. And she is 82 years old, and her husband is 85. And the couple always travel by bus to the temple every day. And the husband stopped at Richmond Center, and then the husband, 85 years old, started to roam about in Richmond Center, you know, taking coffee, and wait until 3 o'clock. And then the wife, after being a volunteer for the whole day, would go back to Richmond Center, meet the husband, and together they would go home. So the husband has been in Richmond Center for the whole day, but he takes delight in going around, you know, in Richmond Center. It's big enough. And he can have lunch in there. He can talk to different people. They've been doing that for many, many years, every day. You want to know the lady? I can introduce that lady to you. But she may be, she's shy. She does not want people to know about it.
Skinny one.
Huh?
The skinny one.
What?
The skinny one. The skinny one.
The most skinny one. Very skinny one. And yeah, the skinny one. And the husband is waiting there for the whole day. But that's good. She said that's good exercise for my husband, because the husband is always walking around, drinking coffee, and sometimes at 2 o'clock a cinnamon bun, and then 12 o'clock maybe have a little bit of, you know, food at the food court. And the wife is doing volunteering in here. And there are not just her, there are many people who are like that. So show your gratitude, not just the food, not you know, it's just a lot of people contribute to it. Don't just take it. Everything is given, oh, it's free lunch, take it. No. Always want to return, want to give out. Okay, so that's the meaning of the prayer. What language is the prayer said in? Is in Chinese, is in official Chinese language, which is 普通话, which is Mandarin, they call it. Cantonese is a dialect, it's a very popular dialect, especially in the south part of China. And the southern part of China have been open to the whole world much, much earlier than the northern part. So a lot of immigrants, a lot of settlers, early settlers went all over the place to different countries. Every country has Chinese, and almost like, because they you know, they left the countries and go to many, many parts of the world. And most of them were Cantonese. That's the reason why Cantonese has been very popular in North America, in Europe. But the official language is Mandarin, which is 普通话. And it's not entirely different. The written words are very similar. The spoken words are not the same, but not the same, but it's easily people can learn both. It's not that difficult. If you start it now, you're really working at it every day. You spend 2 hours every day to learn the language. After 3 years, you can speak very well. I know friends who spent 3 years at university taking courses, Chinese courses, and 3 years later, when I met him again, he's so fluent that I thought, have you been living in China for quite a while? No, I'm just taking courses at university. So if you're interested in the Chinese language, take a course. It's not that difficult. Don't let them scare you. It's not that difficult. Yeah, it's quite easy. And don't think that age is a limitation in learning it. There's no limitation. And there's a ground for speaking it. Come Saturday in here. Then you can speak Chinese in here. People who like to join in taking the ceremony, the free refuges and the 5 precepts, you have to register. Maybe you register with Sister San Ru. You can register with her. Can you stand up, please? So give her your name and then your phone number so that we know who you are. Then you come for the free refuges and the 5 precepts. You can actually get into internet to find out the meaning of the free refuges and the 5 precepts. The first question is, how do I let go of hatred and jealousy for someone? So in other words, you hated someone, you're jealous about something. Well, hatred and jealousy are emotions. We call it mental afflictions. When you have hatred in you, when you have jealousy in you, you don't feel comfortable. I have never heard of a person having hatred and say, I hate someone and I feel comfortable. No, I've never heard about that. I've never heard someone say, I'm jealous. I'm dominated by this green-eyed monster called jealousy, and I'm very happy. When you have hatred and when you have jealousy, you are not happy. You're dominated by mental afflictions. And why should you be unhappy? Who gave you this unhappiness? Let's examine it. Who gave you hatred and jealousy? Some people, or maybe the one who gave me the question and say, my dad. I hated my dad. When I was a child, he was immature and he beat me out. He abused me at one time, and he was for a number of years he had been an alcoholic and he abused me. I hated him. He left me. He left my mom. I hated him because you experience what you call an abusive past. The same thing happened to jealousy. When I was at school, I wasn't doing quite well, and this guy was sitting next to me. He always had he always get an A and a B plus, and I would get a C, and I'm jealous. This guy, I don't like him because he's better than me. And also he was showing off. He's bragging everything in front of me and make me feel what? Incompetent. Make me feel belittling. Make me feel disgrace. I don't like him. So hatred and jealousy will give you nothing but unhappiness, right? It's something in the past. Jealousy and hatred has always happened in the past. It may come back again in the future if you don't watch out. So assuming that you have some abusive, miserable past, that you have hatred and jealousy, how do you deal with this? How do I let go of them? I said, the Buddha said that when we are in the meditative absorption state, we always have already put our expectation, our rumination. Expectation is for the future. Rumination is for the present. And for the past is all your worries or your fears, all that. So these scenarios these events that happened that arouse your hatred and jealousy, they belong to the past. Something already happened. And you, every now and then, when you're thinking of this bad, abusive childhood or whatever events and scenarios that brought up this hatred and jealousy, you wanted to bring the same experiences back onto the present. That's what you're doing on the present, and put it on the table as if you're putting your computer on the table and you start to key in. You wanted this monitor of hatred, monitor of jealousy. You want to ruminate, you want to run back again to this reel of movies about your hatred, about your jealousy. You want to bring back these bad experiences on the present table as if you're sitting a monitor on your table and try to think about it. And then you're physically feeling uncomfortable. You hated it. You dislike it. When you come to think of it, it's just stupid. Because you're bringing something that already happened, which will not happen again. You won't allow it to happen. You won't allow it to happen. You bring something that is bad, that have bad experiences, and bring it to the present, and let yourself suffer on thinking about it. You're more intelligent than doing that, I guess. Because you can ask this kind of question, you must be more intelligent of doing that. Don't bring back all this garbage onto the present table and sniff it in, all the garbage, all the bad smell of it. Because that reminds you of all the bad taste, of bad smell. Don't bring back past experiences because they already happened. You won't allow it to happen again. And you will not be intelligent if you allow this garbage to stink you. So whenever hatred and jealousy come up, say, stop. I want to put this miserable recollection of the past to a halt. I want to stop it. I'm more intelligent than that. Will I bring some bad garbage onto the present table and try to smell it? You won't. You won't. Because they're so stupid. You throw them away. Don't let them stink you. Don't let your past be put on the table and try to ruminate on it. For the same reason, if you're worrying about the future hasn't come. The fact that you are not dying now, at least you're living, you think about death, but death hasn't come yet. And if you're sick, you're thinking of, will I die? You think the worry would be a medicine to heal your sickness? It would only increase the magnitude of your sickness. In other words, worrying about your sickness won't get you healed. But you habitually worry about it. Would the worry add some medicine to the sickness? No, it won't. But we have been doing that all the time. So the Buddha told us, let go. Letting go of that. Don't let it be put on your table. But talking about it is easy. Really letting go is extremely difficult because attachment has been our habit for many, many lives. We always attach. We can't let it go. So what's the best way? Train yourself. Train up yourself. How to train yourself? Every time you're meditating, all these bad sceneries comes up. Let it go. Let them drop out. If it comes into your mind, immediately say, let it go, let it go. Can you do that? Just talking about it won't do. You have to train your mind into habitually letting go of it. That's what we call meditation. Meditation is not about supernatural power. It's about training your mind to let go of this hatred, jealousy, fear, worry, greediness. But you don't allow yourself to be trained though. You allow yourself to ruminate into the past bad experiences. You don't allow even half an hour for meditation every day. So who can help you? Nobody can help you. You yourself can help yourself. Not even Buddha. The Buddha can only tell you the road to tread on, to step on. But he cannot push you there. You have to walk it yourself. You have to keep on training it. The first training is your habit Let it go, and then keeping on letting it go. If the third thought comes, you can't let go. Second thought, you have to let go. Third thought, you have to let go. That is for something miserable, displeasures. Something not pleasurable that always comes up in your mind, you let go of that. Learning to let go is a training. You have to train yourself. Because you dislike these displeasures. You hate these displeasures, you let it go. But what happened to pleasures? Should we attach to pleasures? I like movies, I like entertainment, I like alcoholic, I like drugs. I like relationship of any kind. I like money, I like reputation. Those give me pleasures. Let go of pleasures too. Why do we have to train our feelings? And the four foundation of introspection is introspection of the body, of the feeling. In feelings, we have three kinds of feelings: pleasurable feelings, unpleasurable feelings, and neutral feelings. All these feelings you have to let go. You have to let go of miseries that give you unpleasurable feelings. You also have to let go of the pleasures that you attach to. You have to train yourself, remind yourself. Why don't you put a slogan on your computer table, say, let go of miseries of the past. Don't let them come back to sting you. Let go of worries in the future, because they haven't come yet, and they may not come, and they wouldn't help me now. Put those slogans on the computer. I know a guy who told me the other day, he said, I have been spending a lot of time watching a website on entertainment, and I watch for 2-3 hours, and I really wasted a lot of time. I don't know how to do it, but now I know, and that's effective. And I asked him, what do you do? I put a label, and the label says, don't look at garbage and stupidity. Throw it away. Don't look at garbage and stupidity. Stop. And that has been effective to me. Because every time when I open up my laptop and open up my iPad, I said, don't look at stupidity and garbage. Stop. Because you could spend 3-4 hours to look at garbage, not just garbage. Garbage that would stink your consciousness. Because every time when you look at all those you shouldn't be looking at, it infringe. It's like a mark on your alaya consciousness. It's just like you're keying in the keyboard. The memory will receive it. It will never go away. And the intensity of it will increase and increase all the time. Don't let these things pollute you. Right now, what is the mass media? Sex and violence. And I don't know how much education you can get from the website. There is education, but most of it are not the right media that we should be looking at. And I don't want to go too deep into that. Otherwise, it would be another topic. So how do I let go of hatred and jealousy for someone? One method is to train yourself not to continue with the second thought of hatred and jealousy. You hate this guy and say, no, I'm not hating him anymore. That's one method, letting go of it by training the mind. Another method that the Buddha mentioned is use metta bhavana. You know what metta bhavana is? Try to look at the Google, M-E-T-T-A, metta bhavana. Same as smriti, contemplation. Contemplation of loving kindness radiating out. The one you hate, you set an image in his mind. I hate John, and his image is in me. I hated him. No, I want to render my forgiveness to him. I forgive all the cruel things he has done. I forgive his selfishness. I just want to radiate loving kindness. I radiate loving kindness to all those who did something wrong to me. I want to radiate this unlimited forgiveness. It is very powerful because you forgive. You learn how to forgive. Forgiveness and gratitude are the two gates to loving kindness. You cannot be kind if you cannot forgive. If you don't appreciate things that have been given to you, you cannot forgive. You appreciate, you show gratitude. Say, for example, if you hate your mom because your mom did certain things to you, but then you always think about, what did my mom do for me? For many, many years, my mom had did a lot for me. Then, if you're always thinking the good side of your mom, that will replace the hatred about your mom. Show gratitude for the good things that have been done to you. Not just hate something periodically that she has done to you. So this forgiveness, gratitude, replace your hatred and jealousy by forgiveness, gratitude, loving kindness, and letting go of it. So there's so many methods. Just pick one. All right, that's the first question. I use half an hour to answer that question. I shouldn't be. Next question. Venerable, how to retain a peaceful mind when you have a job that requires intensive thinking and a lot of responsibilities? How would intensive thinking and a lot of responsibilities disturb your mind? Some people have intensive thinking in their job and a lot of responsibility, but they still feel that they're quite peaceful. You must be able how to handle your stress. But it's not easy. Because if you're always under stress all the time, you can easily forget about how to keep a peaceful mind. I still remember when I got sick, because I have a lot of responsibility in the temple, and during a certain period I had to build this, build that in the garden, and I have a lot of responsibility to do that I ignore my meditation, and I got sick because of a lot of responsibilities and intensive thinking. And I went to see the doctor, and the doctor said, "Oh, your blood pressure has gone up." I said, "Yeah, I've gone up. So what do you do?" I said, "Recently I have a lot of stress." "Stress? You're a monk who are teaching people how to relieve stress, and you have stress?" I feel ashamed. Gee, I said, yeah, I shouldn't. I'm teaching people meditation, telling them to get away from stress, and I got stressed and got sick. You see, there's a saying in Chinese, the cobbler always wear the worst kind of shoes, and the florists always don't have the best bouquet of flowers at home. You know, they've done too much for people surrounding them. They forgot about their own affairs. If your job is the kind of job that will induce a lot of malicious causes and effects in that job, I don't think you should have that job. For example, if your job involves in illegal matters, if your job involves manipulation of financial techniques, you are using loopholes in business to benefit yourselves only, you will induce a lot of cause and effect on you. So I don't know, I can't answer your question. Your intensive thinking, if you're in a job that is saving thousands of people, it's worth to have that kind of stress. If you're involved in a job that is not right, then I would say, is your intensive thinking worth it? You have a lot of responsibilities. What kind of responsibility do you have? Responsibility about only benefiting the boss, or about responsibility benefiting mass of people in charity? Then I think that because of the job nature, even though you're under stress, you are helping a lot of people, and that is good. But if your job involves not helping people and induce you to be not in a peaceful situation, I really consider whether you should switch your job, change another job. Why don't you just give up everything and become a monk? That's easy. That's a peaceful pursuit of the spiritual transformation. You're also helping others to do it, yeah?
Why not just suggest the cultivation of meditation?
Because he said that there's no time for meditation.
Well, meditation outside of it, at home, at here on Saturdays and so on, an accumulation of that over time will offset some of the other stuff.
Yeah, the reason why I didn't suggest that now, because I'm sure they know it, because they're in the meditation class. You're in the meditation class.
But
And
maybe they're a newcomer.
Oh, you're a newcomer, right? Yeah, if they're a newcomer, it's just meditation. Meditation. But you really have to make up your mind and say, every day I want to meditate for half an hour. Every day, if I can spend 2 hours on my iPad or 1 hour on my WeChat and all these other unnecessary things that I have been doing, I want to eliminate that and put that 1 hour on meditation. Can you make up that mind? On your cell phone and your email, how much of it is really worth spending your time on? Maybe not that much. Eliminate unnecessary talking. So it's good not to talk all the time. It's good not to write all the time. There was a meditating master. He says, if you want to arrive at good meditation, stop talking for 30 years. Then you will arrive at a good meditation. Stop talking. We talk too much. Stop talking for 30 years. That's the best meditation. Some ascetic practice the hardship of not talking. They say, I don't want to talk for 1 year. Have a sign in here. No talking for 1 year. Can you do that? Not even 1 day.
Simple question.
Yeah, simple question. Yeah.
I always feel I don't understand myself.
Yeah.
So do you have any suggestions like help me trying to understand myself, like what I really want?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I think what that question implies is, if I don't understand myself, sometimes I may do things that I don't know why, or sometimes I may reason in a certain way that I don't know why, because I don't understand myself. I don't understand how I should lead my life. So it's a broad general question. I think when you say you don't understand yourself, why don't we analyze in that way? How do I expect myself in life? What kind of life I'm leading right now? In order to understand myself, I have to know what I'm doing right now. What I'm doing right now, for example, if I have a job, and have I performed that job well? Or is it the kind of job for me? Or is it the job that's contradictory to my wish? So you really have to analyze what kind of life. Maybe is in order to understand yourself, you have to step back and say, and look at yourself. Why don't you step back and look at yourself? What am I doing now? So that right now I'm say, for example, I'm 25 years old, and where am I going? What is my purpose in life? Right now I have a job, I have this job, and other people have the value and the norm in life. Say, for example, my colleagues, my girlfriends, all my friends, they're striving for forming a family. So they want to get married. And is marriage what I want? So you really have to query yourself. Put your life into a perspective. What's my value in life? I got to have some value in life. Why am I exist? My existence must have a value in it, and what kind of value I'm leading myself towards. Should I do things everybody does? Getting married, getting children, getting form a family, and getting a job, buying a house. Is that what I want? I don't understand myself. I've heard that there are people that they are not happy. And what is happiness? In order to understand yourself, you have to analyze what is surrounding you. So it's a broad topic. What is the definition of happiness? Why am I unhappy? So there's so many queries, there's so many questions in just saying I don't understand myself. What is my value in life? What is my objective in life? Should I go by the norm of the society? And what are they doing? I have to put all these questions down first. I have to answer those questions. If I don't know how to answer them, then maybe I should seek advice from people who have a higher level of wisdom. Because most people would just go by the current. If that's what you're doing, that's what I should be doing. If my friend is looking for fame, reputation, and money, and forming a family, getting luxuries in life, my friend is doing that. But should I follow suit? Should I do it the same way? Or say, no, I don't want that. That won't give me happiness. What's the definition of happiness? So there's so many questions in our life. What's the definition of happiness? What am I pursuing in my life? What is my objective in life? And where am I standing right now? Say, for example, I'm now 23 years old, and I haven't been to university, for example. Or maybe I should stop for a while in my work and get a degree somewhere, get a degree in university and try to learn more. Or if I already have a degree, it's just the kind of job that I should have. So in order to understand yourself, analyze the situation surrounding you, get your definition of happiness, your definition of the objective in life, and that would lead you slowly to where you go. And maybe finally you say, I wouldn't be happy in just forming a family. Because look, my mom and dad divorced. They were not happy. And they're not leading me in the right way. So I don't want to follow the same way. I want to be single, for example. And if I'm single, so will I be happy? So then you go on carrying that question further and say, why do I come to this world in the first place? Where do I come from? Where will I go after I died? All these questions will come up that you have to analyze it. So I can't give you a one-way answer. So you really have to put all these questions down and try to seek the most appropriate answers to it. And I have been seeking for many, many years. I found my way. I haven't solved the problem yet, but I found my way. I have discovered that I want to walk the temporal way into the way of spiritual transformation, the way of enlightenment, the way that the Buddha pursued and get into nirvana. The Buddha Sakyamuni, 2,600 years ago, the historical Buddha, was a successor to be a king. He was a prince. He enjoyed all the luxuries in life. He had 4 palaces, spring, autumn, winter, summer, 4 palaces, and he had hundreds of courtesans and hundreds of, servants in the palace, in the 4 palaces, and they didn't feel happy about it. After enjoying those luxuries for a while, he thought they were meaningless. He wanted to find a way to be really happy. He wanted to find a way to be liberated from life and death, to be liberated from hatred, jealousy, greediness, and all these mental afflictions, to be liberated from the chrysalis of life, the cocoon of a life. We're like a caterpillar living in a cocoon that we cannot get out. How do we get out from here? So there's so many questions. I can't come up to the right answers, but it should trigger something in your mind that I don't want to follow the current. I want to find out what's the best for me, not necessarily follow the society's current of pursuing for fame, reputation, money, or relationships. That's not the kind I want. I follow the pathway of spiritual transformation. Well, I will, after this life, I will not reincarnate again into samsara, life and death. I will go to, it's not a place, I will go to perfect enlightenment, where I don't have to get into samsara. And I can also render my help to all those sentient beings to get out of samsara, to be a sattva, bodhisattva. So many things that you can think of. Study the life of some saints, not just the Buddha, even in some other religions. How did Mother Teresa do in her life? How did Norman Bethune do in her life? How did all these heroes and saints attain what they're doing? Not billionaires and trillionaires who have fame and reputation. How did they do in life? What are they doing? So much to learn. Good question, though. That's really a good question. I don't understand myself. Yes. When you completely understand yourself and pursue the right way, you will be there. The first step is the most important. When you get on that first step onto the right way, you will never stop. In the Cantonese language, 千里之行，始於足下. 1,000 steps to destination start with the first step. All right, I have 4 questions in here. First question, how does Buddhism view God? What role does God play in one's path to enlightenment? It's a very broad general topic, the God concept. First of all, the God concept can be discussed in 2 perspectives. The one perspective is there's only one creator God, a creator, a God who created everything. There's one perspective. The other is the billions of gods, as billions as human beings. So let's examine these 2 concepts for the next, say, 5 minutes, if we can. Creator God, there's no such thing as a creator God. It's illogical. Why? It's a very simple answer to a very complicated question. So, if at home, there are some kids at home, and the dad, being a good carpenter, make a stool for every one of them. And they say, Dad, who created this tool? The mom said, Dad created the tool, the stool, the seat, Dad created it. Is it really Dad who created that little wooden seat for all the children? Where did Dad get the wood from? Where did Dad get his skill from? Where did Dad get the nails and the hammer from? Dad created that wooden seat for all the kids is because Dad has all those conditions that culminate into successfully completing that stool for the kids. But for the sake of simplicity, Mom just said, Dad created it. And the kids believe it. But when you analyze it maturely in detail, can Dad created that seat without nails, without wood, without all these conditions? So how is the cosmos created? How is the world created? They created based on all the conditions fulfilled for its creation. Who created this lunch? The kitchen created this lunch. Can we say the kitchen staff created this lunch? No. The kitchen staff put all the conditions together to create this lunch. So there's no such thing as God the Creator. If God creates you or creates the world, who creates God? Logically speaking, if nothing comes out without a reason, nothing comes out without conditions. If God creates you, you come out because of all these conditions fulfilled for you to come out, to create you, then what are the conditions created for God to come out? If God comes out all by itself, no conditions necessary, then you are beating the logic of existence. There's no such thing as things exist and come out without conditions. You name me one thing that comes out, boom, without conditions. You name me one thing. Nothing like that. So God is just a concept. If Dad creates that stool for Johnny, he would have tried his best to create a good stool for Johnny to sit on, to play. He wouldn't create a stool that is dangerous, that is imperfect, that is not proper to sit on, that has a lot of thorns in it. Dad would create something that is not risky, not dangerous, almost like perfect to his ideas. But how come we are created with impediments, stuttering? I'm a stutterer, I cannot speak well. How come I have a brain that is not as normal as others? Helen Keller was born with no senses, no eyes to see, no ears to listen, and no tongue to talk. God would have created a perfect world if He is God. He wouldn't have created an imperfect world, a non-satisfactory world, and say, I created this world to test you, to see that you're good. If you're no good, down your hell. If you're good, up your heaven. Why do this? And Dad cannot say, hey, Johnny, I'm giving you a dangerous stool to sit on so that you learn to be careful. He wouldn't be like that. He will love Johnny so much that he want to avoid nails coming up from the wood. He want to make sure that all is all balanced and everything, right? So it's not logical. Just purely on logic. God wouldn't have created with people with impediments, with inequalities. How come you are born in a rich family and I'm born in a poor family? You said God created me. God, please give me a rich family to be born into. God, please give me a beautiful face. Why I'm not successful? Why am I not happy? I don't have a beautiful face. God, please give me a beautiful face. God, please make me into a guy who is 6'6" and 189 pounds and the strongest. And I look like Arnold. So why would God be so... Well, I'm not criticizing other religions. Don't get me wrong. I haven't mentioned one word of religion. I haven't. I'm just talking about a logical thinking of God's creation. I respect all other religions, right? But I have doubts and queries about it. That I don't want to blindly go into believing it. I respect all religions. All right, that's number one. Gods. We have a plural form for S for this gods. Gods are deities. Gods are like human beings. God are like the good sides of ghosts. If I believe in ghosts, I believe in the ghost is the bad side of an existence. And if we can classify something like that, I said if, not officially, if we classify humans into the neutral one, good and bad, and classify hungry ghosts, fearful ghosts into the bad side, there must be some good side. There are guardian angels, there are deities. And these are, say, mountain gods, river gods, tree gods, and these gods are another kind of existence that is apart from humans and ghosts. So these are the gods, the billions of gods. And they are at a higher level of power than humans. You can see them, just like you can see ghosts. The fact that you cannot see ghosts does not mean that ghost does not exist. I know quite a few people who saw ghosts. And I know for sure, face to face and experience with him, I know a doctor who not only can he see ghosts, he can communicate with them. I have long stories to tell about this, but I only have 5 minutes to finish it, so I'm not going to go into stories on that. So they are just deities, and we respect these deities. They are mountain deities, there's tree deities, and I tend to believe that existence like that do actually exist, because every tree, especially trees more than 100 years, every tree, almost like every tree, has become a residence for certain deity. And more I justify what I think, because this coincides with what the native Indians has been doing in North America. When the grandfathers die, they put the ashes on trees. So trees become a residence, an abode for passed away. And there are deities who are attached to trees. Actually, I got myself into trouble by removing a tree just about 5 months ago. And that's a long story to tell, but I don't have time to tell it in here. But they're deities, river deities, trees. Don't just cut down any trees. You're destroying their residence. Don't cut down any trees. If a tree is in your way, which is dangerous, you know what we'll do? We'll post a notice saying that you are in a dangerous situation. You could hurt somebody else. And we have to remove you to another place, because look, we are building a temple in here, and if you are in the middle of our acreage, we cannot build a temple. Therefore, we have to remove you to another safe place, and we're giving you a notice for 7 days. And then we chant, we go say prayers and say, please go away, because we need this location and we want to give you notice. And then, after chanting after 7 days, then we go and remove the trees. We try not to cut any trees if possible. So, one of God's, no such thing as a creator God. One of God's many, many gods. They are deities. Some people call them guardian angels. And some of these deities are really benevolent, you know. They try to help you. Some guardian angels, they help you in every way you want. Especially guardian angels who are related to you in previous lives. There are guardian angels who are related to you in previous life that is always helping you without you noticing. And there are also maras or devils who have been following you, trying to revenge because of what you have done to him or her in previous lives. Somehow, because of your energy, they couldn't get to you now. Wait till your energy is down, they will get to you. We call it revenge. A tooth for a tooth. What do you call that? A tooth for a tooth? Tick or tack? What do you call it? An eye for an eye, yes. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. So don't do anything bad to anyone. If they can't get you, they will get you next life. Don't owe any people money. You think you borrowed $5,000 from a guy, and they say, I go bankrupt now. I'm sorry, John, I can't repay you. John said, no, I spent a lot of time in making the $5,000, and I've been your good friend. I'm lending you $5,000, and now I'm broke. I don't have a job now, and please, at least you should repay me $1,000 so that I can live for another month. They say, no, I'm sorry. Did I give you any promissory note? Did I sign anything? John said, I trust you, so you don't have to sign anything. I'm sorry, I didn't sign anything. You lie. You actually have borrowed $5,000. You think you can get away? So if if he died because of hunger, you think, oh, that's good. Johnny died now. I don't have to repay the $5,000. No. Because later when you get married, Johnny will reincarnate into your son, being your son. And he will get even with you. You really have to supply him with all the material he wants, and he still hates you. He just wants to get the money back. He's not in love with you. He doesn't like you. He doesn't like his dad. He just wants money, money, money. And when he gets to be 18 years old, he leaves home. And when he knows that you are in a nursing home, he never got a chance to see you. He just wants to get the money back. There are situations like that. So be careful of all your thought, your speech, and your action. Every thought counts, not just speech and action. Every thought has energy. Don't breathe any bad energy. Don't breathe any bad thought. Thought of selfishness, thought of anger, thought of hurting others, hunting, fishing, killing. Don't cultivate that kind of thoughts. Cultivate thoughts of compassion, generosity, helpfulness, loving kindness. So those are the kind of thoughts that is in the right introspection. Thoughts of diligence, you want to work hard. Not thoughts of laziness. Don't cultivate thought of laziness in your mind. Oh, I'm sluggish. I don't care. Anyway, I don't need a degree to go to get a job. Those without degrees can get a job. I don't want to work that hard. I want to go to the pub every night and I enjoy myself. I play games and I don't care about studying. Then you don't get a good job because they need your degree probably to be interviewed for that job. All right, so about God, that's what I have to say. I've already spent 10 minutes on it. I don't want to spend any more time on it. Next question. Venerable, could you please remind us again that we don't use perfume in meditation hall? Today's perfume is very strong. Yes. First of all, when you come for meditation, don't just treat it as you want to spend a couple of hours in a temple, have a free lunch, and then you go away. Because we respect people coming to meditation, but you have to respect this place. You have to respect our practitioner. So if you go for jogging for 1 hour, you're all sweaty, and you have nowhere to go after jogging. What your plan is, you want to jog to Stephenson Highway, and then, by the way, I can just drop in the temple with all the sweat, and you're meditating beside Alan, and Alan is to slip in all this sweaty, all this sweat odor. Huh? Yeah. It's not fair because you are producing sweaty odor that is really ruining people's sensation. Well, you can always argue that, yeah, I come deliberately so that you can learn how to let go of that sweaty odor. That's not the right way. You start with a selfish motive, not start with a teaching motive. So no perfume, no sweat, and no cologne. In case you are sometime now, they are using the same perfume anyway. So don't come in with perfume. Don't come in with a lot of sweat, and don't come in with your phone switch on. Always put your phone in a silence mode. Otherwise, you are disturbing other people. And what else? Don't come in with dirty socks. The smell produced from the socks could be as bad as the perfume. So make sure that you are clean when you come in. All right? And don't come in. Some people say, oh, last night I was working till 2 o'clock in the morning and I didn't have any good sleep. Maybe I can go to the temple to do meditation and I can actually sleep and rest during meditation. Don't do that. Because one cannot replace lack of sleep with meditation. You can't say, I haven't slept last night, I meditate. I'm sleeping in my meditation anyway, and I just come and sleep. Don't do that. Because you can bump your head on the floor. You can, you'll be unconscious. So there are a lot of rules that we should follow. And the posture too. Make sure that you generally follow the posture that we're practicing. In the early years, when we're doing meditation here, people come with all different kinds of strange postures. They're actually reclining like the Buddha when you're meditating. They said this is how they meditate. And also, after meditation, we said we do walking meditation, and they don't do walk meditation. They do exercising. They're stretching, stretching. So when people saw one guy stretching, they're doing stretching too. It's like a morning exercise in the meditation hall. So that's the reason why we said we have to be unanimous in what we're doing. And some people may be doing Qigong. Or some people may be doing Kundalini. And we don't want that. Alright, okay, so don't wear your perfume. With the environmental destruction due to human ignorance, how can we maintain hope? I think at a certain stage, mind your own business. Start from yourself. If you want to be environmentally friendly, discipline yourself first. Change yourself first. Some people just talk about it. Let's be environmentally friendly. But his residence is all dirty, producing a lot of odor around, or he didn't even segregate organic from ordinary unorganic garbage. And he could be doing things that is contrary to environmental friendliness. So start with yourself first. Don't have to meddle into the affairs of the others. And it's just like in a family. Many Buddhists interact with the monk, trying to get advice from the monk as to how to solve family problems. Sometimes family members fight and argue because of self-interest pursuit. And then the husband complained about the wife being too nagging and spending too much money and not nice in talking and all that. But the husband does not know that he was behaving in the same way. Change yourself first. Don't expect your family members to change. If you do not have this loving kindness, do you expect your wife to have loving kindness to you? Why don't you, if you say that your wife is temperamental, are you temperamental yourself? You only demand from others. You don't demand from yourself. Change yourself. Once you change yourself to an ideal situation, he or she will change because he saw that you are changing. You become better. Don't try to better others to suit you. Better yourself to suit others first. Demand yourself to be better, not demand others to be better. You've got to change your personality. You've got to be nice to me. You've got to be unselfish. You've got to have loving kindness. But you are doing exactly the opposite thing. And you don't realize it. Don't expect others to change. Change yourself so that when others see your changes, they will so touched. They will say, oh, Jeanette has changed. He used to be temperamental. Now she is so nice and so much tender loving kindness to me. And he's nice to me, she's nice to me, I want to be nice to her. Change yourself, and that is a stronghold for changing others. Don't expect your mom and dad to be very nice to you if you're not nice to your mom and dad. Please explain non-self from the 4 seals of Dharma. I have explained impermanence, and the second one is non-self, right? And I haven't really finished the non-self. Maybe we leave it to next time. Non-self is there's a lot of explanation needed to be put in there, and we can explain it in the next session.
please give some advice to the newcomers.
Oh, please give some
That are
advice.
here for the first time.
Or if you come for the first time, and maybe to avoid the saying that people, religious people, want to convert others. We're not converting anybody, and we're just opening up our doors to say there's a lot of knowledge in it. And because the Buddhist teaching has been around for 2,600 years, one of the oldest teachings on earth, and it contains a lot of philosophy that help you not only in your spiritual life, let's say in your temporal life. So in other words, if you know something about Buddhism, that may largely help you in developing your thought in your career. As I said, just pick one teaching, one aspect of the teaching from the Buddha, the 6 parameters. The 6 parameters, there are 6 courses, let's put it an analogy, for courses that we usually take in order to get to enroll in that path for enlightenment. The 6 courses. First one, generosity. Second one, discipline. Third one, endurance. Fourth one, diligence. The 6th one's concentration. The 5th one is wisdom. In life, if you have these parameters, courses that guide you in your thinking, you'll be successful in what you're doing. Because then you become diligent, you become disciplined, you have a high level of endurance, you become very hardworking, and you always try to achieve the goal that you want to achieve. And last but not least, you know that you have a strong mind that you can actually train to achieve what you want to achieve. Because in Buddhism, the Buddha said, whatever the mind can think, the mind can carry it out. But if you think in the wrong way, you carry it in the wrong way. You have to think in the right perspective. So that's why we need all these concepts to guide our perspective into the right path. Get that first step to get to know more about the Buddhist teaching. Don't think about it as a religion. Religion is just a word. Even the word Buddha is just a word. What is Buddha? What is the meaning of Buddha? Bud means complete understanding. The means the person. The person who has achieved complete understanding of the truth, which leads him or her to true liberation from suffering. That's what the Buddha is all about. It's not God. There's so many gods. That's even a higher level than God. When you are liberated from life and death, there's no such thing as God anymore. We are always in life and death. When you finish this life, it's not the end for you. You roll into the next life. The reason why you have this life is because you have a previous one. So we are always living in samsara. And the Buddha said, cut away this reincarnation. Because when you reincarnate into the next life, you may commit the same errors. So try to liberate yourself from samsara, life and rebirth, death and rebirth. So pro into that kind of wisdom. Life is not just breakfast, going to work, lunch, dinner, party, relationship, family, homes, cars, luxuries. Life is more than that. If life is just like that, it's meaningless. The meaning of life is for you to go beyond life. Not just considering the time perspective of this life. Stopped the samsara, which is called nirvana. Nirvana means stop the flame of reincarnation. Stop to burn the flame of karmic reincarnation. Stop the life and death and go into a state which is peaceful, blissful, free from suffering, and helping others to be free from suffering too. That is the Bodhisattva's way of enlightenment. And I don't know how to stop it. If you're a first-time comer, it's sufficient to say that Buddhism, strictly speaking, is more than just a religion. It's a liberation. It's an emancipation from suffering. It's an enlightenment. And it helps you not only in your spiritual life, also in your temporal life.